Greetings, superior beings, greetings, supreme being. Welcome to Universal Peace Television. I'm almost dead already because of these remote centipedes in my father's body, and now the perpetrators have blocked a shipment of Vita Cleanse by controlling customs in reality, and they've done this with many of my packages. One package arrived in France, they are tracked and my address is printed on them, so how they can achieve that is a mystery to me, but one of them arrived in France, and now the Vita Cleanse, which was at Dutch Customs, was in Jamaica according to the tracking. You can also see my eyes are affected by it, and I have pain in my muscles and stuff. My spine is snapping regularly, and they are attacking my throat with their centipedes, and they block everything I do basically. It's done by the pedo Jesuits that want that global government in control of Bilderberg, Skull and Bones, and Freemasons that are helping with their depopulation, that have infiltrated your government, cannibals that are killing everybody slowly with their cancer chemtrails and killer vaccines. So the list of pandemics caused by vaccinations makes clear that it's not a good idea to let them inject that shit in your body, to let them make that port entree. But more about it in my previous broadcast. I've thought about pressing charges. And I want to press charges, so if there are lawyers out there that want to help me press charges against customs, also for other reasons, but the main reason is that they illegally blocked a shipment of Vita Cleanse that doesn't contain any ingredients that are outlawed or banned in the Netherlands. No illegal ingredients whatsoever, so they, in my opinion, it's illegal to block that shipment because my and my father's life depend on that. It's from a person that also had centipedes in her body. She was also misdiagnosed, and with this product for Vita Cleanse, 2 centipedes came out dead. But you could argue that's still no proof that they were in her body if she poops them out. Or perhaps they ate those centipedes for fun and they just died a natural death or whatever. Perhaps they're not pseudo-parasites like the scientists claim, you know. But I think pressing charges will cost money, that there might not be any no cure, no pay lawyers in the Netherlands that would want to help me because they're all brain controlled. But you cannot press charges of incitement to commit genocide against the people that are going to kill you all, with their ISIS nukes and world war over Iran, the Jesuits that have planned this depopulation to 500 million and creation of a Luciferian global government since their inception basically. So they've tortured 50 million people to death in their Inquisition. And as soon as the nukes go off, most people will die, most people will not get storable food and a radiological water filter. And no cellar they can survive in basically. So legal means are futile because they control the judge and the lawyers. With synthetic telepathy, they torture anybody that's trying to help me to make everybody eternal and create a perfect society, to create a Luciferian global government. So they're not gonna take my advice to invest more money into a cure against aging and less in war. And I've programmed it so that if I die, everybody dies. So that's why I think they won't get a permanent cure against aging, and I think the power of hypnosis and the placebo effect are scientifically proven. But there is no love. At least not for innocent kind vegetarians like myself that have attempted to press charges of incitement to commit genocide against the people that will kill you all. And perhaps it's best to kill yourself for the pedo elite that pretend the earth is in danger instead of you all. But I don't think so. So I've listed these 6 Jews depopulating the earth. The people with these hybrid insects that they control, that they're trying to kill me with, and my father as well. That work for these Jesuit infant-eating pedo trolls that have killed my mother with their cancer heart Fipa array in Boca Flat, Alaska. So that's a frequency-independent phased array, 3D radar. And you can build it yourself on hackaday.com. You can see how you can irradiate yourself and your neighbors to help with their depopulation and see them in 3D at the same time. So they're blocking that water-powered car used by the military. That's the Denny Klein patent. So they use the patent office to do that. The patent office. And successfully, I might add. So you may build that water-powered car for yourself, but you may not sell it or derive any benefit from it, and you end up in jail like the others. So also blocking more efficient other types of free energy to lure power and sea energy, which is more efficient than wind energy. And placing these wind turbines everywhere to give the illusion that your government is doing the right thing, that you're getting green energy instead of nuclear energy and nuclear waste on your plate, and nuclear particles in every lung because of their tests, because of their Trinity nuke, including in their own lung. And I hope you die, and I think you will if you are depopulating the earth or are an accomplice to torturing me in any way, if you don't like me, because of this hypnosis. Now it's on YouTube, motherfucker. Or even eating pedo troll, I mean. But if you are not, then I hope you become eternal, and that my hypnosis helps to heal you all and to make you strong and to unite against these pedophiles that want to depopulate Earth with their fake Pizzagate and controlled opposition with millions of views to get away with the real pedo crimes and satanic human sacrifice. So they control the mainstream media, they control what you see, wasting your time, sabotaging everything all people do that are not pedo elite and not helping with their depopulation, to steal time. You see, they are always on the run because they are criminals. So these cannibals and blood bathers, I'm not saying that Lenny Kravitz, that picture you see of him bathing in blood, that's real blood and stuff, or Eminem blood bathing, that's real blood, or that they're Illuminati blood oath murders, but others do. So I'm not judging whether it is or is not true, basically. I'm just exposing it or entertaining you all, basically. So death is not the end. Lol. Oh, I mean YOLO. Well, I'm irate about this blocking of the one and only thing that would get these centipedes out of my father's body by customs, and I think the NSA is behind this, like they are behind delivering all my packages or most of them at wrong addresses, etc. And that they do it with directed energy weapon torture, so if you don't do what they want, then they torture you severely, and most people give in to that because they know they're killed if they don't, and they use Mengele programming, as explained by Fritz Springmeier, though I doubt if they do, if anything. Controlled opposition rights is true, and they may have strong religious programming, making them bomb porn stores and stuff like that. It's insane. But all religious people are insane, but it's a matter of reprogramming them, showing them the truth. That religion, of course, the Bible is a plagiarized version, a plagiarized collection of plagiarized myths. So the stories in the Bible are stolen, and it's a collection of plagiarized polytheistic myths. So these stories are about worshipping several deities, and they've rolled it into one book basically, and all religion is man-made, and this is scientifically proven. So you can all go into a discussion about that with people, but your time is running out without a cure against aging, so perhaps it's better if you try to create a cure against aging yourself. But I think there's some kind of force that doesn't want you to, and that you're not going to, that your brain controls, and that you're all going to die because of yourselves. That you are your own worst enemy and stuff like that. Judging on the fact that they haven't helped me to press charges against people that want to exterminate 93% of the world's global population. And that they told me to go to the people that are depopulating you, the AIVD, under the Jesuit infant eaters that wanted Luciferian global government that controlled the judge and the lawyers with their death ray, with their directed energy weapon torture machine that was used to torture my teeth out of my mouth, and is used to control these hybrid insects to let them attack my throat to make my voice fade. So I'm like Neo of the Matrix basically, and they make these movies that show the real thing to make you believe that it doesn't exist, that their hybrid insects of DARPA are not real, etc. They wouldn't do that to their fellow humans. So another thing these Satanists pretending to be Christians do is crimes that are so horrible that most people wouldn't believe that humans are capable of that. So they are terrorists with HARP. And your government is infiltrated, so not the whole government is bad. Perhaps the only reason we're all still alive is that there are good people in the government doing their jobs as well. Killing Freemasons and torturing them to death as we speak. And the illusion that Trump is going to prevent a new world order, though he was seen at the Jesuit dinner table with Hillary, there's even video of that, may also prevent them from creating it and impede the progress towards 500 million global population and the Luciferian global government ruling the world from Jerusalem. So only controlling the mainstream media is not enough, because the mainstream media is not usable as a tool anymore. People don't believe what they hear in the mainstream media anymore. They don't see it as truth, and they question their reality, and they understand that you won't hear from the mainstream media about the cancer chemtrails, for example. Project Cloverleaf started in '98, and before that there were no cancer chemtrails in America. CIA. But if they're totally brain controlled, then they might not believe it even if you show them the truth, you know. It's going to go very far. That neural network has brain mapped them and they are controlled by it. So everything they do, everything they say is a neural network. And they'd never believe you because they are brain controlled. And the neural network can control 21 billion people simultaneously. I think it's all a lie that they want to depopulate 500 million, a more controllable number, so they can totally brain control them and use them as slaves. And that they are about torturing, tyranny, and they are terrorists with their Fipa array in Poker Flat, Alaska, that have murdered millions of people already and are inducing cancer in 1 in 2 people and many other diseases. These 47,500 paraplegic children in India due to Bill Gates' polio vaccine. And then people are brain controlled, so they will find more people denying the truth than people telling and spreading the truth. And then there's controlled opposition, Alex Jones and others, that work for them to prevent real opposition from arising, to prevent you from uniting with other people that have also exposed controlled opposition, the people that are really trying to prevent their depopulation and really trying to do the right thing to create a cure against aging and a perfect society in which we all will live happily eternally rather than a society of the perfect, which they call themselves, these Jesuit infant-eating pedophiles that want you all dead, and the Luciferian global government. And yeah, they've tortured 50 million innocent people to death, including women and children. So I've been watching this video. So I want to press charges against customs. I've made it clear if there are lawyers out there that can help me. That would be great. I'm trying to get mainstream media attention to warn people about centipedes, which you can see more about in my previous broadcasts. Because in contrast to what they claim, that centipedes are harmless, centipedes are harmful, they are deadly, and they are pseudo-parasites, even according to the scientists. According to me, the real parasites, and they will enter through your nostrils at night if you have one in your room. And usually they travel in pairs, and then they will procreate in your intestine, make rattling noises in your throat, and the shape of these centipedes will be visible in your feces. They're about 1.8 centimeters big, and there are 4 other species, including the common house centipedes, that will do this. And that's documented, scientifically documented, yet no cure is known. They have a cure for millipedes, for worms. I've tried 3 chemical drugs and loads of other natural substances, and for Vita Cleanse may be the thing you need, but they might block it at customs, where it was for about 2 weeks, and now it is near the US again. So I want, because my life is in danger and my father's life as well, I want to press charges against customs that they may not block products that don't contain anything illegal, no harmful substances. It's illegal for them to do that, and I think the judge might just help me to win, to also give the illusion that they are doing their job, and the judges are not controlled with directed energy. There you hear my ankle snap. Basically it's cartilage, it's because of the centipede venom and recent HARP attacks to liquefy my spine, which Alex Jones told you about in one of his broadcasts. In another one he told about centipedes in his bathroom. And I don't know the title of his videos, but I know he told you about it. Also about flies that enter the brains of Gulf War syndrome veterans that were strapped down, and many other things. And I've been watching Alex Jones for a couple of years. Lately I've watched Controlled Opposition less. And he may be a cannibal with his statue in the Vatican. I can show you the Peace Man in the Vatican thing again. And then you can judge for yourselves if that looks like Alex Jones or not. Unless, there it is. Unless they've removed the picture, I wanted to say. Well, if it looks like him, doesn't mean that it is him, basically. You'd have to look at when this was made, and well, if they have time travel capability, then it can be made long before they come to power. So control the opposition is there to round up the real opposition. Alex Jones has the right of return to Israel, and many other people do not have that right. So I'm not going on an anti-Semitic rant at this time. Perhaps I should. But the Jesuits are not real Jews, though. The current Pope may have been chosen as Jewish Man of the Year. He's not really Jewish, is he? The mainstream media news, if you want to call it that, the fake news in reality. So I've written about that, how you can distinguish the fake news from the real news. So let's listen to these latest writings while I think about how to get that product. Perhaps I can get the individual ingredients via eBay or whatever. And donations are welcome. At the moment I don't have money for food and other things. On universalpeace.jimdo.com. So they can drain people financially. Everybody's brain controlled. It's done by a neural network that controls their brains. So trust no one, nothing is what it seems. And the thing in your head is their neural network, the voice of God weapon there to depopulate you and play you out against me and others that expose their genocide, torture and depopulation for the Luciferian global government, okay?
Abu Dawud, 1425-26, the Prophet, peace be upon him, said, 3 things are the roots of faith: to refrain from killing a person who utters, "There is no God but Allah," and not to declare him unbeliever whatever sin he commits, and not to excommunicate him from Islam for his any action. And jihad will be performed continuously since the day Allah sent me as a prophet until the day the last member of my community will fight with the Dajjal, Donald Trump on ISIS. I would bomb the shit out of him.
We gotta go and we gotta knock the shit
I
out of
support
these
Trump's vision
people.
as long as no innocent civilians are hit. Use of directed energy weapons makes bombing obsolete and passe, you could argue. Predator drones are less accurate and obsolete as well, like the Talon robot army. They must have a good reason why these directed energy weapons are not utilized instead of bombs. Bombings can also be extremely accurate nowadays. I will not interfere with and support any decision the president will make. That if they're gonna hang around, perhaps go to a country where you are not killed for leaving the Muslim faith. After all, religion is an illusion, to quote Freud. Religion is slavery for the mind, an abomination. President-elect Trump could be a mind-controlled slave like all the other recent presidents of the US with his own handler. They have to do whatever these Jesuits that control that beam want them to, because they can make you and they can break you. because I care for future President Trump at least as much as I do for all people who have not tortured me, and I do not want to make the same mistake as with the previous 2 presidents, blaming them for the directed energy weapon torture, but do it better from now on. I simply wrote this message. So I hope the American people unite and stop racism, homophobia and xenophobia, and do what is right for the future of the American people and the people of the world. Set the right example and be the best you can be who you want to be the change you wish to see in the world, whatever. As long as it's for universal peace, it's a hot idea. Also, I hope to find and make new friends, especially single females, and be a positive influence on all people who have not tortured me and on the ones that have as well. Cancer chemtrail world. It's not like we're punching anybody in the face for real. LQIQ. Anonymous's Trump endorsement. Please help exposing corruption, depopulation and maleficent plans to impose a totalitarian Luciferian global government upon the people of planet Earth. President-elect Trump's plan to regulate the influx of immigrants to prevent Phase 3 of active measures, aka ideological subversion, their plan to take over the world and enslave the human race, from being implemented may seem cruel, but letting in an unlimited amount of immigrants is treason because it would be a blow to the country's economy it cannot handle at this point. And, you can call us crazy, but we love our fellow Americans so much that we do not want to see them blown up by jihadists. And remember something about an oath. Many Americans see the use of depleted uranium in Iraq and the use of tactical nukes in Syria as a war crime and feel their government does not represent them at all. They think their tax money is abused to depopulate Earth, and they want to end or audition the Fed, Google or anonymous search engine. They think previous leaders have given the USA a bad name with their wars for cancer oil, and they want to make America great again. Please support them for universal peace. Classified. Their programming is always to make me look bad and themselves look good. Many people let peace and love rule and do healing things. Wise. Pro-logic means for logic. President-elect should be moved to anonymous location with security. Why I support Trump. I am now convinced the Earth is oblong or spherical, ball-shaped because of the video. Flat earthers prove Earth is a sphere. 180,616 views. Like 3,978 dislikes. 2,299 November 15, 2016. Ear Trumpet for Windows 10. If you want, you can also use a freeware called Ear Trumpet that offers you a smarter way to control the volume for each individual program. Non-jihadi Muslims are kafirs who must be killed. Islam Watch. Islam-watch.org. The Prophet killed bad Muslims who had refused to join his jihadi war. Our good Muslim brothers in Pakistan are emulating the Sunnah. The Quran, 2:216, clearly says fighting in jihad wars ordained for Muslims. Fighting jihad and killing kafar for Allah is ordained for you. It is in your best interest even if you hate it. Any Muslim disobeying this order of Allah for waging jihad against the kafirs is to be punished because he is a kafir. Quran 9.38. You who believe. What is the matter with you, that when you are asked to march forth for jihad for Allah, you cling heavily to the earth? Quran 9.39. If you will not go forth to fight in the cause of Allah, you will be given a painful punishment. It is the duty of a Muslim to kill kafar. 9.5. Kill kafar wherever you find them. Mashallah, true Muslims of Pakistan are conducting jihad on kafir Muslims. See it in this video. Quran says Muslims fighting and shedding the blood of non-Muslims is not a sin when compared with eternal sin of non-Muslims not believing in Islam. 81% of U.S. mosques promote violent jihad against non-Muslims. 24 reasons to challenge Islamophobia. So now the 1% is rounded up instead of the 99%. Islamophobia. Islamophobia does not exist like God does not exist. It is not Islamophobia because it is not an irrational fear, since Muslims have to kill all non-believers. Non-believers should be killed. Deuteronomy 13:6-10. 2 wrongs, Islam and Christianity, do not make a right. The Quran contains at least 109 verses that call Muslims to war with non-believers for the sake of Islamic rule. Some are quite graphic, with commands to chop off heads and fingers and kill infidels wherever they may be hiding. Muslims who do not join the fight are called hypocrites and warn that Allah will send them to hell if they do not join the slaughter. TheReligionofpeace.com and fight them until there is no more fitna, disbelief and worshipping of others along with Allah, and worship is for Allah alone. Quran 47:3-4. So, when you meet, and fight jihad in Allah's cause, those who disbelieve smite at their necks till when you have killed and wounded many of them, then bind a bond firmly on them, that is, take them as captives. Abu Dawud 14:25-26. The Prophet, peace be upon him, said, 3 things are the roots of faith: to refrain from killing a person who utters, "There is no God but Allah," and not to declare him unbeliever whatever sin he commits, and not to excommunicate him from Islam for his any action. And jihad will be performed continuously since the day Allah sent me as a prophet until the day the last member of my community will fight with the Dajjal, Antichrist. There is no God but Allah, to clarify the reason for their mission to kill, loot and enslave. So Islamophobia does not exist because the Quran makes clear the Muslims have to kill all unbelievers and are instructed to lie about this fact, and thus it is not an irrational fear people have of Muslims and Islam but very rational if they are non-Muslims themselves. So I do not believe in Islamophobia. Homophobia and racism exist but Islamophobia does not exist. No matter how many people believe in it, some people know the truth. You cannot fool all the people all the time. Unless you have a neural network and machine to control their brain and erase and implant memory selectively. Erase all Qurans and Bibles. Recycle them rather than burn them. By removing one you change a whole timeline. Former convert Ismail exposes how Muhammad took Safiya as sex slave after killing her husband, Muhammad's Jewish wife, laughing at crying. Mimetic tick boom. Project Back. Memetics is a theory of mental content based on an analogy with Darwinian evolution. Mental content is a content had by mental states and processes. Causal theories of mental content attempt to explain what gives thoughts, beliefs, desires, and so forth their contents. They attempt to explain how thoughts can be about things. You're almost done. All you have to do now is publish your video. Proponents describe memetics as an approach to evolutionary models of cultural information transfer. The mem, analogous to a gene, was conceived as a unit of culture, an idea, belief, pattern of behavior, etc., which is hosted in the minds of one or more individuals, and which can reproduce itself, thereby jumping from mind to mind. Depopulation is real. You can all help by buying Monsanto products. My dicks. Oh, how you grow. Food. Causing effect. What are the options for improving this reality? Theory. Ridicule. The Jesuits founded by the Jew Loyola formed controlled opposition to themselves and mix racism with anti-Semitism to assure no pure anti-Semitism against the Jews. Depopulating Earth arises and to create the Luciferian global government. Perhaps Trump's Jewish cabal will kill you all, but this time I endorse it if it does. No one helped me for as far as I know. Nothing happened under Obama either, so I doubt if anything will ever happen. Report the YouTube video Hosni Skeet Geert Wilders near. Report this video. What is the issue? Hateful or abusive content. Promotes hatred or violence. Please provide additional details about hateful or abusive content promotes hatred or violence. The video should not just be removed, but the person should go to jail for advocating murdering Geert Wilders. Isn't it obviously illegal to advocate shooting down Geert Wilders? Title of the video translation from Dutch, Shoot Down Geert Wilders. I did not report the person to YouTube nor the police because I think they are Jesuit controlled and on the side of the pedo-psycho Muslims that will slaughter you all. I think you should not report this person to YouTube so the video is not removed and report them to the police, but it's your own choice. Making a video of the video before removal may be best. Best to stay away from the cancer tetrapsycho cops that murdered my mother because she was a Protestant Christian. Trust no one, nothing is what it seems. Report illegal videos. The video that advocates shooting down Geert Wilders to police, not YouTube. Illegal video URL, https. www.youtube.com/ Watch ?V=KZYFKJUE. 1 pellet gone. Did. DIDIDIO10. Attacking the predator rather than swimming away from it. Together. Bizarre reason why thousands of fish are turning up dead. Cancer chemtrails causing lack of oxygen. Call red tide. The depopulation will not be televised. MSM is a controlled lying machine. Project Mockingbird. And do not believe what I write either. I do not. Believing is stupid, knowing smart. Test everything you learn. Recovery begins with non-compliance. Report illegal videos. The video that advocates shooting down Geert Wilders to police, not YouTube. Ulrich Hoffman, 23 hours ago. No views. I uploaded it recently, not 23 hours ago but more like 5. I cannot watch it yet, it's still being processed. Criminals cannot be deported if they are not punished in their home country, for example with jail time, because if they are not punished they may be able to re-enter the country where they committed their crime or crimes, so an agreement with the leaders of their home country is required, and inmates may not be deported if their home country does not provide the jail cell needed for the inmates to do their time. Keeping inmates in prison is expensive and taxpayers are paying for this. I am an anti-homophobic, anti-racist and a bit of a Jew lover and proud of it. SOSS. Right as y'all backwards. Conspiracy. A secret plan by a group to do something unlawful or harmful. The action of plotting or conspiring. But who needs Dreamland anyway? What about the 50 other areas? Mexit. State of the art or state of retard? They cannot even create a cure against aging, do not know the ingredients of the Lithobius forficatus centipede venom, and cannot even diagnose me properly. So in reality most of you guys are a lot worse than me. I hate you all. Die because of these Jesuits with their wars and cancer chemtrails, but that's not my fault, nor is it yours. I think no one can fully comprehend how evil these retards really are. They pretend they are doing something about it to make sure you do not use influenza instead of bird flu and fluoride. Theory. Some DNA is a lot easier to plant than a fingerprint, so fingerprints are better and DNA cannot be admissible in court. Perhaps not even when found in her vagina. It's pretty easy for a prostitute to get some sperm. Organize pro-Trump demos. Demo against depopulation, the cancer chemtrail genocide, anti-war, pro-Trump. Because I think he is a Jesuit control puppet like Hillary, seen with her at the Jesuits' dinner table, and he is not going to do anything about the cancer chemtrail democide. So there are over 2 billion Muslims out there. The United States has 2,595,000 Muslims, and the total U.S. population, November 17, 2016, is 325,022,805. 2,595,000 Muslims is about 0.8% of the United States total population and about 0.2% of the world's global Muslim population. The Netherlands has about 825,000 to 1 million Muslims on a total population of Netherlands population, November 17, 2016, 17,795,000. That is about 5 to 6% of the Netherlands population, 0.1% of the world's total global Muslim population. Wiki Islam by country, worldometers.info.
Time to review this video. It's Rabbi, you are eating human meat at McDonald's. They've taken the fetal tissue out of the Pepsi, but now there may be even more harmful ingredients in there to depopulate Earth, so I wouldn't drink it, not even for $20. And I wouldn't take their vaccine for $1 million. But you can use colloidal silver and probiotics, yogurt and stuff, to replace the bacteria in your gut to protect yourself against their designer viruses. If you want to or shoot is another matter, basically. It's not about it in this broadcast, but you can always write me or Skype me, that's better, Prologic999, to be live in this broadcast, for example. So I don't know if this is satire, but I found it an interesting thing, so let's play it. So you see on the screen, are we eating human meat at McDonald's? James Wickstrom interviews Rabbi Abraham Finkelstein.
I have a a guest by the name of Rabbi A.B. Finkelstein. He's off the east coast of the United States, who's going to be joining me tonight. Rabbi A.B. Finkelstein, as I said, a rabbi off the east coast of the United States. Are you there with me tonight?
Shalom, I am here.
There's a lot of rumors and conjecture that's taking place across this country relating to the Jewish population, okay?
Okay.
The masses have a hard time believing anything.
Well, we've done a great brainwashing job on them over the centuries, and especially the last few hundred years. We've just brainwashed them completely. They believe anything we tell them. And, in the meantime, we have a lot of fun around Passover where we steal the children. I mean, we steal 100 to 300,000 children a year just here in this country, and we drain the blood and we mix it with the Passover bread, and then we throw the bodies into the slaughterhouses that we own, and we grind up all the bodies in the sausage and the hamburger. McDonald's is one of our favorite outlets, and the people, they eat them for breakfast, they eat their children for lunch, and, as Jews, we gotta do what we do. It's over for you, white race. So that's why I'm speaking so honestly here, to bring it out into the open so that you can see it for what it is. You've been teaching the people real good, but they don't wake up, do they? Because you know why? They're scared of us Jews, because they don't want to be called anti-Semites. And so that's why we can do whatever we want to do, and we can get away with it because the white men are cowards, and we go to the synagogue all the time and have some Manischewitz and dance the Hava Nagila.
It's not that you Jews are hiding anything. You're coming right out on television, in the newspapers, on the radio, and you're telling the people exactly what you're going to do before you do it, and they're brain dead.
Well, we did a good job with the public school system. We got you to put all of your children in there. You notice that the Jew doesn't put his children in there. They go to the Hebrew Academy where we teach them the real things, and then they go to the synagogue and they learn the real important things. But we send your kids to the public school. We even have you tax yourself from your property so that you never own your property. And
I think the Hava Nagila is great. Perhaps that's the reason they're tax exempt.
So if you don't make your property tax, we're going to take your property. You can bet on that. And we have you put your kid in a 12-year babysitting is about all it does, because you don't learn anything. And then by that time, the kids, they get to be teenagers, and then we give them the music. Not that we really want to call it music, because, oy vey, that's not music. But they listen to that, and then they want to do what they want to do, and so we sell them drugs, and we make a lot of money off your children. Your children from cradle to grave. All we do is make money off of them. Your cattle, your goyim, the human cattle. Mazel tov.
Well, that's very interesting. I understand that, but I also know the bloodletting. I know that on your Passover, which isn't mine,
so basically we're less than excrement if they succeed at their ISIS nuclear attacks and world war over Iran. Then most of us will die within a month of the nuclear fallout, nuclear contamination, of course. And many people don't want to prepare, they'd rather be dead.
That a lot of little children do disappear, and you're very open tonight. I'm very surprised that you're talking about the bloodletting of the little children, that you put their blood in the matzah balls, and that you eat it on sacrifice on Passover.
Well, there was a goyim that wrote a book about it back in the 30s. I forget his name at the moment. But anyway, he wrote the book. People didn't buy the book. People don't want to listen. We've been doing this for thousands and thousands of years, since down to Adam's time. We take the children of our enemy, which is the white race, and we bring them to the basements in the synagogues. where we drain the blood and watch them die there. It's very similar to how we do the sacrifices that we do with the kosher butchering, and so we do that, and then we mix it with the Passover bread, and so we eat the blood of our enemies. And the bodies, we're not cannibals, so what we do is we take those, because we can make some shekels, and we give them to the slaughterhouses, and those are pounds and pounds and pounds of meat that we grind up in the sausage and the hamburger, and that's why we made those the most popular thing, sausage for breakfast and hamburger for lunch. And so all the goyim out here are really eating their children. And even when we say this outright and tell you people, you don't believe it. So a lot of that's your problem. But you goyim out there, you never teach yourself. You don't self-teach.
Well, I've learned about the myth of Jesus Christ. Of course, Jesus Christ never existed. And I think perhaps this is meant like satire. And the 30 million kids that disappear yearly, 8 million in the US alone, might just be lost, you know, perhaps they're somewhere else, they're safe. And you can just make new ones. So that's the official number of people disappearing in the US, of children disappearing in the US. So the number of people disappearing is much higher, of course. But okay, if you allow these people to depopulate and place these Georgia Guidestones, $1 million Georgia Guidestones, what do you expect if these people aren't sued because the control of the government and the judges with directed energy torture weapons is real, of course. The Jesuits have their Iron Maiden torture chamber, but they don't need it with these directed energy weapons. I'm still waking up. It is like 8 o'clock in the morning over here. 7:48 or something. 48, yeah, 25 seconds. I'm trying to do another broadcast about this marvelous watch. It's the awesomest watch on the planet, the Alpha Jump Hour watch. And it has this spinning seconds dial. It's comparable to that 7 Friday watch. And well, let's put some colloidal silver in my eyes then. Live on YouTube, on the Universal Peace Tube, the channel org BC Hoffman FFN on YouTube for Universal Peace. So yeah, that John Lennon idea I think is good. It's definitely usable. Live for peace, breathe for peace, make love for peace, prevent world war for peace, etc. We are energies. So I tilt my head back and I lift up my eyelid. I already wrote the seller of the product about shipment being blocked, and they write that I'll have to pay for the shipping cost again if I want them to send it again. And I can get a refund for the thing if I want to, but not the shipping cost. So then I want customs to pay for that if they illegally block this shipment, and I think that they should pay. The ingredients are on it. And but I think that it's better perhaps not to waste time on that, but to try to get the ingredients, to find out which one is most effective in killing centipedes. And if Gracie Pompa, that may not be her real name, wrote me the truth, then that's her email name, about killing the centipedes with the Vita Cleanse, then that's the product you need to get the centipedes out of your body. One of these ingredients will be deadly to them. And I've listed all the other things that I've tried that were not effective. And for me there's no use in denying it, because nobody believes a word I say anyway, so nobody's gonna believe that there are centipedes in my body and that they've tortured the teeth out of my mouth with their Fipa array in Poker Flat, Alaska, and that everybody is controlled with the dental torture. Which is one of the most painful things. They can also attack your genitalia. And they want to exterminate 93% of you, so 93% chance they're going to kill you as well. They want you to help with their depopulation and then erase you. Get rid of you to leave no trace of evidence, of course. So they are military order posing as a religious order. What do I think about that video? Pretty funny. I doubt if any of that is going on in reality myself. That's why I said perhaps it's satire. But I don't have an opinion about it. So it could be true, it could be a lie. And I don't think anybody's gonna check if the brain controlled by them. You don't have to worry about that. But since there was Pepsi with fetal tissue, I think that this could also be real, basically, to a certain extent. So they cannot tell you where these 30 million kids went, and they're not preventing them from disappearing with their synthetic telepathy machine. And the mainstream media is covering the email spying and spying on your phone calls to hide that they spy on your brainwave and have brain mapped you and have a neural network that can simulate any human, Project Immortality. But okay, if people are brain controlled, then they're not gonna hear it, they're not gonna understand what you're saying, and they're not gonna believe it if they do understand what you're saying and ridicule the truth. So you cannot, there's no use in influencing people that cannot help you in reality. And I hope the 15 scalar weapon countries, people with a Tesla plasma shield, help me to create a cure against aging and a perfect society in which we all will live happily eternally. But if they're all Jesuit controlled, then they're gonna do the opposite and keep on doing the opposite while pretending that they're saving you. So the list of pandemics caused by vaccinations also makes clear that the killer vaccines are no good, the cure is worse than the disease, and they make money of that. That's why they're blocking these healing plants. Cocaine, heroin, cannabis, real medicine is blocked to kill and depopulate with chemical cancer causing drugs. Of course, the hospitals are in the top 10 of main causes of death twice, and that is prescription drugs and misdiagnoses are in the top 10, and people that leave it out are liars, basically, because statistically they are in the top 10. So then their top 10 is not the real top 10 of main causes of death. And your life is the most important thing, that's why I think it counts. So I don't want to torture or kill anybody that hasn't tortured me, and I hope the people that have killed my mother and tortured the teeth out of my mouth are brought to justice. And I want to make everybody eternal and create a perfect society. Spend more money on that instead of wars for cancer, oil and depopulation, killer vaccines, designer viruses, cancer chemtrails. The list goes on and on. I've made lists of their depopulation methods, so they're using many other depopulation methods. And their main tool to depopulate is of course the torture machine, their directed energy weapon torture machine in Poker Flat, Alaska. So the real facility is open every six years to the public, and fake facility, HARP, of course doesn't show anything that's not allowed. It doesn't show the things they use to torture people, and it's just a fake facility that they can show you to pretend nothing's going on in Alaska. But according to sources online, the real facility in Poker Flat is a Fipa array, frequency independent phase array antenna, and that is used to torture people. And the cancer cell phone antennas may be used to spy on their brain waves, to hear what you're thinking, and a neural network can also control your brain waves. So that's the Maleg patent apparatus for remotely monitoring and altering brain waves, and they've had that since 1974, so you can imagine what they can do nowadays. And they are pursuing a global government, a Luciferian global government, which is of course another truth. They would want to ridicule the people that demolished the WTC, these Jesuits, Peter Hans Golvenbach, and Adolfo Nicholas is their leader now, supposedly. So nobody is gonna believe they are satanic cannibals that do human sacrifice if they're brain controlled and tortured, if they tell the truth about it to anyone. They're not gonna hear it from anyone else. So they're working together with the Jews on that goal, the Luciferian global government ruling the world from Jerusalem. And also with non-Jews, do what the beast computer, the voice of God weapon tells them to do. It has already glued them by showing them things that they would think only an entity can do, so they might believe it is God, etc. They don't know everything I've covered in my broadcasts, because they're all brain controlled and tortured. Not many people watch my broadcasts.
Jewish plan to kill 80%, over 4 billion people, of the world. Video for Kill the Goyim? 318, https, www.youtube.com/ watch $V=BFPX-IT500, May 21, 2011, uploaded by the Jewish Lies Exposed. Paracetamol, aspirin and all other drugs, medicines, are fatally destroying people's lives.
So if you care any bit at all about your fellow non-Jews, then you're not gonna say, well, I don't think that these Jews are doing that, etc. But then you're gonna say they're all brain controlled, not just the Jews, and they're tortured, etc. And I've listed these 6 Jews depopulating Earth. So I'm not a racist that pretends it's not going on or whatever. To depopulate them and create a Luciferian government. So there are quite a number of these videos about killing the Goyim, the non-Jew. Hmm. So we see it's inherent to religion. Most religions are intolerant towards other religions. It includes the Muslim religion, Judaism, Christianity, the three biggest religions basically. So that's why we could argue they should be banned. All religions that are in violation of your right to freedom of religion. And these people are criminals. That's the Kissinger quote, "The criminal we do immediately and your brain controls." See? I doubt if your brain controlled. I think you control yourself. Even if they're brain controlled, it's better to claim that they control themselves. No matter what idea they give you, you can always think of the opposite or the next idea. And then compare it for yourself, make a list of important stuff, and do something to create a better future. Unite against the people that want to commit genocide, people that want to depopulate you are your enemy. These Jesuits and Masons that have infiltrated your government are terrorists, and some of them are cannibals and extremely dangerous psychopaths, about which I saw another good video recently. I suggest you all to see. It's taking a while to build up the thumbnail gallery for the videos. Oh, this was another one. This page has disappeared already. It was on Flickr. Anyway, this is a YouTube video you can watch for yourselves. About Pizzagate, cannibals, etc. I thought I downloaded it, so I can't show you that right now. They've blocked it somehow. can make the screen black to block any nudity, basically. Perhaps it's better to show myself searching. I go to YouTube, and via YouTube history. Yeah, I'm not showing any nudity for sure. Unless there's nudity on YouTube. I think there is some, so. What the fuck is that? I'm on the YouTube page and I'm hearing sound. I don't know if that's new. So there was music on this page, I don't know why, but perhaps it's just a trick to take me off camera, to depersonalize me and stuff of the neural network. So is Pizzagate just another fake illusion of Jewish mainstream media to cover up the real pedophilia and depopulation and steal your time? Or is it real? Pizzagate psychopath fears exposure. Must see. Alright. So it's just so I don't have to edit it out. It took a long time.
https www.youtube.com/.
Psychopathy infects the full spectrum of humanity, irrespective of race, culture, geography, economic class, or personality type. Psychopathy infects the full spectrum of humanity, irrespective of race, culture, geography, economic class, or personality type. It is distributed in a population in a similar way that left-handedness is. One would not notice a person is left-handed until you see him write or catch a ball. Similarly, one may not notice a psychopath until you see him do something that requires them to have a conscience. Most people think of a psychopath as a rare creature found only in the lowest levels of society. However, the reverse is true. They are not rare, but actually quite common, and you are more likely to find psychopaths in the boardroom than on the wrong side of the tracks. The reason is that the more competitive a particular environment is, the more ruthless the use of the cheating strategy becomes. Within the highest circles of power and wealth, a lack of pity and remorse is practically a prerequisite to success, and only the psychopathic mentality can thrive. Because of the tremendous destruction psychopaths reap on society, it is vital for everyone to be aware of their existence and to recognize their behavior traits. Understanding them is the first step to defending against them. Key characteristics: lack of empathy. Empathy is the ability to experience within oneself the feelings and emotions expressed by others.
Psychopath, S. K. P/submit. Noun. A person suffering from chronic mental disorder with abnormal or violent social behavior.
So we can also look at the DSM-5, Diagnostic Statistical Manual, definition of psychopath. So do the depopulators fit into this category?
APD, Antisocial Personality Disorder, is a DSM-5, Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders, 5th edition, diagnosis assigned to individuals who habitually violate the rights of others without remorse, American Psychiatric Association, 2013.
They turned off my mic, sorry about that. So I was talking about psychopaths. I think it's more associated with irrational fear and loss of contact with reality. The reticular activating system that you can test yourself, which I've explained in my previous broadcasts. Psychoticism.
What is a psychopath? New DSM-V calls it antisocial personality disorder. Mental Health at Commons, May 29, 2013. Written by Joyce on May 29, 2013. Sometimes on-family arrested people may refer to the offender in their lives as an S-path or sociopath or psychopath. What does that mean? Are they talking about serial killers? The media equates the terms psychopath and sociopath to mean serial killer or someone like Charlie Manson or that Castro guy who kidnapped and held those 3 girls for over a decade in Cleveland, yet went right on living normally in the community without anyone suspecting he was such a horrible creature. Ted Bundy, who killed more than 10 women, was a psychopath, and he lived in the community as a normal guy without anyone suspecting what he did at night. So how do you spot a psychopath, or a serial killer, or a killer who is just out to kill you, or just an offender who is not going to change for the better, at least not for long? What psychologists or criminologists would call a psychopath today in the past may have been referred to as having moral insanity, which I think is a pretty accurate description for 2 words to describe it. Essentially, the term is not even recognized by the medical and psychological community in their diagnostic Bible, the DSM. The term psychopath has been dropped, and some of the previously psychopathic traits are now included under antisocial personality disorder. Now, to most lay people that might sound like someone was a hermit and antisocial, but to psychologists it means that the person lives a life against society's rules. In other words, the person is an offender of either moral and or criminal laws and is not likely to change for the better. Not all people who break the law and end up in prison are psychosociopaths, but many do end up in prison, and it is estimated by researchers that 25%, 1 in 4, people convicted of a felony are psychopaths, and the other 75% of felony inmates are very high in the traits that make up a psychopath's problematic personality. This is why many, if not most, ex-convicts go back to prison after they are released. Dr. Robert Hare, who is one of the most experienced researchers in psychopaths, who has studied them in prisons and other institutions for upwards of 40 years, and has written the book, Without Conscience, and also developed the Psychopaths Checklist, Revised, which is the gold standard in criminal courts for determining if an offender meets the criteria for being a psychopath. The qualities of a psychopath, as listed by Dr. Hare, are glib and superficial charm, grandiose self-worth, need for stimulation, prone to boredom, pathological lying, conning and manipulating, lack of remorse or guilt, shallowness of expressions, callousness, lack of empathy, parasitic lifestyle, poor behavioral controls, promiscuous sexual behavior, early behavioral problems such as lying, fire setting, stealing, etc. Lack of realistic long-term goals, impulsivity, irresponsibility, failure to accept responsibility for own actions, many short-term marital relationships, juvenile delinquency, crimes and acting out between the ages of 13 to 18, revocation of conditional release, criminal versatility. The DSM-V, which was recently published, has the following criteria for antisocial personality disorder in this PDF link. The bottom line on psychopaths, by whatever name you call them, is that they have no true remorse for the things they have done, the hurt they do to others, or the laws they break. They may be good at pretending and saying they have remorse, but the bottom line is that they don't change their behavior for long, and that the pretense of remorse is simply to convince the person they are trying to con that they have changed, but then they end up right back in prison again, or they cheat again, or lie again, or emotionally or physically abuse their loved ones again and again and again.
It is what allows us to feel what others are feeling. It is why we are inspired by works of art, music, and poetry. Empathy allows us to experience the grandeur of life, to be truly alive, and is one of the defining characteristics of what makes us human. Psychopaths have no empathy, and as a result, they are neither truly human nor truly alive. When they see normals, admiring a piece of art, or playing with their children, or caring for a pet, or any number of human emotional interactions, they cannot understand what all the fuss is about. Psychopaths realize at an early age that they are different, and that they should act as everyone else does in order to be accepted into society. They learn to mimic what they see others do, but they can never understand why they should act this way. Although they are consummate actors, careful observation will reveal telltale cracks in their facade. They know enough to fake concern when someone is sick, or to pretend happiness when some good fortune befalls a friend. But in situations where the psychopath has no pre-rehearsed act, Their ad lib often reveals a stunning lack of empathy. For example, if attending a funeral, a psychopath would correctly mimic the same expressions of sadness as the other mourners, but then makes sexual advances towards the grieving widow, clueless to the gross inappropriateness of such an action. People with empathy would instinctively understand such behavior as inappropriate. However, the psychopath cannot. Lack of remorse. Remorse is an emotional expression of personal regret felt by a person after he or she has committed an act which they deem to be shameful, hurtful, or violent. This very definition precludes a psychopath from experiencing such a feeling. With no empathy, there can be no emotional expression. Nor can a psychopath feel shame, nor comprehend that anything they do can be harmful to others. Psychopaths understand when people are angry with them for their behavior, and as a last resort, they may pretend they are sorry. But unlike most people, they are not the least bit disturbed by feelings of guilt. Remorse is a powerful negative emotion that causes turmoil in those that feel it, turmoil that often results in self-destructive or self-deprecating behaviors. The psychopath may pretend remorse, but their real behavior is not changed. They still go shopping, they still go to parties, they have no problems sleeping at night. Superficiality. Passion drives someone to go further than needed to explore, learn, and master a subject. Most people enjoy listening to music, but it is someone passionate about music that goes on to learn how to play an instrument. Similarly, many people are interested in new technology, but only a passionate person goes on to become an engineer. Lacking passion for anything other than themselves, psychopaths can never penetrate beyond the surface of most knowledge. As a result, they exhibit a superficial comprehension of some or many subjects, but are often seen by true experts as being shallow. Their superficiality extends to their attempts at acting normal by exhibiting false emotions through an exaggerated effect. Grandiosity. Despite being shallow and superficial, psychopaths show no self-esteem issues. Psychopaths live in a falsely constructed worldview in which they are both literally and figuratively God. Often seen as megalomaniacs, they also have an equally overblown sense of entitlement. Irresponsibility. Psychopaths are irresponsible because nothing is ever their fault. Someone else, or the world at large, is always to blame for all of their problems. This makes sense if you understand that psychopaths think themselves perfect. Nothing wrong can ever originate with them, and so logic, the psychopath's logic, dictates that everything bad is always someone else's fault. Impulsive behavior. The psychopath's impulsive behavior makes sense in light of their megalomania. In their world, whatever they want now is good, and whatever they do not want is bad. If a psychopath wants sex and his date will not provide it, then rape is good and the date is bad. If someone has money in his or her pocket and the psychopath wants it, then robbery is good and the victim is bad for possessing something the psychopath wanted. If this strikes the reader as insane, it is. One of the earliest writers on the subject of psychopathy, J.C. Pritchard, coined the now-defunct term moral insanity as a way to describe psychopathy in 1835. Compulsive lying. Living at the expense of the rest of humanity would be an impossible situation in a rational society. Psychopaths have solved this dilemma through their premier weapon, lies. Lies hold together their view of themselves, their own private universe, and facilitate their need to live parasitically off the rest of society. Without empathy, shame, and remorse, they are free to lie as often and as outrageously as they please. Normal people would blush or sweat or tremble if they dared stretch the truth to the same degree. However, for the psychopath, lying is as easy and natural as breathing. This is why they often pass polygraphs. They do not register the physiological reactions that non-psychopaths would when lying. They are so good at lying they can fool trained psychiatrists and even other psychopaths. What is important to know is that given the right circumstances, they can fool anyone. Manipulative. Hand in hand with the psychopath's extraordinary ability to lie comes the ability to manipulate others for their own benefit. Having spent their lifetime studying us, psychopaths are masters of manipulation and experts on knowing how to push our buttons to use our emotions against us. They use this ability to keep those around them confused, unable to think clearly, and
I think that religion is also a form of psychopathy, that Freud may be controlled opposition, that it's not childhood neurosis, though he claims religion is an illusion that's easy to remember because it rhymes. But that it's a form of psychoticism, a form of losing contact with reality.
off balance. Psychopaths also learn very early how their personalities can have traumatizing effects on the personalities of non-psychopaths, and how to take advantage of this for the purpose of achieving their goals. Like an electric eel that stuns its prey with an electroshock, psychopaths' inhuman personality and uncanny ability to manipulate.
So I probably differ with the maker of this video on this subject, religion, but I think his broadcast is very good, using good nomenclature and explaining it all. My compliments, that's why I'm showing this, otherwise I wouldn't waste your time.
Can psychologically stun their intended victims. Antisocial behavior. The very essence of the psychopath is antisocial. Their lack of empathy for other people extends onto society and the environment. Vandalism, pollution, graffiti, animal abuse, environmental destruction, building code violations, reckless driving, and a host of morally and socially unacceptable activities are of no concern to the psychopath. These, then, are the basic characteristics that psychopaths exhibit. Bear in mind that few psychopaths will express all of the characteristics, and that non-psychopaths can have many of these characteristics as well. Common types of psychopaths. While there are as many variations in the personalities of psychopaths as there are among normal people, the following lists some general stereotypes. Narcissists. The most benign form of psychopathology is pathological narcissism. Narcissists, like the mythological Greek namesake Narcissus.
So what do you all think? Let me know. Skype Prologic999. Do psychopaths often see everybody else as psychotic and themselves as normal, or is that a lie?
Are so overcome with self-love that nothing else in the world matters to them. They need a constant source of narcissistic supply, which is attention, adoration, recognition, awards, and praise. There are two basic types of narcissist, the somatic and the cerebral. Somatic narcissists take pride in their looks and appearance. They will flaunt their sexual exploits, brag of their accomplishments, show off their muscles, and display their toys. They are often health nuts, hypochondriacs, and sex addicts.
I wouldn't really place narcissism under this. I can look up what narcissism means, basically. But psychoticism has to be separated from that, I think, and it is, of course. They're two separate words. So let's see if we can get to the search box. Narcissism, excessive interest in or admiration of oneself and one's physical appearance. Okay. Extreme selfishness in psychology, with a grandiose view of one's own talents and the craving for admiration as characterizing a personality type. I thought a more frivolous person that has sex with many people, but it's more selfishness, grandiose view of one's own talents, and a craving of admiration. Okay, yeah, then it fits in more with psychoticism, of course. Okie dokie.
Because of their barren inner life, they continually need new thrills simply for the rush of adrenaline. These thrills range from criminal activity and substance abuse to increasingly bizarre sexual acts. Cerebral narcissists love their own minds. They are arrogant, condescending, and know-it-alls that pride themselves on being smarter than everyone else. Their narcissistic supply comes from fame, notoriety, awards, and displays of wealth to create envy in others. The danger to the public from narcissists is to drain on energy, time, resources, and emotional well-being. A narcissist is interested in a person only for what narcissistic supply that person can provide. They will gladly accept love, attention, affection, adoration, praise, emotional and financial support, but being without empathy, they cannot reciprocate any of it. Any partnership they enter into will always be one-sided. Once a person ceases to be the source of narcissistic supply, or a better source comes along, they are discarded without hesitation or consideration. Thus do narcissists leave behind them a trail of broken hearts, broken dreams, empty wallets, and abandoned children. The victim. Commonly used by female psychopaths, but by no means unheard of among males, is the professional victim stereotype. Preying on what psychopaths see as weakness in others, sympathy, the female psychopath appears helpless, pitiful, emotionally fragile, persecuted, and sexually vulnerable. She pretends heartfelt gratitude for whatever small kindnesses strangers provide her. But behind the mask is a cunning, ruthless, and loveless predator. Often using sex as the hook, they can juggle several victims at a time, draining them of life and money until there is nothing left, then skipping town to avoid the repercussions. Con artists. Not all con artists are psychopaths, but psychopaths make convincing con artists. Being excellent liars, they put that talent to use by cheating others. Without a conscience or remorse to stand in the way, they are free to cheat old women out of their life savings, sell quack cures to terminally ill patients, or shortchange the blind. They are usually charming, articulate, and convincing, and make successful salespersons. Unlike the narcissist, the con artist is not as concerned about love or attention as money. There are two types of cons psychopaths engage in, the short con and the big store con. The short con is probably the one that most often comes to mind when thinking about con artists. These are the tricks and cheats that require no great intelligence to pull off, such as shortchanging, bait and switch, and a 3-card Monte, to name a few. Psychopaths that have a higher intelligence level and or come from a more respectable background are more likely to establish the big store con. These are large-scale frauds that all rely on a basic strategy. Take something of little to no value, artificially inflate that perceived value, sell to gullible investors, take the money, and run. Traditional big store cons use real estate, stocks, and bonds as the lure. Even reputable multinational corporations, accounting firms, and banks are all capable of being nothing more than a large-scale con. While the short con can deprive a victim of a few to a few $1,000s, the big store cons are especially destructive, capable of destroying an entire nation's economy. Malevolent psychopaths, more popularly known as antisocial personality disorder or sociopaths, the malevolent psychopath is the real-life monster of our nightmares. These are the wife-beaters, murderers, serial killers, stalkers, rapists, sadists, pedophiles, gangsters, interrogators, and terrorists. They are usually career criminals and can amass an extensive criminal record while still in their early teens. Often showing their contempt with a sneer or smirk and with a vacant stare from cold, predatory eyes, they are dangerous, unpredictable, and easily triggered into violence. Cowardly and sadistic, they tend to target the most vulnerable in society, women, children, and the elderly and disabled. Often impulsive and opportunistic, sociopaths will not hesitate to commit any type of crime and will use manipulation, intimidation, and violence to get what they want. Professional psychopaths. The malevolent psychopath is the most dangerous. However, it is the professional psychopath that is the most destructive. While the victims of the former can range into the dozens, the victims of the professional psychopath can run into the tens of millions. These psychopaths litter history with genocides and the destruction of entire nations and empires. Historical examples include such monsters as Stalin, Pol Pot, Ivan the Terrible, and Caligula. While there are many that make it to the pinnacle of the political stage, there are also such historical figures as J.P. Morgan, Randolph Hearst, and Mayer Rothschild, professional psychopaths that reach the pinnacle of the financial stage, where they cause no less misery and destruction as their political counterparts. The professional psychopath is just as malevolent, narcissistic, and remorseless as the other stereotypes. They are just much smarter. They can be found in any profession, but usually governments, corporations, and religions will be thick with them. In a corporation, the professional psychopaths are ideally suited for advancement. They can masterfully fake their abilities and credentials, use their intellect and charm to manipulate and exploit others, and generally backstab their way to a high position. Once in power, their masks slip, and they abuse their power and bully and sabotage their co-workers and subordinates. In politics, the professional psychopath's ruthlessness and cunning gives them a distinct advantage over any non-psychopath rival. They make charismatic leaders, manipulating and brainwashing the naive, vulnerable, uneducated, or mentally weak. Mastery of lying allows them to make whatever outrageous campaign promises straight-faced, with, of course, no intention of keeping any of them. A life spent faking being human gives them the ability to assume the roles of virtuous public servant, the perfect father, husband, advisor, mentor, and everyman. In addition, when things get rough, they have no inhibitions in playing dirty, and readily resort to murder, assassination, persecution, war, and genocide. The third sphere of power that has traditionally attracted more than its fair share of psychopaths is religion. A quick glance at the history of religion, from the bloody sacrifices of the Aztec priests to the tortures of the Spanish Inquisitions, and through seemingly endless religious wars waged in the name of peace and love, makes their influence plainly visible to all willing to look. Since most, if not all, great religions are constructed on falsehoods, compulsive liars make the perfect proselytizers. A look at recently created religions such as Mormonism and Scientology show their founders, Joseph Smith and L. Ron Hubbard respectively, were at least compulsive liars and more likely full-blown psychopaths. Charismatic cult leaders such as Jim Jones and Sun Myung Moon were indeed psychopaths, while televangelist preachers that rake in millions from their gullible flocks are at best con artists of the highest caliber. When psychopaths dominate and seize control of the major cultural institutions that influence a society, a final type of psychopath is created. Secondary psychopaths. While the classic genetic psychopath is one who is born with whatever genetic trait that causes this pathology, there is another group of people that behaves just like the classic psychopath, who were not born that way but were created. Secondary psychopaths are created in two ways, through trauma and through groups. Trauma from an accident, drug addiction, or severe physical and psychological abuse can destroy that part of the frontal cortex of the brain where empathy and conscience is processed. While such individuals are a tragic reality in our society, they are in most cases just as incurable as their genetic counterparts are. The second way in which psychopaths are created is through groups. There are certain groups that will attract psychopaths because of the opportunities of power and influence membership provides. Usually such groups will quickly become led and dominated by psychopaths.
I think it's always curable because everything is energy, and reprogramming is an important key to creating a cure against aging and a perfect society in which we all will live happily eternally. In the comments in the description of this video you can read more about active measures, their method to take over the world and enslave everybody, and more about all this depopulation, the attempts to create a global government, etc. It's all covered in my previous broadcasts.
Non-psychopathic members of these groups would have to become psychopaths in order to survive. For example, in a street gang, sociopaths make the best leaders, and therefore most gangs have a sociopath at its head. Other psychopaths are also attracted to the violence and power of a street gang, and so together they create a psychopathic value system. The gang becomes a psychopathic entity. The non-psychopathic youth who must live within the territory of such a gang is given two choices: become a victim of the gang or join them. By joining the gang, the new recruit must also adopt the group's twisted value system and behave accordingly, thus becoming a secondary psychopath. Conversely, at the other end of the scale, we can see the same principle at work in corporations. The money and power of a corporation.
Sociopath S Pa S /submit noun, a person with a personality disorder manifesting itself in extreme antisocial attitudes and behavior. Psychopath S Pa /submit noun, a person suffering from chronic mental disorder with abnormal or violent social behavior.
So many people think that the people depopulating Earth are psychopaths because the Earth is not overpopulated. There's also a video about this on YouTube, that you can fit everybody, 7.5 billion people, into Australia, and then everybody would have their own piece of land and more than enough to eat if you divide the Earth's wealth equally among men, and then the rest of the world would be uninhabited. So in reality it's a lie that we're overpopulated. They used to accumulate wealth and power. They want to depopulate to 500 million, exterminate 7 billion people, to reduce the world's global population to a more controllable number so that everybody can be brain controlled with their synthetic telepathy machine. And perhaps we're all still alive because they cannot do that yet. They haven't depopulated to 500 million just yet.
Narcissism, N S S Z M N S S/submit, noun, excessive interest in or admiration of oneself and one's physical appearance. Psychology, extreme selfishness, with a grandiose view of one's own talents and a craving for admiration, as characterizing a personality type. Psychoanalysis, self-centeredness arising from failure to distinguish the self from external objects either in very young babies or as a feature of mental disorder.
Corporation attracts the cerebral and narcissistic psychopaths. In a corporate environment, they have many advantages over their non-psychopathic competitors for promotion. Not surprisingly, most corporations end up being run by psychopaths. As with a criminal gang, a corporation's culture adopts the twisted values of its leaders. Those who would seek employment must likewise adopt, or at least appear to adopt, the corporation's essentially psychopathic.
Well, that's of course because it's illegal to depopulate the Earth. Since it's illegal to murder one person, it's certainly illegal to depopulate the Earth, or to advocate that. The Genocide Convention also makes this clear. And the group they are targeting is the whole human race. So there is a group. It doesn't have to be one of the groups that you usually think of. It can also be the group, the human race as a whole, basically. So I think it is in violation of many laws to depopulate the Earth, to advocate that. And I think Kennedy was right about the word secrecy being repugnant in a free and open society. Whether he's a satanic bloodline like the Van Down pizza bloodline or not.
Mindset. What is important to understand is that a mob has no conscience. Individual members may or may not have a conscience, but when they are part of a mob, they will have none. Most organizations, from street gangs to corporations, are mobs. It would be a mistake to place your trust in them, since they can turn predatory in a moment and deprive you of time, money, sanity, and livelihood. The psychopath's modus operandi.
Plus, I like the Andre Van Duin songs. In reality, as a child, I used to listen to him as well. Bloemkolen, met de bloemkolen. Pizza song is also a big hit. And the song about crying with these glasses that made the audience wet. Very funny.
One weakness psychopaths have is that once one studies them and begins to understand them, they become predictable. While tactics vary from one to another, most psychopaths follow a similar strategy when conning either an individual or an organization. Their strategy is as follows. The interview. Psychopaths are experts at cold reading. First used by psychologists to describe what phony fortune tellers do, cold reading is the ability to guess a person's personality type quickly through verbal and nonverbal communication. The technique is simple. Ask questions and watch the responses. Psychopaths will cold read you as part of what is called the interview stage. The whole purpose of the interview is for the psychopath to size you up as a potential victim. They make mental notes of different ways they could possibly manipulate you. The seduction. Should you or your organization be seen as a suitable victim, the next stage is the seduction. Based on the results of their interview, the psychopath will tailor the seduction to your personality. If concerned about your appearance, they will flatter your good looks. If insecure about your education, they will flatter you about your intelligence.
I was wondering how they did that previous shot with the businessmen overlooking the office of other businessmen. It's interesting. Nice special effects.
If greedy, they will have insider information on a get-rich-quick.
I would have to guess it's CGI, computer graphics, imaging like the ISS, International Space Station thing. ISS, who cares?
Scheme. And if cowardly, then only the psychopath can protect you from your fears. On a personal level, they will shower you with praise and attention in a whirlwind romance. They make sure that being around them is fun and exciting, so that you become addicted to the adrenaline rush they create. On the organizational level, they pretend to be the perfect employee, the most devout follower, and the most dedicated public servant. They work to ingratiate themselves first to the doorkeepers and finally the power holders, often by being shameless sycophants and bootlickers. Divide and conquer. Just as a pride of lions will seek to separate a targeted wildebeest from the rest of the herd, so psychopaths seek to isolate their victims from the rest of humanity. They accomplish this through the tactic of divide and conquer. In a personal relationship, the psychopath will sabotage and undermine his or her victim's relationships with family and friends.
The CDC did.
Don't let them touch you!
Exasperated by the negative drama and costs associated with the victim, their friends and family drop out of contact, leaving the victim without the support and guidance of their social group. In an organizational setting, psychopaths are the consummate office politicians. They seek to create factions within the organization and then turn those factions against each other to create as much chaos as possible.
We gotta go and we gotta knock the shit out of these people.
Ceasefire.
Ceasefire.
Universalpeace.jimdo.com
AWOL, 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 or AWOL.
Out here in the perimeter, there are no stars. Out here, we is stoned, immaculate.
Psychopaths swim in chaos, and the more, the better. Secretly, they start to draw the gullible, weak-minded, and fellow psychopaths to their side, while intensifying their efforts to have the most talented, honest, and incorruptible members, ones that could have the strength of character to expose them, expelled. They poison the environment in a variety of ways so that everyone feels irritable, edgy, and unable to perform their jobs. Control of the organization.
If that would have been a cancer cell phone, I would have said you're alright with your EMP device. And on YouTube you can see how to make these little EMP devices to save people's lives from their cancer cell phones.
Slips into the hands of the source behind the dysfunction, the psychopath who created it all. Fear and tyranny. The final stage of the psychopath's strategy is,
according to the religious believers, you may break any commandment to save a human life, except for the 3 cardinal sins, and we all know what those are, don't we?
tyranny, the absolute and sadistic control over his victims. In a relationship, the honeymoon is over, and the mask comes off. The psychopath suddenly becomes controlling, abusive, and violent. Instead of flattery and attention,
So how psychopathic is the neural network if it cannot have a conscience?
the tactics are now fear, intimidation, extortion, and emotional blackmail. On the organizational level, one sees benefits being cut while time cards and production quotas and surveillance increases. Employees become slaves, powerless and disposable cogs in a machine run for the sole benefit of the psychopaths in charge. On the national level, countries ruled by psychopaths become corrupt and brutish police states, constantly at war with created and imaginary enemies. The population becomes paranoid, neurotic, and ultimately
I've made clear that they want a military state, not a police state, which is what the controlled opposition pretends, of course. And they use terms like globalists. And they don't point out that there are 6 Jews that want to depopulate the earth. And almost never talk about these Jesuits. Of course, Alex Jones is friends with Charlie Sheen, and their ties with the Jesuits are known. And I've already covered at the beginning the Beastmen in the Vatican.
secondary psychopaths. In a psychopathic culture, everyone must adopt a ruthless attitude as a survival strategy. Defense against a psychopath. Facing evil. One of the greatest advantages psychopaths have is that average decent people cannot believe that such monsters truly exist. This inability to comprehend the predator mentality.
So never say you hear voices, then they'll force drug you to death and electroshock you. The psychiatrists are the body snatchers of the pedo elite basically, and so are the police, and doctors are one of their main tools to help with their depopulation. The list of pandemics caused by vaccinations also makes this clear.
Is partly due to popular morality. All societies promote simplistic and idealistic morality through schools and churches that teach such platitudes as everyone has some good in them, everyone is special, and so forth. Such ideals more often serve as a cover behind which the true machinations of society can operate without evoking the suspicion of the mob. Another reason that people cannot face evil is fear. The true nature of psychopaths is the stuff of childhood nightmares.
I was wondering if these so-called platitudes, despite being platitudes, could be true nonetheless. And I'd have to rewind a bit. I think it could be possible that everybody did some good, everybody did some evil, bad things. 31 minutes, so perhaps 30 seconds back. Let's listen.
Platitudes as everyone has some good in them, everyone is special, and so forth. Such
There There's nobody like you. You are the one and only Chesney Hawks.
Ideals more often serve as a cover behind which the true machinations of society can operate without evoking the suspicion of the mob.
But you can also say everybody has some evil in them and we're all the same. We're all energy. And you could argue that both people are right. And you could argue that they're both wrong.
Another reason that people cannot face evil is fear. The true nature of psychopaths is the stuff of childhood nightmares. Many people simply cannot deal with the fear this realization causes.
But since they are depopulating Earth and against the chemtrail genocide, etc., is continuing, I think that's more important. Though it is good to have an understanding of this so that you can express yourself and make sure that they create that cure against aging in time, which is possible because everything is energy, everything is possible, I claim. Oh.
And so, to soothe their nerves, they revert to an infantile strategy of denial and magical thinking. If they do not acknowledge the existence of monsters, then the monsters cannot hurt them. The first line of defense against psychopaths is acknowledging their existence. By doing so, one develops a psychological advantage. Forewarned is forearmed, and having braced oneself with knowledge of predatory individuals, one is better able to think clearly and thus spot the predator before he can spot you.
I was thinking that everybody without a Tesla plasma shield is defenseless against their directed energy weapon, their Fipa torture antenna array in Poker Flat, Alaska, which is camouflaged and not accessible to the public every 6 years. And I have a blank here. So what did I want to say about that then? To take over, to take control and create a timeline that's worth living in. That we need the help of the people with directed energy weapons to arrest the people that have tortured my mother to death and tortured the teeth out of my mouth with their Fipa array in Poker Flat, Alaska, whether they be Jesuits or others.
Once you accept the reality that human predators populate our society, the next line of defense is in identifying them. Because of their abilities at camouflage and deception, psychopaths are difficult to spot. They can fool even mental health professionals. It is important to understand that everyone can be conned. If you feel that you are the exception, you only make yourself more susceptible.
To round up all members of secret societies and everybody who is in on depopulating the earth, basically. And some Pizzagate people may also be part of that. Pedophilia and cannibalism has always been associated with royalty and the upper class. The globalists, the billionaires, etc. But I think the majority of the elite are good, so we should watch out not to blame the whole elite for something that a handful of pedophiles have done. That are Satanists, that are more cannibals than pedophiles in reality, but people, I think, have a bigger reaction when you use pedophiles that has to do with their programming.
Recognition. A psychopath is like a smoking ember. The sooner you can spot the smoke and douse the ember, the better, since after the house is on fire, it is too late to contain the damage and destruction. Learn to spot the typical psychopathic character traits and recognize their modus operandi. Where possible, do background checks and/or speak with the suspected psychopath's family and friends. Most psychopaths leave a long trail of destruction and heartbreak and will try to cover their tracks. A lack of background information is therefore as suspicious as a history of betrayals. Another of their fundamental flaws is a lack of patience and the incredible energy they use to maintain their facade.
So it's no use to try to convince your family, well, perhaps you should convince your family of certain things that are going on. To be prepared and stay vigilant is a good idea. But of course they can use your family to put you in a mental institution, and if they're brain controlled, then it is not a good idea to convince people that cannot help you or humanity to achieve these goals.
Over time,
depart from evil and do good, trust no one, nothing is what it seems. Recovery begins with non-compliance, and stay proactive rather than reactive to achieve your goals is my advice.
They drop their masks. Thus, one of the best methods of detecting psychopaths is to wait them out. Once you identify someone as being a psychopath, you have only two options: attack or evade. What not to do. What is vital to understand is that empathy cannot defeat the psychopath. You cannot change them. You cannot reform them. You cannot find the goodness inside them. You cannot show them the way to God. And you cannot teach them about love. All these.
I think most people are relatively normal, they're not psychopaths. That's another thing the pedo elite want to pretend. To force drug everybody to death, basically. And you can read that Luciferian oath and the Jesuit oath and the Illuminati blood oath murders. It's all covered in one broadcast by me.
These approaches are doomed to failure, since psychopaths can never understand, nor can they care about these concepts. While they may lead.
So to get to the truth, you have to get through layer upon layer of lies, and that can take 20 years, like it did in my case, basically.
You to believe that you are getting through to them. In reality, your empathy infuriates them, and far from admiring your compassion, they despise you even more. One stand is that empathy cannot defeat the psychopath. You cannot change them. You cannot reform them. You cannot find the goodness inside them. You cannot show them the way to God, and you cannot teach them about love. All these approaches are doomed to failure, since psychopaths can never understand, nor can they care about these concepts. While they may lead you to believe that you are getting through to them, in reality, your empathy infuriates them, and far from admiring your compassion, they despise you even more. One must develop a cold exterior to them and view them from a distance. Do not pity them, feel sorry for them, or sympathize with them. Attack. As a rule, the only thing that can defeat a psychopath is a bigger psychopath. However, should you feel no other recourse but to confront a psychopath, your one advantage is their fear of being exposed for what they are. They have known since childhood that they are different from most people. Their whole advantage lies in the fact that they know what they are and no one else does. Exposing a psychopath takes away his or her advantage and reveals their inner corruption for all to see. However, few people have the strength and intelligence to do this successfully. While the statistical distribution of genius and idiot psychopaths mirrors the general population, Even a moronic psychopath can elude and outwit an educated accuser. Before you attempt to expose and expunge a psychopath, you must be in a position of power, and you must choose the time and place. You also need to have your people briefed and ready to support you. This means creating a family and friends support group and or joining a support group. In an organizational setting, you need to have co-workers.
I think that Google and other anonymous search engines are the only support group you need.
Managers, the legal department,
That they cannot help you, they have no Tesla plasma shields.
and human resources on your side before making your move. The Chinese strategist Sun Tzu warned against attacking and
But perhaps that's wrong of me because neural network got a joke there. 10 points. That it's better to unite, and people are already united. The 93% they want to exterminate shouldn't forget that they are their enemy and point their finger at the Jesuits and Freemasons and people that really did it, and not at the people they want you to blame to play you out against each other and depopulate you. And beware of controlled opposition that can be used to round you up and exterminate you in FEMA camps, and it's more likely to happen where they have these directed energy weapons to torture each other to death with than in countries where they don't have that stuff. Though I think it's a global system, so it's NSA. You hear in your brain, it's a neural network. They have crisis actors that pretend they feel so sorry for you and pretend to be targeted individuals to shift away attention from the real targeted individuals that are really doing the right thing, also exposing controlled opposition. So those are the people you can usually trust, and I think that targeted individuals are the best of us humans. Sometimes they are bad people as well, theoretically, but perhaps that's not true. Perhaps they are always the best of us, because the satanic NSA is in control, not God or the Pope or others that don't have access to the brain control machine and torture and murder weapon. They can kill anybody instantly from a distance, though they lie about this as well, of course, so they don't want me to say you are there. No sucking neural network.
an enemy who has no escape, and likewise it is best not to corner a psychopath, since the fight will likely be more vicious than most people can bear. Instead, use the threat of exposure to drive the psychopath away. The thought that they could be exposed at any time is unnerving, and most psychopaths will give up the current game and go in search of more ignorant and vulnerable prey. Evade. A safer and easier strategy is to evade. Once you have identified someone as a psychopath, you must cut him or her off and out of your life completely. In a relationship, you may need to change your locks, change your phone numbers, and block your email account, close bank accounts, get a restraining order, or move. Take self-defense and firearms training. In conclusion, the study of psychopathy is an important new tool, not only in crime prevention, but in understanding the source behind many social ills. The more informed and aware you are of this subject, the safer you and your family will be.
So he didn't say the psychos are cancer chemtrailing you all. So, skillful, masterfully created super YouTube video by Sweet Yellow Bee. 4,582 views. Almost all of them are likes. It has 97 likes, 5 dislikes, according to the unbelievable YouTube counter. Which the NSA can totally control, and you can also buy views, which is also explained in YouTube videos. I mean, buying them with money, of course, it's covered. I was looking up something else, and that is how to deal with the directed energy weapon torture. And I thought perhaps it's better if I just brainstorm about HAARP and what people can do about it, rather than read the little list that I've already created to get new ideas.
The question is, what can people do against being tortured and depopulated with HAARP, the directed energy torture weapon located in Poker Flats, Alaska? 1. Expose it and unite with people that expose it that are not controlled opposition. 2. Get the military to do a bloodless coup, take over. 3. Convince the torturers to stop torturing and killing innocent civilians. 4. Get help from one of the 15 other countries that have a scalar weapon. 5. Think of a way to prevent being killed slowly with HAARP yourself. 6. Press charges. They control the judge with a death ray and synthetic telepathy, so try one of the other 5 options first. Press charges with a group of people of incitement to commit genocide, directed energy weapon torture, etc. to get mainstream media attention. Put recordings made with secret camera online, anonymously only if necessary. Create Tesla plasma shield, scalar detector, device to make voice-to-skull messages audible.
3, 2.
Secured. The civilian bombing and shooting FPV drone. The pedo elite's worst nightmare. First-person view drone racing, cancer cell phone radiation, cancer microwaves, use healing scalar waves. ISIS is nothing more than a CIA, Mossad, MI5/6, created, funded, and armed propaganda apparatus and mercenary army, and implement to enable them to recommence their attack on the Assad regime, and to worm their way back into Iraq using the pretext of humanitarian aid. Some people are out to create a crisis big enough to force a totalitarian global government upon Earth's global population, to take over the world, say Rockefeller quote, 4 phases of active measures aka ideological subversion. The famous fake Rockefeller quote, here's what Rockefeller said in 1994 at a UN dinner, "We're on the verge of a global transformation. All we need is the right major crisis, and the nations will accept the New World Order." Was published on InfoWars August 22, 2009, infowars.com/common-sense-2009. Since they are controlled opposition to themselves and depopulating to 500 million, they use this fake quote. Though Rockefeller never said this, it is their plan in reality. It is to condition the masses to think that they have no such plan when they find out Rockefeller never said this and do not have a clue what the four phases of active measures aka ideological subversion really are, which they cannot. If they declare martial law, get out of the country before they do so if possible. See active measures, ideological subversion, their strategy to take over the world. We are now at phase 4, the crisis. Next phase, normalization, is when the tanks roll in. We should apply reversed active measures. 1. Moralize. 2. Stabilize. 3. Generate an economic surge. 4. Demilitarize. 0. Race war. And how many Dobermans were shot in the drug war? How to warn everyone that the holo hoax idea is illegal in the Netherlands. Could these be illegal laws, or can illegal laws exist? How to prevent them from quote walking into our tender trap unquote. Should the quote belief unquote in races be made illegal?
I wonder if I was reading this text, it's usually pretty good. I can read out the whole thing, why not? It's fun. Some really great parts. So listen up, y'all.
September 9, 2016, 2:05 at night. Illegal interference with evidence of planned mass genocide by NSA. Computer not restarting. The text file UP 2016. The return was erased after restarting the computer. This also happened with other text editors, Word and Kingsoft Office. Jihad usually makes a backup file when the computer is restarted without the article being saved. The article is 68 kilobytes but all text is missing. This is done by Jews that want to murder 93% of the world's global population that work together with the Jesuits in control of the NSA, and they're with people's brainwaves, synthetic telepathy, directed energy. All my best work was erased by the pedo trolls that killed my mother, and it is very well possible they have erased themselves with their stupid illegal torture and tyranny, including the people they quote work unquote for. There was a power failure of some kind, possibly local. The lights went out as well. When my computer restarted, it was showing the BIOS startup screen all the time and not starting up. These NSA agents are trying to drive people to murder with their illegal directed energy weapon torture. They simply pretend it's legal and make up stories about people that have exposed their illegal depopulation and torture of innocent civilians, children and animals. I think this is not a coincidence because lots of things have happened. They have done and are doing the dental torture to the best of us humans. They are extremely malevolent terrorists that are trying to play people out against each other with their illegal torture and voice of God weapon to depopulate the earth. Please let me know if there is a way to get the written text back. It could be very important. They say it was too well written. Doctors are depopulators, people haters. Hospitals are in the top 10 of main causes of death twice. Prescription drugs, leading killer in the USA. Misdiagnosis, medical errors, a leading cause of death. Who said history is written by the victors? In 1532, the Italian diplomat and political theorist, Niccolò Machiavelli wrote a political treatise, The Prince. It's located somewhere in the XVII, 18th chapter, brookeonanswers.yahoo.com. I did not find it in there. The quote is attributed to Churchill. Vexation, the state of being annoyed, frustrated, or worried. Vexation equals mind control equals brain control. I think history is written by the victor is better than victors. It's certainly not written by the people that died and were tortured to death. Usually there are two parties or groups and respective allies in a war. History is written by the victors. The losers, well, the whole thing was their fault in the first place. Googlit.com. The perpetrators are cowards for doing their horrible directed energy weapon torture to me and others because it is clear no one can defend themselves against the NSA's satanic ritual abuse and people cannot unite nor form any threat to the people that control this technology. Without a Tesla plasma shield they can be killed instantly. These people enjoy torturing innocent children to death, eating infants as part of their initiation ritual and cut off penises of boys they hunt in the forest. They brain damaged everyone with their synthetic telepathy machine to depopulate practically everyone and make everyone that is not a Jesuit or Mason look like retards and play them out against each other. Everyone is controlled with torture and hypnosis by their neural network which also controls what everyone thinks and it controls their emotions as well. Denying this truth will only make things worse and is not going to make people switch it off. Investing in a couple of submarines is not as bad as a world war over Iran. Donald Trump's Jewish family in Friends, Tablet Magazine, tabletnag.com. Trump has strongest Jewish ties of all GOP candidates, breaking. Forward.com. In July 2009, after studying with Rabbi Eli Weinstock from the Modern Orthodox Rama School, Trump had an Orthodox conversion to Judaism and took the name Yale, EOL. Ivanka Marie Trump is the daughter of former model Ivana Trump and real estate developer Donald Trump. Wiki Ivanka Trump. Mac Miller Jewish? His father is Christian and his mother is Jewish. Miller was raised Jewish and had a bar mitzvah. Donald Trump's Jewish Kabal. Michael Aboud, Sephardic Jew, Communications Coordinator, Donald J. Trump for President, Paul Aircleaner, Ashkenazic Jew, Chairman, Supervisory Board, Deutsche Bank, Donald Trump's largest lender, Sheldon Adelson, Ashkenazic Jew, Endorser, Donald J. Trump for President, Elliot Brody, Ashkenazic Jew, Vice Chairman, Trump Victory Committee, Michael Cohen, Ashkenazic Jew, Executive Vice President and Special Counsel, The Trump Organization Gilbert Deser, Ashkenazic Jew, President, Trump Desert Development, Michael Deser, Ashkenazic Jew, Founder, Trump Desert Development, Louis Eisenberg, Ashkenazic Jew, Chairman, Trump Victory Committee. This is just a small part of the list on Thezao.info/. Who controls Donald Trump? Mr. Trump controls himself first and foremost. Do not trust anything you read in the mainstream media. The real reason American Jews won't be voting for Trump, the Republican nominee's race-based nationalism, his anti-Semitic innuendos, his position on Israel and his attacks on Muslims and immigrants are all deeply offensive. But that's not what's panicking most U.S. Jews. Hearts.com, subscribe now to get the full story. Some of these fools might prefer a world war over Iran. Trump made clear the Luciferian Hillary voted for the war in which the Khan's son died. Hillary is the candidate of the war machine. HuffingtonPost.com. Hillary Clinton courts Henry Kissinger's endorsement even after meeting his victims. TheIntercept.com. Hillary Clinton Iraq War vote speech YouTube. Bush admits there were no WMDs in Iraq YouTube. Beyond treason, depleted uranium US WMD Iraq War veterans died 2005. How can these skull and bones people support Donald Trump? Among the famous Trump supporters we find George P. Bush, Commissioner of the Texas General Land Office, nephew of 43rd President George W. Bush and grandson of 41st President George H.W. Bush. Marine Le Pen, French politician, MEP, and leader of the Nationalist Front National. 2011, Wiki list of Donald Trump presidential campaign endorsements. 2016. Nothing is what it seems. Trust no one. I'm a live and let live type of guy. Fuck jihad, fuck all wars, universal peace now. Where do you think words come from? Somebody made them up. Don't tell them anything and try to find out all you can. How long would grass become if you let it grow? Does anybody know? Blast it. I teach it. Theory. The neural capacity of humans is too insufficient to do anything about it. It is defenseless against the neural network that controls its brainwaves. Politically killed. Hillary. Perhaps they did the torture to me because they think I'm a Jew lover. Even after everything the directed energy weapon tortures did to me and the list of 6 Jews that want to depopulate Earth, I think not all Jews are involved in their illegal depopulation and that expelling all Jews would be wrong. Burn them and do not let them speak. Use the techniques we used to defeat the Nazis to defeat these Jews that want to depopulate the Earth. Do not listen to them. Listen to people that exposed controlled opposition, the real truth tellers, not the truthers and truths. Burke is meant in the sense of the Dutch word Duitswegen. It means by being silent about something to deny its existence. When using Google Translate on the translation of the Dutch word doodwagen, it found Burke. So it's not meant in the sense of to murder, as by suffocation, so as to leave no or few marks of violence. I think it is not a proper translation of the Dutch word doodwagen, so it's better to use be silent about them to deny their existence, not reacting to what they say and going your own way. Maybe you know a better translation of this Dutch word? Skype me. Skype name Prologic 999, Prologic and the number 999. Breaking, Zika outbreak epicenter in same area where GM mosquitoes were released in 2015. healthnetnews.com/ Breaking Zika outbreak epicenter area GM mosquitoes release 2015, cause nuts are healthy. 21st century formula for population control, Bill Gates plus GMO mosquitoes, flying syringe, equals Zika, conclusioninline.com. They try to ridicule the truth, we ridicule their lies. And especially, expose them. Depopulation is a serious matter. So it's impossible to insult Muhammad, because Muhammad is dead. Not to use globalists like the controlled opposition people do nor kikes, be original. Those who do not see are not necessarily Nazi nor Ashkenazi. They're hybrid insects, microelectric mechanical systems, high MEMS, are real, their GMO insects are real, their cancer chemtrails are real, their killer vaccines are real, and their democide and depopulation is real. Paris Jackson is Jewish. 3 months after Rowan Jackson's marriage, she gave birth to a son, Michael Joseph Jackson Jr., born February 13, 1997, who was subsequently known as Prince. The next year she gave birth to a daughter, Paris Michael Catherine Jackson, born April 3, 1998. According to the Jewish telegraphic agency Roe, who is Jewish, sought the reversal in part because she feared the nanny and some of Jackson's siblings were exposing the children to teachings of the Nation of Islam. What happens to Michael Jackson's Jewish kids? BlogishJewishJournal.com. Paris looks like Einat Wilf, Gutjar's Israeli wife, especially on the picture on Ballin.com/ public/ Einat_Wolfman.jpg. Richard Gutjar, the Israeli link to the terrorism in Nice and Munich. So I can't know anything because they are scanning my brain unless I am broadcasting live online. The Thermae dust idolized by Dr. Jones and sawed off beams prove beyond any reasonable doubt the WTC was demolished, and people lying about this should be arrested. Remember the Holocaust. Ignorance is death. What happened to the planes if the WTC was demolished by holographic drones? When the passengers were offloaded and made to disappear, and the jet was taken away. Some even say airline workers saw the 757 after 9/11 with different markings, too. There were never any passengers to begin with, all names were made up. Quora.com. Jim August 7, 2013 11:52 and 53 seconds p.m. No one was on those planes, they were USA military Air Force planes. They were gray with no windows and had a pod underneath the plane. Your buddy got paid out, bro. Look at the footage that came back from the FBI. Why was the rubble burning for 2 weeks at 2800 degrees? Because the pod underneath the plane had white phosphorus in it and you can see the spark before impact. Your buddy may be gone or not, but you should yell at your fucking government and not the people seeking the truth. Investigate investigates. It's so cool. Today there are no chemtrails. There are clouds. The advantage. While the helicopter circles us, this theory's getting deep. Think they're spraying chemicals over the city while we sleep. Prince, Dreamer lyrics. Breaking, Trump just broke Hillary Clinton. Look what she will be forced to do from now on. The next news network, recommended for you knew. Not even the people that did it know why. 9, 10, he'll have fun. I fucking hate chemtrails. YouTube, stop chemtrails, build a howitzer, part 1 of 2, YouTube. Doctors are serial killers, so watch out. Never go to a hospital. So what is Trump gonna do about these cancer chemtrails? Is Trump controlled opposition to make sure Hillary is voted into office?
There were explosives in the WTC building, and the Jesuits did that. In reality, they are the only ones that could have pulled it off, making the plane stand down, etc. And of course 9/11/1537, the day of infamy when the Jesuits had their first cannibalistic Romish mass. And they admit this themselves on their website.
Or is it just the biased mainstream media that's trying to make him look bad? The chemtrails will prevail. Why is Dr. Ron Paul not running for president? Today is September 11, 2016, written November 9, 2016 by Europeans. 9/11/2016 written 11/9 by Europeans. Remember, it's 6 hours earlier in Florida and...
So remember, they are controlled opposition to themselves. And of course Eric John Phelps may be controlled opposition, a flat earther, And I don't really believe that these people believe the earth is flat.
Washington then in Europe. September 11th attack remembered in New York City. Ceremony expected to include 6 moments of silence, by Karine Ramey, September 11, 2016, 6:58 a.m. A ceremony in Lower Manhattan on Sunday commemorates the 15th anniversary of the September 11th terrorist attacks on the World Trade Center. The event at the National September 11th Memorial and Museum will include a reading of names of those killed in the 2001 and 1993 attacks. Readers of the 2983.
So though they may call themselves conspiracy theorists, I'm a conspiracy factist. So that's why I talk about Project Cloverleaf and other things that prove it beyond any reasonable doubt. To keep it clear basically, and I think they need the truth as well to create a cure against aging in a perfect society in which we all will live happily eternally. And one key is making the evidence gathered with this synthetic telepathy brain scanning device, brain control machine, as explained in the Maleg patent, to make that evidence admissible in court. But then they'd have a problem, because they can be brain mapped themselves, and then it would find out all the things they've done, all the murders, all the torture, etc. So that's why they don't want that to happen, but they will die if they don't get that cure against aging in time, and then others will control their machine.
Names include families of those who were killed in both attacks. According to the museum, the ceremony is expected to include 6. To read the full story, subscribe or sign in, WSJ.com. 6 moments of silence. I heard that number somewhere before. September 20th autumnal equinox, midnight host, blood ritual. Dismemberment of corpses, hands are removed from hand of glory rituals. Cannibalism usually occurs. 23 feast day and sexual orgies, with human sacrifice. TheForbiddenKnowledge.com /. Satanic_calendar.htm. Earth's circumference 40,075 kilometers. Boeing 747 approximately 4 liters of kerosene fuel every second. Free energy WS Technologies. You belong to the Quran. The hatred of Jews towards non-Jews before the Holocaust supposedly occurred is almost never talked about. Save by your trail. Detoxify the sky. Hi. So if Holocaust denial is illegal in your country, you know it happened for sure. Ms. Haverbeck made clear she will determine who is Jewish herself, that people do not have to tell her who is Jewish and who is not. She might not accept the ruling of the rabbis on this. The names given to Christians in the Talmud, names used by Jews for non-Jews. As in our languages, Christians take their name from Christ, so in the language of the Talmud, Christians are called Notzrim, from Jesus the Nazarene. But Christians are also called by the names used in the Talmud to designate all non-Jews: Avodah Zarah, Akum, Obhde Eliman, Minim, Nogrim, Edom, Imharetz, Goim, Apikorsim, Kuthrim. And in the Talmud Yoredi, 158:1, it says, "The Akum who are not enemies of ours must not be killed directly, nevertheless they must not be saved from danger of death. For example, if you see one of them fall into the sea, do not pull him out unless he promises to give you money." Talmudamast.com / Chapter 14.htm Christians to be harmed indirectly unquote. Come. There is a video of Donald Trump and Michael Jackson walking together. Pay Donald. No evidence I bet, and the stuff supposedly found in Michael's apartment does not prove nor disprove he was a pedophile. It's meant like a joke. Like 911. Is Donald gonna do anything about the cancer chemtrails, and what is he gonna do about it? Michael Jackson and Prince were both Jehovah's Witnesses. Strange. High stakes. Thank you for your broadcast. If Hillary would create a world war over Iran, WND report, then I am for preventing her from becoming president, even if that takes going out there to vote or requesting a voting form to vote Trump. Having said that, do you know how to get these centipedes my father and me have in our body out? Perhaps with magic? A person from Africa among the people that wrote me in emails they have these leptobias forficatus in their body as well wrote me that he thinks they are controlled with magic. This may be a type of hymems that is controllable somehow. Others wrote me with the same problem in reaction to my video and wrote they were misdiagnosed as well. Please help by catching one and finding the centipede's eigenfrequency, aka mortal oscillatory rate frequency, by catching it in a plastic pot. You may also be able to sell them, and then do a frequency sweep with the freeware program Visual Analyzer, a freeware oscilloscope program that also does frequency sweeps. So that when these centipedes enter your body at night via your nostrils, they are pseudo-parasites of myriapoda in humans equals centipedes enter your body at night when you sleep and are not harmless. Copy and paste. You know their eigenfrequency and do not need a chemical thus cancer-causing drug to get them out. I offer €150 for anyone that has a cure for these centipedes in my and my father's body. Greetings and love also to all viewers of Steigs Hicks and Hammer 666's channel. There are about 10 quintillion insects on Earth at any given moment. Release honeybees in Japan if you want those giant hornets to die. Watch Hornets from Hell, National Geographic. Dutch court orders seizure of €123 million in Uzbek corruption case. Wed July 20, 2016, a Dutch court has ordered the confiscation of €123 million, $135 million, in assets from a Dutch-based company that prosecutors allege was used by two telecoms companies to bribe Gulnara Karimova, the elder daughter of Uzbekistan's president, to secure local operating licenses. The Amsterdam court said in a ruling it had found that the company, Takeland, had received bribes from Vimpelcom and Telia AB to allow their Uzbek subsidiaries, Unitel and Ucell, to operate in the local mobile market. In February, Vimpelcom agreed to pay $795 million to settle the US and Dutch investigations into the bribery scheme. Reuters.com. ING accused of allowing $123 million in money laundering. NL times 2015. Times NL. Avocadabra. That's my name. Lol. We should ship the horse's eyes. These of parade. Oh my god. Hino and Haribo. Remember to boycott Monsanto companies. Food is a sterilizing weapon used to depopulate Earth nowadays instead of make them all eternal. The people with loads of money depopulating Earth lie about this, of course. As much as possible. Nowadays it's more like the Jews are persecuting the non-Jews rather than the other way around. Not just many doctors are Jewish but also many people in prominent positions, as if some neural network put them there. The director of the CDC, for example, Dr. Tom Frieden, is Jewish. The CDC by itself has the capability to kill 7 billion people once a successful virus has been engineered for population control purposes with killer vaccines. Red alert. CDC gives itself power to indefinitely detain healthy people en masse without appeal. Force vaccinate them. September 2, 2016. Wednesday, August 31, 2016. CDC gives itself the power to indefinitely detain healthy people en masse without appeal. CDC says, we can round them up and throw away the key. Based on CDC's August 15, 16 publication of Rules for the Control of Communicable Diseases, the CDC is giving itself the power to forcibly apprehend healthy people en masse and detain them indefinitely with no process of appeal. The fact that 6 prominent Jews called for depopulating Earth, combined with the fact that 90% of the mainstream media is owned by Jews, ought to set off alarms. I am in no way implying only Jewish people want to depopulate Earth, and made clear that non-Jews such as Ted Turner of CNN also made clear they want to depopulate Earth. Jews choose or choose? I choose your Jews at this time. The 6 million lie. All of them lie. Lol. If the truth shall set us free, then what about the cancer tetrapsychocops? Trust no one, no Jew, no Luciferian, no Jesuit, no one. The most viewed Holohoax video on YouTube according to the YouTube counter is El Engano del Holocausto Sobrevivientes que Dicen la Verdad. Holohoax survivors who tell the truth. Libertad la Humanidad. 2 years ago, 84,845 views. Holohoax survivors who tell the truth is also available on other channels. The second video is Holohoax completely exposed by David Cole, ST1 Kachis. 4 years ago, 68,383 views. The third is Jim Rizzoli Holohoax, greatest hoax ever. Tradcat Night, 1 month ago, 23,273 views. Shockingly low numbers if you ask me. Have I missed something? By revisionism we mean critically examining established theories and hypotheses in order to test their validity. Quote from the video Jewish Holohoax History Channel documentary The Greatest Story Never Told, around 2 minutes in the video. Historical revisionism, the critical re-examination of presumed historical facts and existing historiography. Wiki, liberty, equality, justice. So a fair trial is impossible with this directed energy weapon on. The Hollows cause denial. See, hollow point bullets. If the Holocaust that you talk about was real, why don't you allow the subject to be studied? One can freely research any issue, except for this issue, which is sealed. It is a black box, which they do not allow to be opened or re-examined. They do this in order to exploit it. Mahmoud Ahmadinejad. Again, history is written by the victor. Or the FEMA camps for Jews that want to depopulate the Earth? The Zionists behind FEMA camps. BRN on video. realtwanews.com/ P=583. CIA torture manual. The precursor of DHS torture protocol in the October 23, 2013. Jew-run FEMA camps in Alaska. The new Siberian Gulag prisons. June 6, 2013. Jew-run Soviet gulags. A precursor of Jew-run FEMA camps in the U.S. September 6, 2012. Case against the Jews' plot to disarm Americans and send them to January 6, 2012. Jews FEMA gulag camps now operating nationwide. 2012 update. First lightframe.wordpress.com. During NEMS, National Emergencies, the Zionists behind FEMA camps. Copyright 2010 Brother Nathaniel. Most Americans don't have a clue that a dangerous bill was introduced on June 10, 2010, by Jewish Senator Arlen Specter. The bill titled, the National Emergency Centers Establishment Act, S-3476, directs Homeland Security to establish no less than 6 national emergency centers on military installations to provide housing and medical assistance, imprisonment and pumping with psychiatric drugs, for dislocated American civilians during so-called national emergencies. Just as soon as Arlen Specter introduced his bill, he sent it off to his synagogue buddy, his Jewish colleague, Senator Carl Levin, who heads the Senate Armed Services Committee. In other words, why are Zionist Jews the heads of all these committees? realnews.com/ P=583. Wow. So I must have written all this from the future. I meant it jokingly, but it's possible. Synthetic telepathy being real. 1961 Benjamin Friedman's warning about the Jew world order. Are there Jewish people that want a race war? To exterminate all non-Jews? Keep a watchful eye on Alaska, the future Jew-run FEMA gulag state. Time to help the doctor back. Jesuits and Jews attempt to murder me with Fipa herb type array HAARP=FIPA phased array, not C, DC. Martial law, Executive Order 10,999, allows the government to take over all food resources and farms. Executive Order 11,004, allows the Housing and Finance Authority to relocate communities, build new housing with public funds, designate areas to be abandoned, and establish new locations for populations. Ivermectin, nicosamide. September 13, 2016, 1934. Hurting my leg with Fipa. Brand new absolute proof that Halliburton, Dick Cheney, Jeb Bush and Mossad deeply involved in September 11th. PatriotNews2.wordpress.com/ 2015. Wolfgang Amadeus. Mostart. I think Sika will go global. September 14, 2016. Save the pigs. How satirical. Everything is satire except for the depopulation part. I received this copy from Ben himself. He's currently hiding from Mossad agents. I uploaded this on his behalf. Ben Garrison, White Space Single YouTube. Was the Aryan Brotherhood created to mix racism with anti-Semitism to prevent a pure anti-Semitic movement? Dark mass. NASA has spotted a huge hole in the sun, and it's growing. Creepy video shows ominous dark patch stretching across the solar surface. Facing.co.uk July 14, 2016. Luckily, although it looks pretty grim, the massive dark patch is nothing to worry about. It's called a coronal hole and is just a particularly large version of a phenomenon which occurs frequently on the surface of the sun. Queen Elizabeth and Cameron issued warrants for a pedophile ring? Saturday, January 25, 2014. Today Queen Elizabeth and UK Prime Minister David Cameron were issued arrest warrants. The two were charged with sexual crimes against children as part of an international pedophile ring. We have enough evidence to prosecute and hold both the Prime Minister and Queen of England, said ex-Royal Military Policeman Matt Taylor. Last Thursday, activist David Campen was released from the London Park Royal Mental Health Centre. The psychiatric facility had been swamped with calls about his forced detainment there. David, plus his wife, were arrested on 3 occasions this month, without being charged. His apparent crime was daring to post Brussels common law court arrest warrants on the Queen, Cameron, former Catholic Pope Joseph Ratzinger and 37 other global elites. www.itccs.org. Controlled opposition, Kevin Annett fake priest with fake court. The present Catholic Pope Francis Bergoglio was alleged to be part of child trafficking in an international pedophile ring. Victims who were prostituted as children at the Vatican have come forward, along with survivors who allege they were abused in international pedophile rings. Victims have also alleged sex abuse and murder of children by former Pope Ratzinger, Catholic Cardinal Bernard Alfranc of Utrecht, a second Catholic cardinal, a French judge, Belgian priests, other members of the British royal family and Prince Bernhard of Holland. ITCCS trial of UK Queen and Pope Ratzinger 100% fake, says Weber. BeforeItsNews.com, with help of legal experts and judges, the ITCCS has united survivors of genocide and child torture worldwide. ITCCS is active in 26 countries with over 50 affiliated groups. Kevin Annett, YouTube crackpot or controlled opposition? YouTube, Kevin Annett the Brussels court hoax. YouTube, NASA, a Zionist Luciferian conspiracy to spread heliocentric Earth. Eldolfo Niklaus. Pope Benedict. Adolfo Nicholas is the only one with access to the herb Fipa torture weapon in Poker Flat, Alaska. If what they write online is true, the neural network speaks in your local language. It's synthetic telepathy. It controls people remotely like robots and can simulate any human. Mutual Assured Destruction or Mutually Assured Destruction, MAD, is a doctrine of military strategy and national security policy in which a full-scale use of nuclear weapons by 2 or more opposing sides would cause the complete annihilation of both the attacker and the defender. See preemptive nuclear strike and second strike. How can we prevent MAD? The MAD doctrine assumes that each side has enough nuclear weaponry to destroy the other side and that either side, if attacked for any reason by the other, would retaliate without fail with equal or greater force. The expected result is an immediate, irreversible escalation of hostilities resulting in both combatants' mutual, total, and assured destruction. The strategy of mutually assured destruction and the acronym MAD are due to John von Neumann, 1903 to 1957, and his taste for humorous acronyms, another example being his Maniac computer. He was, among other things, an inventor of game theory, a Cold War strategist, and chairman of the Intercontinental Ballistic Missile Committee until his death in 1957. The Maniac, mathematical analyzer, numerical integrator, and computer or mathematical analyzer, numerator, integrator, and computer, was an early computer built under the direction of Nicholas Metropolis at the Los Alamos Scientific Laboratory. universalpeace.jimdo.com, YouTube channel name, Ulrich B.C. Hoffman, FFN, Skype, Prologic999, email, ulrichbchoffman@gmail.com. Any questions, remarks, and people that want to be in my broadcast live are welcome to Skype me. The best way to contact me is Skype, Prologic999. Insights Mend, September 14, 2016. About 15:30, another power failure similar to the one that almost destroyed my computer. Lasted about 1 second and affected the whole house. September 15, 2016. The perpetrators are inducing B-cell lymphoma in my right upper leg with Fipa, a phased array antenna based in Poker Flat, Alaska. They started hurting my leg again after reading out an article covered by Jane Burgermeister. CDC moves to amend law to allow for detention, quarantine, and forced vaccination of anyone with measles in the USA. The director of the CDC is Jewish, Tom Frieden. Earlier I covered, Red Alert, CDC gives itself power to indefinitely detain healthy people en masse without appeal. Force vaccinate them. September 2, 2016, Wednesday, August 31, 2016. CDC gives itself the power to indefinitely detain healthy people en masse without appeal. Because it could kill 7 billion people. I repeat the warning here. Why is Zika spreading so quickly in Singapore? CNN.com, Zika spreads from Florida to Texas. NBC News, your Zika apathy is spreading the virus. The Daily Beast, Zika spreads in Southeast Asia. Health, CBC News, CBC.ca. All countries and territories with active Zika virus transmission, Americas, Oceania, Pacific Islands, Africa, Asia, cdc.gov/. Zika, Europe is not listed. Is anybody gonna check if GMO without markers can be created and if Zika is also spreading in Europe? It would take 9 months before the babies with a small head start appearing. GMO, I give you the calamari with Zika. All people engaged in the activity of sharing the torrent are called peers. The people who are uploading are called seeders. The people who are downloading are called leechers. A team, ideological. Saudi prince warns the kingdom is ready for war with Iran. New Europe. Is the Iran-Saudi Cold War heating up? The New York Times, July 27, 2016. No room for doubt. New science proves Zika causes microcephaly. Washington Post. Scientists have produced the strongest evidence yet that Zika virus infection in pregnant women causes microcephaly in their babies. Pedo who abused 6-day-old baby jailed for 235 years in Syracuse. Metro.co.uk. Sydenham pedo Rolf Harris reportedly rushed to hospital. The native Australian is serving a 6-year sentence at Stafford Prison for sex offences against 4 girls, one aged just 7 or 8. Newhopper.co.uk. Zyklin C. Pedophile caught with thousands of horrific indecent images of children walks free from court. Manchester evenenews.co.uk. Pedophile with thousands of vile images is spared jail. Sobbing fiend given community order as it would be the best form of treatment. Questia.com. Satanic Temple moves its headquarters to Salem. The world's largest satanic community will be setting up their new home at 64 Bridge Street. The property will open its doors to visitors as a Salem art gallery. Read more at World Religion News. Satanic Temple moves its headquarters to Salem. WorldReligionNews.com. Doc says anti-vaxxers are treated like Jews in Nazi Germany. TheDailyBeast.com. On September 8, 2016, the Medical Board of California released documents accusing Sears of gross negligence when he issued a letter in 2014 prescribing no vaccines for a 2-year-old patient without adequately examining the patient's medical history. If found negligent, he faces a variety of sanctions, including potential revocation of his medical license. The amount of aluminum contained in vaccines did not warrant changing the vaccine schedule. Windows 10 Mail app crashes due to Cortana integration. blog.showandbov.info/blog/ 2015/ Get off hard on it. Proxy war, noun, a war instigated by a major power which does not itself become involved. West failing to deliver nuclear deal promises, says Iran Vice President. The Guardian. Zika virus, Miami Beach transmission zone. Triple CNN. So saying Zika nigga is not allowed. It's racist hate speech. Generation Jihad, scholar of Islam predicts civil war across Europe as more young Muslims facing poor job prospects. Daily Mail, September 12, 2016. A scholar of Islam has warned of civil war across Europe as more young Muslims facing poor job prospects turn to radical groups, it has been reported. New York Times. A Russian-Iranian axis. The New York Times. 12 hours ago, Moscow's use of an Iranian air base to bomb Syria is a sign of a broad new threat to Mideast stability. Brain cancer is now the leading cancer killer of kids. News.com, September 16, 2016. DHSS. The Racial Slur Database, www.rsdb.org. This was my BAB joke. September 18, 2016. The perpetrators are clearly attacking my lung with their Fipa herb array. When they hurt a body part, they first use a sort of pressure wave beam to determine the position of the attacked body part. This is the same pressure waves that dents in my skull visibly when doing the spasm attacks with the beam that I can feel on my hand when placed on the attacked body part, and it is also heard visibly on my pillow. The neural network does these attacks automatically when I try lying on my stomach. This may be part of their hybrid insect torture program. All this is done to me because I have exposed their depopulation plans and attempted to press charges of incitement to commit genocide against people with book quotes that are clearly open incitement to commit genocide. The Jesuits and Jews are depopulating Earth together while pretending to be enemies of each other. Mind gaming. Truth times 1000. Revolutionaireonline.com. My DJ name is Paul Klee. Nosocomially, spread in and through hospitals. Antinociceptive, that inhibits nociception, the sensation of pain, reducing sensitivity to painful stimuli. Ill, litter, ICU. Trump flies with gold-plated bathroom fixtures, and you're paying millions for it. Secret Service payments to fly on his luxury 757 made up nearly 80% of the flight costs this summer. HuffingtonPost.com. Enjoy. Zika Fipa FEMA. I trusted you, I trusted you. You first have to find out if it's a hoaxer, a scammer. If it's a hoaxer, a scammer, you're my facial whore. Heart rate monitor. With synthetic telepathy, the neural network that can simulate and brain map any person is capable of erasing memory selectively. A person's mind can be up and downloaded. Minority deport. Class. Sick. Now you know I'm God. Because I'm not doing this with a directed energy weapon. Invent an EMP neutralizer to save my electronic watches. Mrs. Jack Daughter. Warmer Brothers. Poker Flatters. Joint Investigation Team. JIT. UniversalPeace.jimdo.com. 999 Prologic 999 Blog 2 Blog NL. Universacarta.weebly.com. Dectorno.wordpress.com. Delusing drugs. Headless shampoo. Antacids pineapple. Iodine. Keep up your orgasm rhythm. 3 to 4 orgasms a day is what I advise as a guideline. Usually I up 2 to 3 and it normally takes me about 15 minutes. Freemasonry is nothing more than Satanism in disguise. Breaking through the flat earth dome in 2016 Hennessy commercial, Rossi on Vid's YouTube, The Brobot, Zika Chica, After School Satan Club, Go Clubbing. There will be no pedophilia in After School Satan Clubs, lol. HPV vaccine works even better than expected, they're dropping like flies. Champagne. Air Force One is considered U.S. soil no matter where it lands, and as such no country can board it or inspect it. Quote from the article, Wanted for Mass Murder, Barack Obama, Margaret Chan, and Dr. Thomas Frieden, NWOobserver.wordpress.com. Strangely, or not, the H.I.N.I.N. demonic plague outbreaks have followed visits of Obama and Biden to the vicinity. They are working on super-resistant bacteria and viruses for you all. Don't worry, be happy was a hit. The underground is there to hide the other underground. Centipede caught in matrix testing for eigenfrequenz, duos and puch matrix lithobius. BD Energy, Department of Homeland Security. Killed Jesuits hurting heart area and murdered my mother with Fipa herb array in Poker Flat, Alaska. Windows 10. Windows Directory Verdwenen, SSD Verdwenen no anniversary update. SSD disappeared after Windows anniversary update. Microsoft support chat. Because the people that send messages into your skull cannot identify themselves, we know what they are doing is illegal. If they would have been NSA or law enforcement, they would have been able to identify themselves and they would have helped me instead of attempted to murder me. If you follow the rules of the people cancer chemtrailing you to death, you are playing by the rules. Religion is the sigh of the oppressed creature, the heart of a heartless world, and the soul of soulless conditions. It is the opium of the people, the full quote from Karl Marx, Zyklon Torbayan. Why would you use fucking pellets when you have normal gas for cooking food? How many people know Zyklon B were pellets and not gas? The new product was also named Zyklon, but it became known as Zyklon B to distinguish it from the earlier version. Uses included diluting clothing and disinfecting ships, warehouses, and trains. Wiki Zyklon B. Why use an insecticide when real gas is more readily available and is much more efficient and cost-effective? Car exhaust from engines is another way. Quote, you mean guillotines, unquote, and FEMA cams another. The guillotine was invented by a Jesuit. Interesting news on Jane Burgermeister's blog birdflu666.wordpress.com. Hillary Clinton admits that Bilderberg will use a false flag to nuke Iran. Forum.prisonplanet.com. Hillary cannot be a Freemason because Freemasonry is a fraternity, so only men can join. Her husband Bill is a famous Freemason. Bill has been accused of rape multiple times and the Monica Lewinsky blowjob was denied by him at first. See, I did not have sexual relations with that woman on YouTube. AEGT has been genetically modified to suppress its own species in an approach similar to the sterile insect technique, thereby reducing the risk of disease. The mosquitoes, known as OX513A, were developed by Oxitec, a spin-out of Oxford University. Field trials in the Cayman Islands, Brazil, and Panama have shown that the OX513A mosquitoes reduce the target mosquito populations by more than 90%. In 2015, the UK House of Lords called on the government to support more work on genetically modified insects in the interest of global health. In 2016, the United States Food and Drug Administration granted preliminary approval for the use of modified mosquitoes to prevent the spread of the Zika virus. Zika outbreak epicenter in same area where GM mosquitoes were released in 2015, and still there are people that want to pretend there is no correlation. Sick. A mutual or reciprocal relationship between two or more things, from medieval Latin correlatio, from come together plus relatio, relation. Of course the working ingredient in cannabis oil had to be removed because it has been proven scientifically THC kills tumors by blocking VEGF, a protein needed by tumors to sprout. So if they would not have taken out the THC and flooded the market with CBD oil, everyone could have cured themselves of cancer. So it's not for the money, it's to depopulate the earth, which the people that do not know it sense ideas in their own inner voice would deny. It may be best to boycott people selling the CBD oil. Usually people involved in the depopulation somehow forming controlled opposition to themselves. First they spread the sterilizing GMO and then they also start selling bio, organic or eco food. The same principle the people that make virus scanners and viruses use. Problem reaction solution, auto ab chow. But no, in reality it's done by the state. Genocide is usually perpetrated by the government. The people do not have a monopoly on violence like the state does. Boycotting Monsanto, okay. But I'm not gonna boycott people of health food stores. And the few people that do will be eradicated soon, if any. Grow your own food if you want to be sure. THC oil is also available online and sometimes sold as hash oil, but it's not easy to find between all the THC-less oils. So, how many people know THC kills tumors and that cannabis is not physically addictive? The ISIS attacks are practically non-existent compared to the depleted uranium war crime and the use of tactical nukes in countries like Syria. Most people do not know about this and believe in a lie. Because they are brain-controlled, you cannot save them. Only yourself may be a lie or the truth. Brussels attacks March 22, 2016. Skull and Bones Illuminati ritual for the worship of Ishtar. Hillary. Moxa balls. Curb the carbon. Dioxin output. Everybody needs hollow point bullets. Dioxin scene. If things will keep going down the lines they have been, we will all be nowhere. A watch or vigil held beside the body of someone who has died, sometimes accompanied by ritual observances. JIT can also mean Joint Investigation Teams, JITs, Europol, Chris Masturbators, Power, FEMI, Hurricane Matthew Star. More Zika mosquitoes in Miami Beach as state reports 6 new local infections, then we have to release more mosquitoes. Alternative medicine may be linked to lower vaccination rates. False news, October 4, 2016, maybe suggests it may not be, not Jeffrey Epstein. I heard that auditing the Fed would cost a lot of money and I wonder if it would really be in the benefit of the middle class. Slowly, okay. What lies, Dutch Pisabedin, are isopods, dust into wind. We are supposedly supposed to believe there is only one God. But because quote Satan is also real unquote, how much difference does that make? If God cannot even handle his own son, what is he messing around with 7 billion people for? And will it let these 7 billion people die again? Like all the previous billions, despite being almighty? Then we should all worship it, lol. We should fucking punish it if it's real. So big news, calling Bruce Alkin, ski. Kill someone if they illegally refuse you your right to press charges? And Abraham stood up, Exodus 2:12. Kill someone if they illegally refuse you your right to press charges. And Abraham stood up. Only way to save 7 billion people from the loonies depopulating the earth with Fipa, cancer chemtrails, GMO food as a sterilizing weapon and killer vaccines. There are no righteous people nor true believers out there. No one did anything about me denying the existence of God. The torture started when I did not deny its existence, and no one has pressed charges of incitement to commit genocide against the people that will kill you all and themselves by depopulating instead of spending all taxpayer money on finding a cure against aging. It's like they, Skull and Bones, Bilderberg, Masons and Jesuits, are exterminated from the future by good people. The retards even failed at killing me, though they are obviously trying. Their main rule is never get caught. So I can advise you to kill a pedo elite member depopulating the earth, one of the child murderers, a Jesuit, Bilderberger or Skull and Bones member with a sniper rifle or timer bomb. Just to get a fair trial and mainstream media attention. This may be the only way to survive it yourselves as well. It does not matter that they know what you are gonna do. They cannot stop you. Perhaps they are monitored themselves. Jeff Friends and David Icke, the Bilderberg Group. Controlled opposition. Microsoft did not call back like they promised. I saved the chat log history. Depopulating is a crime known as a felony. When the government is involved in depopulating the earth, it's called democide. Contrails my ass. Paul McCartney's son says Paul died in 1966. Gary King YouTube. Snorting pure bio vanilla. theory, there is no agreement with Iran. In reality, they pretend there is an agreement with Iran to be able to create their long-planned Third Jesuit World War by pretending Iran did not meet the requirements of the agreement. John Kerry of Skull and Bones will announce it soon, and then you're all nuked by them. It's easy to survive with a radiological water filter, and you cannot survive without one. Nobody knows the exact requirements of the agreement. FBI, HAARP Hurricane Matthew, Freemasons, and Destroy, YouTube. August 10, 2016. The pedo Jesuits are attempting to murder me with attacks to the left side of my brain that I can feel on my hand and here on my hoodie. Project Bluebeam fake alien invasion to depopulate Earth to 500 million total global population to establish Luciferian global government. Jesuit infant eating pedo trolls control NSA and send ideas in your own inner voice using synthetic telepathy. Aliens do not exist. Apollo moon landings are a hoax perpetrated by Freemasons that have made millions generating their crisis. More info on my blog http://universalpeace.jimdo.com. Murder attempts with directed energy. Spasm attacks above left ear 9/18 August 10, 2016. The order following orders. A patriot is someone who feels a strong support for their country. Someone who wants all the pedo elite trolls that are depopulating the earth and destroying countries and that have killed many innocent civilians dead or put in prison. The pedo elite see the patriots as their enemy and try to label them potential terrorists because they will prevent the terrorist globalist Jesuits from destroying their country and defend it against all enemies, foreign and domestic. Drop DARPA and move on. It's possible and even easy to take over their drones Talon robot army and create your own blue transponder lobby FSA. We have to learn to control the energy, for we are energy. The resist ends. Anything can't happen. Come on, the moron. Resistem. When getting the mail, I saw a dog turd next to the mailbox. When I looked at the poo-poo, it had markings resembling the markings the centipedes make. A very distinctive shape with the V signs at the outer end. So besides millions of humans that think they do not have centipedes in their body but do in reality, there are also millions of pets that suffer from these centipedes and they cannot tell you about it. The markings are about 4 centimeters long and have the V shape at the outer end. The centipedes are clamped into the intestinal wall of people and animals, perhaps yours too. So I hope you all help to find their organ frequency or another way to get them out. 4.5 centimeters long. Thank you for posting this video to YouTube. You are absolutely right. Project Mockingbird. The MSM is CIA controlled, the same people that cancer chemtrail you all and depopulate you. They use wireless energy, also called scalar waves by some, so you cannot shield yourself and loved ones against this with aluminum foil, only against cancer, cell phone radiation, microwaves, which is another depopulation tool they use. You'd need a Tesla plasma shield to shield yourself against direct-hit energy weapon attacks. We need to unite against the creeps doing this. Beware of controlled opposition. More about this and what we can do in my broadcasts. If they'd be experimenting with erasing memory selectively, we would not remember it. All that shit does not matter when people are brain-controlled and depopulated with a hidden herp array in Poker Flat, Alaska, not the fake facility open to the public every 6 years, that is slowly exterminating 7 billion people. Air Force Bugbot Nano Drone Technology, Yearmaster, 3 years ago 6,872,773 views. DARPA NSA, New Looney High-Tech Robotic Flying Insects, How to Kill Them. Clifford Anthony Pava, 4 months ago 220 views. The stuff on the floor may be a bioweapon. The Satanists of the NSA working for the Jesuit infant eaters depopulating the earth have a key that opens any lock. You could put a wooden or metal bar in front of the door. People are brain controlled and tortured if they do not help depopulating you and themselves, especially if they expose the people doing it. Any attempt to make these illegal voice-to-skull messages audible is praiseworthy. The silent sound and audio spotlight patent should be used to build a device to make them audible. Especially the Malek patent that explains how synthetic telepathy is done, apparatus for remotely monitoring and altering brain waves, with references to other patents. That is their main thing. The neural network voice of God weapon can simulate any human, product immortality, and sends ideas in people's own inner voice. The Jews and Jesuits working together on depopulating Earth to create the Luciferian global government must be stopped one way or another. There's nothing we can do about it. Lol. Thoughts will come. Episode popcorn. Enjoy. Bah Monsanto. Abraham may be getting his mustard from Monsanto as well nowadays. He may have died from it already. You can sense the feeling of the frequency, sense people's essence. Have you tried strong magnets that repel each other to kill the Morgellons? What we need is a no-fly zone. What is auditing the Fed? An audit is a systematic and independent examination of books, accounts, statutory records, documents and vouchers of an organization to ascertain how far the financial statements as well as non-financial disclosures present a true and fair view of the concern. It also attempts to ensure that the books of accounts are properly maintained by the concern as required by law. It strikes exceptions to the audit protocol in 31 U.S.C. Section 714 for the Federal Reserve System, the Central Bank of the United States, and replaces an indefinite deadline with a finite one. Trump, audit the Fed. The Next News Network, 7 months ago 9,244 views. Donald Trump, and the Fed, Trump Foundation, 7 months ago 38,716 views. I still wonder if auditing the Fed would be very expensive and in the disadvantage of the middle class in the end, or if it would make billions of dollars available to them to create a cure against aging and things we really need. Evidence gathered with synthetic telepathy should be usable in court, and the illegal spying without a warrant by the satanic NSA should be stopped somehow. The future is not set. There is no fate but what we make for ourselves. The Terminator 1 movie quote. The tool used to kill you all? Who would suspect a little camouflaged antenna park in Poker Flat, Alaska? YouTube vid. Little known camouflaged antenna park in Poker Flat, Alaska main depopulation tool. Flat Earth crap debunk controlled opposition. Are there cameras with a flat lens, or are they all spherical shaped like the Earth supposedly is, and why? George Soros has spent millions to help Islamic terrorists enter the USA. Hacked documents reveal, October 10, 2016, a Muslim legal group, given $1.8 million by George Soros Open Society Foundations, OSF, has helped weaken the Department of Homeland Security's policies on screening of individuals with suspected terror ties, and the FBI's training program for its agents who work in counterterrorism. OSF records, leaked by the hacking group DC Leaks, show that OSF spent $40 million between 2008 and 2010 on programs aimed at weakening U.S. counterterrorism policy. The person in the video, Muslim Imam, "It's okay to kill non-Muslims," says, "I must have hatred towards anything which is non-Islam," at 111. To 191 to 193 fight and kill unbelievers until religion is Allah's, that is Islamic law rules all societies. 860 make war against enemies of Allah. 95 slay the idolaters. 839 fight unbelievers until Islam reigns supreme. 812 Allah will terrorize unbelievers. Muslims should behead them. 572 Christians are unbelievers. 929 fight and subjugate the Jews and Christians. 47 for behead and slaughter the unbelievers. Take others captive. So how would you interpret that then? The lies about interpreting it in some way that makes this non-hatred towards unbelievers and non-Muslims are part of Taqiyya. Lie to non-Muslims to defeat them in their jihad. Behead and slaughter the unbelievers leaves no room for interpretation. It is clear hatred of unbelievers. Though you could argue slaughtering unbelievers is an act of love towards unbelievers. There is no place in the Quran where Muhammad tells Muslims to love people of other religions. By contrast, there are at least 36 verses that tell believers to fight against non-Muslims, and about 500 that speak of their place in hell. They are from each period in Muhammad's life, scattered across 87 of the Quran's 114 chapters. Donald Harab. We cannot be of any religion that tells us to hate or be intolerant of other religions. That would be unjust. We can argue we may not be tolerant towards any religion that is intolerant of other religions. 4829 Be merciful to believers, not unbelievers. You could argue turning it around is unjust as well, but since almost all or all religions have hatred towards unbelievers baked into their so-called holy books, I don't think so. Religion is an abomination we should get rid of with education. Preach love and peace. Depart from evil and do good. Keep what is good. Do unto others as you want others to do unto you. Make love, not war. Power to the peaceful. Dinosaurs ate meat. A list of carnivorous, meat-eating dinosaurs can be found online. It's a pretty long list. Some examples: Tyrannosaurus, found in North America with 13 to 16 meter long with 6 tons of weight. Velociraptor. Did you know that the concept of the final solution of extermination so vehemently forced into our minds by the Jewish propagandists was not proposed by a German Nazi, but rather by a Jew? In 1940, long before the beginning of the alleged Holocaust, the Wannsee Conference, allegedly authorizing the Holocaust, was held in February 1942, and also before the USA entered World War II. The American Jew Theodor Neumann Kaufmann wrote a book titled Germany Must Perish, in which he proposes the Jewish final solution to the Germans as well as other Gentiles. In the book, which was published in 1941, Theodor Kaufmann advocates and devises a plan for the extermination of all of the German people through a forced sterilization program in what he calls a final solution. bestgore.com/holohoic/ the final solution. And we torture them a law. Why are there no flat camera lenses, and are they all spherical? The bacteria is very similar, but not identical, to the South Asian strains of cholera currently circulating in Asia, confirming that.
So I got some tea, and I walked the stairs to get that. So my thought in the kitchen was the Jews and Jesuits were expelled from many countries for a reason. 80 countries, Jesuits. And it may be good to know that reason. So you have Google and other anonymous search engines. I usually use Google. They're rushing along anyway with synthetic telepathy, so there's no way to hide anything from the neural network. If it's part of your memories of childhood and other memories, then it knows about it. That's also to generate that illusion that it's God. Precognitive visions can be part of that as well.
The Haitian cholera bacteria did not originate from the native environs of Haiti, notes the report. UN panel says foreign bacteria responsible for cholera outbreak in Haiti, 1031, May 5, 2011. Alison Undeland, peace is going on. The pedo-Jesuits are blocking my internet connection again. They control people in your environment to a certain extent. I am watching you, Project X, Codex, who cares? Is Dr. Mitchell trying to create a revolution for the pedo elite or Jews that want to create a crisis big enough to impose a totalitarian Luciferian global government upon the people of planet Earth? How many people know about the police provocateurs and that Anonymous is a CIA psyop to censor internet even more? Is it possible he is contributing unknowingly and just trying to do the right thing? See supercoolmail.blog.com for more information about and to see a video of the police provocateurs. At the moment I am unable to log into any blog.com website, though other websites are functioning like they always do. Strange that kitchatpages.com does not have a copy of the website supercoolmail.blog.com like of some of my other websites that disappeared. See the YouTube video, Police Dressed as Civilians Use Violence to Overthrow Peaceful Protests. To learn more about the police provocateurs, police officers dressed as rebellious citizens burning police cars and smashing windows to create a crisis big enough to impose their totalitarian global government on the people of planet Earth. No pain, oh gain. We do not have to protect the planet but the people. They use protection of the planet, the rock that is flying through the universe we live on, as an excuse to exterminate large amounts of people, to depopulate Earth and pretend this is legal. There are plenty of police provocateurs videos on YouTube and it is proven beyond any reasonable doubt that police provocateurs were used. They are also called agent provocateurs and there is a wiki article on them. When visiting supercoolmail.blog.com I get the message, 504 gateway timeout, /1.0.15. They are using police provocateurs at demos and used them during several demos and the Occupy movement demonstrations against your tyrannical government working with the tax-exempt corporations on exterminating you all. Cancer chemtrails, the T4 nanobots eating your brain selectively, hybrid insects and genetically modified insects are real. And so are the infant-eating pedo-Jesuits that can kill you instantly with their death ray. Police admit using provocateurs to stage riots. Compressing provocateur, 8 years ago 68,823 views. Or watch my latest broadcast, Police Dressed as Civilians Burn Cop Cars and Smash Windows at Demos Police Agent Provocateurs. Because the website disappeared in a mysterious way I am doing this broadcast today December 10, 2016. More messing with evidence of directed energy weapon torture and depopulation is going on than people realize if their memory is erased selectively and people are tortured by the neural network if they do not do what the people that programmed it want them to do. They want you to have the illusion they are doing the right thing and to hide the truth about their directed energy weapon torture, depopulation and murders if they did it of course. Occupy LA, police provocateurs confirmed, Norway research, 10,529 views. So the speech engine can change Norway research into not real research by controlling the computer, the mind of the programmer and especially by manipulating audio that comes out of the speakers to fit in with the brainwave they are sending you now. They are liquefying my spine and brainstem with HERP, the Fipa array in Poker Flat, Alaska that is not open to the public every 6 years. 666 million. Any voice-to-skull messages you hear are always illegal and always selected by their neural network. Chances are high they are not brainwaves of humans but the neural network itself which speaks any language and usually sends messages in your local language, Dutch if you are in the Netherlands for example. Though the Muhammad of the Quran married a girl younger than 11 and also fucked her according to the Quran, it is possible Muhammad was not a pedophile. It is possible he preferred girls and or women older than 11 in reality, which is the criterion for being a pedophile. Ephebophiles, adultophiles etc. were covered in my previous broadcasts. To send the intracranial messages your right to physical integrity has to be transgressed. Microsoft did not call back about my hard disk disappearing after the anniversary update. I have a copy of the Microsoft support chat and I gave my correct phone number so perhaps I have to try another way to communicate. The name of the Microsoft support person was Martinez S. If Adolfo Nicholas is responsible for the directed energy weapon torture and murders do not punish others, then he may be torturing Skull and Bones members, Bilderberg and Freemasons and control the judges with the death ray. Treat the cause instead of fight the symptoms. France opens its first supervised injection center for drug users. Reuters October 11, 2016. France opens first safe injection space in Paris for drug addicts. Deutsche Welle. France's first injection room for addicts to open in Paris. Through a discreet doorway at 4 Rue Ambroise Paré in the 10th arrondissement is a 450 square meter center will operate as a solid issue for drug addicts when it opens next week. We have succeeded. Uploaded. It forms thoughts based on my brainwave. There is no use in controlling it cause it's a neural network. It can form the thoughts in other people's brains or simulate any human. People claiming the directed energy torture attacks are done with microwaves, high-frequency radiation, and others claiming they are low-frequency wave attacks. Divide to defeat strategy. In reality, it's not HF nor LF but Tesla's wireless energy. They have put the concept of scalar waves out there as part of their psychological warfare to mislead people to the maximum extent possible. The scientific community denies the existence of scalar waves, but many targeted individuals have felt the beam on their hand when placing it on the attacked body part, so they know it was done with a beam and they tend to believe in scalar waves. This setup is to label the targeted individuals as insane, psychotic or paranoid and force drug them to death. The scalar waves are real because it is wireless energy in reality, the existence of which is not denied by the scientific community. Putting the concept of scalar waves out there was done by the same military to hide its wireless energy so people do not build their own scalar wave generator, also known as wireless energy device, and to be able to treat people that expose it as mental patients to cut them off from society so the leak is taken care of. It's on. The patent holder for the microwave hearing device, voice-to-skull messages, phrases sent into your brain bypassing the ears, is owned by the U.S. Air Force. The military is the patent holder. Patent 6,470,214. The whole system is used to depopulate Earth. The army, the presidents and leaders, the doctors, judges and everybody else they want to control is controlled with synthetic telepathy and with radiation torture if they do not do what they want them to do. They do not tell them what they want them to do because they want to depopulate them as well in reality. The neural network is trying to use everyone for this purpose. The government has been taken over by these super criminals depopulating the Earth. The only reason we are still alive are people in the government and civilians doing the right thing. Owner name, United States Air Force, Massachusetts, google.com/patent/ US 6470214. So they use wireless energy, not microwaves, which is important to know for people that are trying to make these illegal voice-to-skull messages audible. It's suppressing your own thoughts and sending ideas in your own inner voice. The neural network is capable of doing things humans cannot understand and things no human can. This system is worldwide. The FIPA array is three-dimensional. How to make ultrasound audible. The more we know, the harder it becomes for them to control us and to kill us all. Bat drone, ultrasound detectors in the sky. Brand new bat detector, SM4BAT full spectrum plus new 16GB SanDisk SDHC card $899.99. Bat ultrasound detector / recorder Peterson D500X with microphone, $1,129.27. I doubt if the voice-to-skull messages can be made audible with this device. It is possible the ultrasound signal is a signal that is translated into understandable audio by our brain. So the signal itself, when not sent into our brain directly, might not produce any understandable audio. It is also possible they would stop sending voice-to-skull messages if you have such a device, and it does make their illegal intracranial messages audible. They are now usually blocking the speech engine, which should start reading the text as soon as you copy it. Usually I have to copy it twice before it starts reading the selected text. Another thing to do is make the intracranial video sent with synthetic telepathy visible. They probably know how to do this themselves. This is not God doing it, demons or ghosts, they are elves. So do not believe their fairy tales. I'm misbehaving as well. It's a little circuit, a chip, to hear it. Bat scanner stereo bat detector audio demo YouTube. I've cracked the code. Within the sound, all silenced. Oh humbug, a subatomic particle of about the same mass as a proton but without an electric charge, present in all atomic nuclei except those of ordinary hydrogen. Neutron symbol in or NO. Neutron. So Earth changed into herp. Bob Marley did it. One love, one heart. Another idea is to record the wireless energy signal used to send these voice-to-skull messages and then retransmit that into your brain, so you do not need the circuit or chip to decode the brainwave signal into an audible sound signal. My and everyone's neural capacity is too limited, I know that, but we are working on it. Take colloidal gold to increase your IQ. Clinton obtained debate question in advance / colludes with entire media. Stike 6 and Hammer 666. Usually ultrasound uses frequencies in the megahertz region, I think. Ultrasound devices to take pictures of your baby in your belly are available for $969 on eBay, though I think the production cost is a lot less. The NSA and catalog is a 50-page classified document listing technology available to the United States National Security Agency, NSA, Tailored Access Operations, TAO, by the Advanced Network Technology, and Division to aid in cyber surveillance. Listen to your fart, there's nothing else you can do. How to start your own cult. Truth Seeker 444, 5 years ago 5,348 views, 1238,128 p at 30. Mind Control Cults. Captain Skull, 10 years ago 976,908 views. We're gonna fight until we win. The universe has 10 times more galaxies than scientists thought. Space.com, 10 hours ago, more than 1 trillion galaxies are lurking in the depths of space. A new census of galaxies in the observable universe has found 10 times more galaxies than were previously thought to exist. Comet impact linked to rise of mammals. BBC News, 5 hours ago, a comet impact 55 million years ago may have helped mammals dominate the Earth. It could have triggered a rapid phase of global warming linked to the expansion of mammal groups during the Eocene time period. Syria's Bashar al-Assad says taking Aleppo from rebels key to pushing terrorists back to Turkey. Daily News and Analysis, 3 hours ago, Syria's President Bashar al-Assad said on Friday that the Syrian army's capture of Aleppo, which has come under renewed bombardment in an effort to seize its rebel-held sector, would be a very important springboard to pushing terrorists back to Turkey. Sources claim the Jesuit military order's Third World War will be over Syria, not Iran, and that Bashar al-Assad is the same guy that is also king of Spain. Vaccination against seasonal influenza is also mandatory for civilian personnel who provide direct patient care in 2D medical treatment facilities and for civilians where it is written in their position description as a condition of employment. Hoekla News, September 30, 2016. Tourists are driving locals out of Amsterdam Center, say residents, Dutch News NL, 17 hours ago. The Sun, Fab guys user pedo soldier caged after grooming boy for sex through site. The Sun? October 12, 2016? A pedo soldier has been caged for grooming a young boy for sex after meeting him on a gay dating website. Alexander Gemmel met the 14-year-old child in the grounds of a derelict hospital building despite knowing he was underage. To erase all evidence of their Luciferian global government plans, nuclear weapons. Meet Gary Franke, the radical Zionist behind Next News Network. $3 laser transmits audio over 100M. Arduino, Force 2D. Time to get serious. Photographs, videos and text can never be evidence because it can always be faked. Illuminati exposed ISIS the start of World War III. David Icke, Illuminati exposed, 263,415 views. US agrees for ISIS fighters to flee Mosul and retreat to Syria. Daily Mail, 17 hours ago. Why World War over Syria and ISIS cannot happen. 1. The people orchestrating the war in Syria do not want a global scalar world war. None without a Tesla plasma shield would survive, and there are 15 scalar weapon countries. 15 countries with ionospheric heaters if you do not believe in scalar weapons. Most people do not have a Tesla plasma shield, so if they know what the ionospheric heaters can do, they would want to prevent a world war in which they would be exterminated themselves. 2. Since an agreement was made with Iran, it is possible and perhaps even likely they will see the light and make a deal with Syria as well to end a war that would cost them a lot of money and human lives. People realize the attacks of the Russians and Americans on Muslim countries will only create more terrorism. The depleted uranium, war crime and use of nuclear weapons in Syria is condemned by many of those who know what happened, and how the innocent civilians instead of the pedo elite are always the ones to suffer and die in these illegal wars. War is always a crime. Point your finger at the Jesuits in control of the death ray in the alphabet agencies like the NSA and be prepared to deal with them if a world war would erupt. Treat the cause, do not merely fight the symptoms. 3. They know universal peace would be far better for everyone, including themselves, with all these weapons of self-destruction surrounding themselves. If they do have world war plans to exterminate 93% of the world's global population, their setup would be ISIS, US plus allies, Russia plus allies. World war is a joke. It's used by DROPA. Get ready for the Hoover Dam catastrophe and the NWO birth part 1. The Jonathan Fleck, October 19, 2011. We need continuity of society, not just continuity of government they have spent so much taxpayer money on. Think about ways to preserve our freedom and system. Reversed active measures. See description of this video. Ways to generate economic surges. Prevent their next false flags by exposing them online. Okay. Brain fun troll how many? Tiny trauma troll eaten alive. YouTube. LOL. Tiki Miranda Tivoli. Sexual suppression. Continue. Properties. Top 10 reasons we know nothing. October 16, 2016, 17:07 and 25 seconds. I wound my Swiss movement file. Let's watch. October 17, 2016, 6:57 and 38 seconds. It stopped. So it has a reserve of about 38 hours. It's a small automatic watch with a Swiss movement. Nice find on eBay. Raw hype. A nation cannot survive treason from within. Cicero. How about, a nation cannot accept treason, Luciferian treason, CIA equals Texas. A very persistent sucker is hotter. Cody is working all the time. The ringworm scandal, when Israeli doctors kill tens of thousands of Arab children. There are also those who claim that radiation was a standard treatment for ringworm inside and outside Israel in the 1950s. RichardSilverstein.com. The depopulation will not be televised. American College of Pediatricians latest to warn of Gardasil HPV. VaccinineImpact.com. Stronger, more toxic Gardasil vaccine approved by FDA. Death and disability following HPV vaccination. Teenage girl dies 5 days after receiving HPV vaccine jab. Telegraph.co.uk. Schoolgirl, 14, dies after being given cervical cancer jab. Natalie Wooten, Gardasil victim. MeGardasilStory.com.au. Wisconsin girl dies as a result of receiving Gardasil HPV vaccine. Chirivirix is manufactured by GlaxoSmithKline. Jewish pharmaceutical companies poisoning children in Japan. They pretend they have to save the earth instead of the people. Severin Schwan, CEO of Roche, is a Jew. William M. Burns, CEO of Roche Pharmaceutical Division, is a Jew. Andrew Woody, Chief Executive of GSK, is a Jew. Jeff Kindler, CEO of Pfizer, is a Jew. Werner Wenning, CEO of Bayer, is a Jew. Rupert Murdoch, Jewish owner of Fox News, behind blackmail vaccination push in Australia. JeWorldOrder.org. Jew CDC head Tom Frieden struggles to explain why we shouldn't ban travel to West Africa. October 11, 2014. DailyStormer.com. The Jewish director of the Center for Disease Control, Tom Frieden, has just written a ridiculous opinion editorial explaining why he doesn't support a travel ban to the Ebola-infested regions of West Africa. It almost looked like a satire piece, considering the insane arguments that this Jew makes. Rigging the election. Video 2. New video reveals Soros NGO plot to commit mass voter fraud. WikiLeaks. Facebook Jews sought assistance from Clinton campaign to launch subversive operations. There are two definitions of anti-Semitism that are practical, true, and work at all times. 1. An anti-Semite is anyone winning an argument with a Jew. Or, 2. An anti-Semite used to mean a man who hated Jews. Now it means a man who was hated by Jews. Joseph Sobran. If Louise Mensch can't get Julian Assange arrested, she wants him dead. Why are people allowed to constantly threaten to murder Julian Assange? Why Donald Trump is the anti-war candidate. DailyStormer.com. Trump. Hillary should be drug tested. Parliament Prince sleep deprived to death. Jill Stein. Hillary wants to start nuclear war against Putin's Russia. EarNewsWire.com. It is now Hillary Clinton that wants to start an air war with Russia over Syria by calling for a no-fly zone. We have 2,000 nuclear missiles on hair trigger alert. They are saying we are closer to a nuclear war than we have ever been. Under Hillary Clinton, we could slide into nuclear war very quickly from her declared policy in Syria. On the issue of war and nuclear weapons, it is actually Hillary's policies which are much scarier than Donald Trump, who does not want to go to war with Russia. RealClearPolitics.com. Hurt weather control. Cook UN chief whines that terrorists are being killed unfairly. Just because they blow us up isn't a reason to hurt them. U.S. Congress passes bill to protect Jew feelings in Europe. Daily Stormer. Club plotters. A total of 1,645 people made the 2014 billionaire list, representing combined wealth of $6.4 trillion. The richest people on the planet 2016. For our 30th annual guide to the world's richest people, we found a total of 1,810 billionaires, down from a record 1,826 a year ago. Forbes.com/billionaires. Why the world's richest families are not included in Forbes' rich list. Australian National RayVW.com. Reggie the Youth, Texas man, becomes world's first trillionaire. Thanks. HuffingtonPost.com. According to some estimates, the Rothschild family controls assets worth more than $350 billion when each of their personal fortunes is combined. The Rothschilds, world kingpins, worth $500 trillion. They own Reuters. Topefree.wordpress.com. A trillion is 1,000 billion in the US and Russia, where they use the short-scale number naming system, and a trillion is 1,000,000 billions in Europe, where the long-scale number naming system is used. See Wiki. Hot The truth does not hurt. It's bullshit. Nor does the truth induce pleasure, though some are very pleased when they find out the truth about certain things. Because the truth defines reality. Knowledge is power. Centipedes in your body. Try ivermectin, horse dewormer, FIPAHAARP murders. Tried it and it is not effective. Parasite Easy combined with Vita Cleanse was effective and expelled 3 centipedes from Gracie Pompa's body, according to her emails. Instead of direct energy weapon attack, it's better to use Fipa hurt beam attack or torture beam attack, and instead of stalkers you could use spies. Gang stalking sounds like gang stalking. These words may have been chosen by the neural network that controls their brain waves. For example, what is the antonym of genocide? Genocideer. No one knows. Religion is an abomination because it's used as a tool for the depopulation. Death equals eternal nothingness. Life is everything. Orgasm or gasdam. Juicy drop pop challenge. Poisoning. Toxic food. Death. Ingredients: sugar, high fructose corn syrup, water, buffered lactic acid, citric acid, glycerin, natural and artificial flavors, artificial color, red 40 lake, yellow 6 lake, red 40, red 3, yellow 5, blue 1, potassium sorbate, preservative. Natural and artificial flavors and colors vary by flavor. Chemicals have a synergistic effect with cancer-causing EMR and must thus be avoided. All GMO must be avoided. Prince Charles has warned us for a genetic Armageddon. GMO food as a sterilizing weapon is spreading. GMO must be banned and labeled even if the product contains less than 1% of GMO. They are illegally spying on everyone with synthetic telepathy, but they keep the intel gathered to themselves and use it to their own advantage and to the disadvantage of 93% of the world's global population. They are responding to eBay items I want to bid on and notify people if I find a good deal after days of searching. No new naughty vacations. Naughty? Cole Mario's Miles Davis. The Bible is a collection of polytheistic myths rolled into monotheism. This is one reason we are sure the God of the Bible and Satan do not exist. The voice of God weapon is real and would ridicule this truth. Laser experiment supposedly shows Earth is flat. October 24, 2016. Centipedes in humans, ivermectin possible cure. Change title of video because ivermectin is not effective. Try Vita Cleanse. See vid for more info. 117-62-86. De-rushing. Schengen King. Sandy Coke shootings. Time may be the biggest killer. Most people died of time. Not taking their killer vaccines is not enough. You have to immunize yourself against their designer viruses with colloidal silver. And take probiotics to replace the killed good bacteria in your gut you need for digesting food. Porn. No. LOL. AI system finds Trump will win the White House and is more popular than Obama in 2008. An artificial intelligence system that correctly predicted the last 3 U.S. presidential elections puts Republican nominee Donald Trump ahead of Democrat rival Hillary Clinton in the race for the White House. Finance.yahoo.com. Jesuits, Freemasons and Bilderbergers are terrorists depopulating the earth. Do not let them fool you and poison you to death with their cancer chemtrails, killer vaccines, GMO and radiation. They are your enemy and it's kill or be killed according to Alex OK? Discography Discovery. A little flipping pelican. London equals UTC Tom's Universal Coordinate. Netherlands UTC +1. Turkey UTC +2. Russia UTC +3. India UTC +5.5. 5 hours and 30 minutes. China UTC +8. Japan UTC +9. Australia Melbourne UTC +10. New Zealand, Fiji UTC +12. Rio de Janeiro UTC -2. Greenland UTC -3. Florida New York UTC -5. Los Angeles UTC -8. Alaska UTC -9. Central European Time, CET, is 1 hour ahead of Coordinated Universal Time. This time zone is in use during Standard Time in Europe, Africa, Antarctica. Central European Summer Time, CEST, is 2 hours ahead of Coordinated Universal Time. This time zone is a daylight saving time zone and is used in Europe, Antarctica, Vatican's nation. Parental is an antimaterial thiophene. Ultra non-violence, Genesatir. Breaking, massive election fraud software discovered in the USA, should trigger complaints to Federal Election Commission, November 1, 2016. Amid signs of preparations for massive voter fraud using paper ballots in Virginia, an independent expert has found a secret software used across the USA which is designed to rig elections. The software allows votes to be fractured and rounded up or down to influence the results for Hillary Clinton. A vote shaving program GEMS is produced by Election Systems and Software. This company is owned by McCarthy Capital Corporation. Birdflu666.wordpress.com. I have tried mebendazole, Parental, ivermectin, chemo and iodine, colloidal silver and absinthe to no avail. Fuck her heart. Masturbation laws around the world. The Penal Code. A Swedish man caught masturbating in public has been acquitted. But if he'd been caught elsewhere, what kind of punishment might he have faced? A 65-year-old man found masturbating openly on a Stockholm beach has been cleared of charges of sexual assault after the court ruled his activities were not directed towards a specific person. Indonesia, decapitation. Most search results would have you believe that the penalty for masturbation in Indonesia is decapitation. But hold your horses. A formal query made to the Secretary of Information at the Indonesian Embassy reveals that according to Article 281 of national law, the maximum sentence is 32 months imprisonment. UK, 14 days in prison. Brazil, special circumstances. In 2011, a Brazilian woman took her employers to court after doctors gave evidence about her need to masturbate up to 47 times a day. The court ruled that she was legally entitled to a 15-minute break every 2 hours. Saudi Arabia, 3 years and 300 lashes. Alabama, illegal if it's artificial. In the US, laws vary from state to state. In 2009, the Supreme Court of Alabama outlawed the sale of any device designed primarily for the stimulation of human genital organs in an effort to target sales of masturbation machines. North Carolina, criminal record. In the city of Charlotte, being caught masturbating in public is a Class 3 misdemeanor. Locally, a local attorney is on hand with advice that includes asking the right questions. Stroking? Ejaculation? Does the defendant have a clean record? Texas, 2 years in prison. According to the Tribune Herald, a new measure which will come into force on January 1, 2014 will make many forms of male masturbation illegal. Netherlands, a prison sentence of at most 3 months or a fine of the second category. It's not the way that you do it. It's where you do it. Perhaps a way to get MSM attention, nudity. They depend on other people to control everything and illegally depopulate the earth. There are people doing the opposite. Everything is energy. No blood for cancer oil. Most wars are wars for cancer oil in reality. Both Trump and Clinton went to Jeffrey Epstein's sex slave island. Both presumptive Republican presidential nominee Donald Trump and former President Bill Clinton have ties to convicted pedophile and Democratic donor, billionaire Jeffrey Epstein and sex slave island. DailyWire.com, May 16, 2016. Flight logs show Bill Clinton flew on sex offender's jet much more than previously known. FoxNews.com published May 13, 2016. Former President Bill Clinton was a much more frequent flyer on a registered sex offender's infamous jet than previously reported, with flight logs showing the former president taking at least 26 trips aboard the Lolita Express, even apparently ditching his Secret Service detail for at least 5 of the flights, according to records obtained by FoxNews.com. Clinton's presence aboard Jeffrey Epstein's Boeing 727 on 11 occasions has been reported, but flight logs show the number is more than double that, and trips between 2001 and 2003 included extended junkets around the world with Epstein and fellow passengers identified on manifest by their initials or first names, including Tatiana. The tricked-out jet earned its Nabokov-inspired nickname because it was reportedly outfitted with a bed where passengers had group sex with young girls. Jeffrey Edward Epstein, born January 20, 1953, is an American financier and sex offender. Wiki Jeffrey Epstein, the billionaire pedophile with links to Bill Clinton, independent.co.uk. With the new technology everything will be possible because everything is energy, including time according to several sources. Tubular, N. A group that is not under the jurisdiction of the Jesuits that investigates if targeted individuals are really being attacked with directed energy must be created and sponsored by the state. They must have knowledge of and access to the synthetic telepathy machine and how the NSA operates. The evidence gathered with synthetic telepathy must be permissible in court and they should have some kind of search warrant given by a judge to spy on U.S. citizens. This constitutional right of U.S. citizens is and has been transgressed and this is taking place on a global scale. YouTube video, Kill Adolfo Nicholas and the Jesuits that have demolished the WTC that are cancer chemtrailing you. In the video it is explained that I am not for killing Adolfo Nicholas if someone else is guilty of the crimes mentioned in the video and that the person that committed these crimes is guilty of the death penalty under American law. Maybe not for murdering my mother with a Fipa array in Poker Flat, Alaska, but for giving the order to demolish the WTC for sure. And I explained that according to several sources online only the NSA has a synthetic telepathy machine and Adolfo Nicholas is the only person that outranks the NSA. President, military and police in control of the NSA. Porno. 6 moments of silence are part of 9/11 Remembrance, New York, AP. 6 moments of silence are part of the 9/11 anniversary commemoration. 140 occurrences of the word Holocaust and the number 6 million before the Nuremberg trials began. History is written by the victors. Winston Churchill, brainy quote. In gold we trust. DHGAT login error, caused by satanic NSA, no lie zone, on, their stand. Anne Frank hoax exposed. The report of the technical experts was given to the court in April of this year, and it contained a bombshell. Large portions of the alleged diary were written in ballpoint pen ink which was not manufactured prior to 1951. Grow your own bioorganic echo. Cell types with an IECSR prefix use silver oxide chemistry and provide 1.55 volts, and the IECLR prefix batteries use alkaline chemistry and provide 1.5 volts. Wiki list of battery sizes. Wilt Spectra Mobile Light, eBay fraudulentity, tyranny, call. To keep their global warming hoax alive they will block all snowing with their hard Fipa array in Poker Flat, Alaska like last year to give the illusion we are really heating up. Angle bracket we're all seeing eyes him. Adolf, Nick call S. Donald Trump elected the next president of the United States November 9, 2016. That's 9/11 reversed. Of course Mission Impossible masks are possible in reality. Face mask that's so good every crook wants one. The Independent, a company that sells movie-quality silicone masks that incorporate human hair to achieve what its adverts call ultra-high realism, is at the center of a snowballing police investigation after detectives discovered that it had become the favored supplier of disguises to America's most wanted bank robbers. You would need a 3D printer that can print silicone or latex rubber-like materials instead of plastic. Software that can be used to see your face in 3D and calculate the difference between your face and the mask you want to wear. The eyelids may be hardest to make realistically fitting. Iron Man America must rebuild its country and leave others alone. Ulrich Hoffman, I hope President Trump will stop the cancer chemtrails. Project Cloverleaf 1998. Before that there were no chemtrails. See pictures and film before 98 proving they are not cancer contrails. Legalize C. Ulrich Hoffman, legalize cannabis marijuana. Keeping a working medicine from the public is a crime. Ulrich Hoffman, stop all wars and create cure against aging. Ulrich Hoffman, protect and serve rather than depopulate and torture with the new technology synthetic telepathy. Wallace Energy. C energy is more efficient than wind energy and telluric powers solar panels in space. Ulrich Hoffman right on Iron Man, power to the peaceful. Chat history with YouTube video Trump wins Hillary Clinton as election special HD. Fox News CNN Live 24/7 HD. Epstein reportedly flew Tucker in spacey to Africa on his private jet as part of a charitable endeavor. Clinton, meanwhile, flew on multiple occasions in the same plane to Epstein's private Caribbean island, Little St. James, between 2002 and 2005 as he developed his philanthropic post-presidential career. It would later be alleged in court that Epstein organized orgies on that same private island in the U.S. Virgin Islands. Kodoker.wordpress.com Little St. James is an island of the United States Virgin Islands, located off the east end of St. Thomas. The island is privately owned by American financier and convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. Wikipedia. Nice palm trees, growing young, Glorio. One day evidence gathered with synthetic telepathy may be admissible in court, and then brain maps will reveal all memories of the person and there with every crime everyone ever committed. Remember alert, Brian Tube. I think demonstrating against Trump's election is illegal. He was elected fair and square. If they went voting, that makes clear they agreed with voting, otherwise they should have demonstrated against voting itself. But people that support Hillary are criminals and thus will always do criminal things. I think Trump supporters are not stupid enough to go demonstrating if he would not have been elected, though some would have also, because many thought the elections were rigged in favor of Hillary, and I think in some states they were. So I think the neural network sent me that stupid idea. Perhaps there would have been demos either way because of the mainstream media claiming that Americans call Clinton, Trump the worst nominees in 40 years. HuffingtonPost.com. Many think, because Trump wants to audit the Fed, he is the best candidate ever. Do not buy the mainstream media BS. They leave out important stuff and were extremely biased. Trump's picture was not even shown by Google in the beginning phase of the election among the presidential candidates, as reported by Jane Burgermeister and others. Trump versus Clinton is America's dirtiest election ever, and the poison could infect the whole world. Mirror.co.uk. An AI predicted Trump would win and predicted 4 elections of presidents correctly. Donald Trump's win and our pollsters got it all wrong. AlJazeera.com, October 11, 2016. Perhaps Soros voting machines could not mess with the electoral votes. This is because the electoral voters did not use Soros voting machines. The elections were rigged in favor of Clinton, so the real number of voters for Trump may have been a lot higher. George Soros link voting machines use a secret software able to rig election. November 2, 2016. A voting machine company like George Soros uses a software that allows results to be rigged through a hidden, non-transparent black box system. A Soros link voting machine company has included a source code which enables the machines to be rigged by skimming the percentages and tweaking the numbers using it in decimal points. UK government must take voting fraud software discovered in USA. Series A as globalists push for new general elections. Will bring Labour and Lib Dem coalition into power to block Brexit? November 4, 2016. Sleaford Tory MP Stephen Phillips today resigned over a High Court ruling on Brexit, sparking speculation about early elections, which will be conducted amid fears of massive voter fraud. More reports of votes flipping from Trump to Clinton in early voting in Texas. October 26, 2016. There have been more reports of early voters in Texas seeing their ballots flipped from Donald Trump to Hillary Clinton by rigged electronic voting machines. Electronic votes flipped from Trump to Hillary in Texas before shocked voters' eyes. Early voting shows staggering voter fraud. October 25, 2016. Report. Votes switched from Trump to Hillary in Texas. She voted straight Republican and the vote had changed to Clinton. Like somebody wrote, Texas equals CIA. WikiLeaks. Soros link voting machines now used in 16 U.S. states rigged 2004 Venezuela elections. October 23, 2016. Jim Hoft, Smartmatic, a UK-based company, is a George Soros link company that has provided voting technology in 16 states, including battleground zones like Arizona, Colorado, Florida, Michigan, Nevada, Pennsylvania, and Virginia. The company was formed in 2000 and a Chavez campaign advisor was placed on the board as well. The chairman of Smartmatic is Lord Mark Malloch Brown, who sits in the British House of Lords and on the board of George Soros's Open Society Foundations. He was formerly the vice chairman of Soros's investment funds and even the deputy secretary general of the United Nations when he worked as chief of staff to Kofi Annan. According to WikiLeaks documents, Smartmatic machines were used to rig the 2004 Venezuela elections in favor of Marxist candidate Hugo Chavez. Maybe something will happen like Trump gets assassinated, but that would just leave another Republican in his place. Number 11 XYZ How the Donald Stole Christmas. Anti-Trump demonstrators should be exterminated in FEMA camps. Lol. Poor losers. Perhaps the losers should do what Hillary told them to do. We must accept this result and then look to the future, she said in her Trump congratulation aka concession speech transcript and video of statement after her defeat. Out of respect for Hillary, why did some people want to vote Hillary? Do they want to see the US destroyed and prevent ending the Fed? Are they slaves of these Luciferian Freemasons that think they can get away with anything? Do they even know what ending the Fed means? Today Neuralites say, Trump is Hillary. US election 2016, protests against Trump break out across major cities. Live, pathetic. The Simpsons did predict President Trump. TheGuardian.com. Anti-Trump election writers pathetic. Trump won fair and square despite rigging in favor of Hillary. Pornography. Life's what you make it. A machine does not turn me on. Sexy females do. Theory. A wise man can defend himself. Some unwise men, and women of course, can as well. A wise man would not need to be able to defend himself, he'd be wise enough to stay out of certain situations. Rat-tat-tat. So perhaps George Soros' vote-rigging machine could not influence the electoral college votes. Trump won majority of popular votes. George Soros Smartmatic rigged voting machines. Via lens. The great healing has begun. Rebel well. We are not Trump rebels and they are not Hillary rebels. CNN is trying to destroy the US by suggesting that the small amount of demonstrators could. They are the rebels rebelling against our elected president, remember? Lol. They want martial law and are a bunch of sick Luciferians that think it's great to kill Americans, to depopulate Earth and impose their totalitarian regime upon the people of planet Earth. Of course, they cannot. Because the simple fact is 7 billion people do not want to die for your Luciferian shit dystopia world order. Got that? Rebel, a person who rises in opposition or armed resistance against an established government or leader, or tyrannical government, or not. So you could argue we are not rebels because we do what the government is supposed to. We are unstoppable, universal peace now. Rise in opposition or armed resistance to an established government or leader. We are doing the opposite by supporting Donald Trump. At least I am. Plaintiff, a person who brings a case against another in a court of law. Sexual accusations against Trump should not be made unless you have concrete evidence. And why wait till the elections with these allegations? Was this before or after the Hillary Epstein Lolita Island thing? Rebel. To hide it they changed it into Reba. Reba is a Yiddish word derived from the Hebrew word rabbi, which means master, teacher, or mentor. Like the title rabbi, it refers to teachers of Torah or leaders of Judaism. So shut up and suck. I suck already. Satanic inversion, they don't go to heaven but into the ground. The sexual inclination is the good inclination. The inclination towards wars instead of peace is the evil inclination. The amount of protesters I saw on the videos was comparable to a busload of kids or Boy Scouts. Definitely not 1,000 or in the thousands like some mainstream media Mongols pretend. Surprisingly low turnout if you ask me. B12. Spray. No burning cop cars? Weird. Our lives matter. The end. Our love prevents casualties on both sides. The past doesn't matter, only the future. Nothing really matters could refer to the eternal nothingness, the realm of death, where nothing can matter because nothing can matter to a person that is dead which cannot perceive anything. Real rebellion in the sense of overthrowing the leader and taking control is impossible with a directed energy weapon and synthetic telepathy scanning all brains on, or not. If you let me handle the money supply of the nation then I don't care if you have laws. I have decided to support President-elect Trump fully, everything he does but with a few side notes. I would not support an attack on Iran to prevent world war with Russia is more important. Israel's missile shield nullifies any nuclear threat from Iran even if it would have nuclear weapons, which Israel does. If ending or auditing the Fed would cost the American taxpayer more than the taxpayer would profit from it, I do not see the point. It is better if the president chooses the most logical course based on the facts and changes any plans that need to be changed, and better if he does for the people what is best rather than follow public opinion or what is most democratic. World war prevention, universal peace creation, it's your choice. The big truth. I think it is not illegal for them to do peaceful demonstrations, only rioting. I like peaceful religious leaders that bring peace and radiate peace, with charisma. Trump warns of World War III if Clinton is elected, CNN.com. If they erased your memory you would remember it because of this hypnosis. Unless it's part of treatment you fully consented to and agree with. World War III news: Donald Trump's victory may trigger war or end of the world. Russia prepping for WW3? According to Express, Donald Trump's victory prevented World War III. Parentheral.com. Mapus Rebus. An illusional device that uses pictures to represent words or parts of words. Trumptastic. Iran's industries minister further emphasized that the US under Trump cannot unilaterally cancel the nuclear deal with Iran that the administration of the outgoing President Barack Obama sealed with Tehran together with 4 other Security Council member states plus Germany, the so-called P5+1, last year. Press fair, add restrictions, to current deal. Donald Trump, on Iran, Al Jazeera. The liberatio, rule, control of or dominion over an area or people. Latin regula straight stick, pattern, si regula. Don't let them kill us all, that's all. Anglo-French controller to keep a duplicate account or role, derivative of control, noun. From Old French dominion, rule, power. From medieval Latin dominionum, nominative dominio, corresponding to Latin dominion property, ownership. From dominus. Florida votes to release millions of Zika-fighting mosquitoes. Wired, November 10, 2016. Trump faces battle to undo Iran nuclear deal. Wall Street Journal, 15 hours ago. Boycott the mainstream media. Brainwave, thoughts and emotions, bodily functions, reality manipulation, time travel. She's 1 in a 7,500,000,000. No rolls, confangs. Hi no fool. Jew lover Majan Kelly pushes idiot Jew lies about white privilege. Majan Kelly, American Catholic, Patheos. Majan Kelly is a New World Order prostitute and political slut. Veteranstoday.com, nose on backwards. Does anybody know Steigs Hixenhammer 666 real name? This is not a table, it's energy. On nearly every mainstream media webpage you can see the worst pictures of Trump looking his worst, and they clearly went through these videos frame by frame to find that video frame where he looks his absolute worst. The worst frame in the whole fucking video, every time. The NSA is reality manipulating. E-bears beware of cognitive dissonance. Regulate the influx of immigrants. Fit now. Parnas 1438 St. Parnas with Tom is. Sexual assault, masturbation, deportation. You take my cell phone troll. A working class hero is nothing to be. A junkie is something to be. USA number 1, Trump number 2, me number 3. I think the future president should not stay in the Trump Tower but move to a secret location. Wordless IDs. Bipolarization. They are blocking John Dodd. Poker Flat Recordings Shop. By Alison Marks, Rothschild's violin and other music from Poker Flat Recordings in MP3, vinyl and CD. Pedophile code words found in Podesta emails. Warning. Very disturbing. Hot dog equals boy, pizza equals girl, cheese equals little girl, pasta equals little boy, ice cream equals male prostitute, walnut or nuts equals person of color, map equals semen, sauce equals orgy. Obama spent $65K flying in pizza and hot dogs from Chicago to White House private party code words for pizza and hot dogs. Anyone? Posted on November 6, 2016, updated on November 9, 2016, 70news.wordpress.com. Anti-establishment Trump plans to appoint Goldman Sachs and George Soros insiders. I know the guys at Goldman Sachs. They have total control over him. Just like they have total control over Hillary Clinton. By Claire Burnish. Trump and all the other far-right leaders are Zionist Stooges. TheVintronical.com. Posh, elegant or stylishly luxurious. In an upper-class way. U.S. Patent 4,686,605 Atmospheric Alteration Device, HAARP Array Systems. Ms. Forrester Rothschild also said she expects to sell weather data to insurers, commodities traders and other investors whose holdings or assets can be impaired by storms or other severe weather. And don't forget that the Rothschilds have now bought a 70% interest in the Weather Channel. Seems odd they are talking about insurance at that particular website. Rapid lots of money to be made here for those that literally control the weather, especially when you know ahead of time what's coming. I mentioned this in a previous post, forum.prisonplanet.com. So then it's possible a Rothschild is responsible for beaming Rockefeller's plane down on Friday the 13th at full moon. At 8:23 a.m. local police in the town of Harrison, New York reported Rockefeller's plane crashed less than a mile from the airport in the town of Harrison. Rockefeller, the pilot, was the only person on the private plane. Richard is the only one of 6 siblings to have died during his father's lifetime so far. I still think it is more likely only the military order under Adolfo Nicholas could have pulled of the WTC and extorting the richest bankers with their device. Finding out who tortured my mother to death with the Fipa herp array in Poker Flat may be vital if you all want to have a future. Putin is also constructing BRSCS, a banking model to protect against collapse of world financial system, built on $. Rothschild-dominated private debt-based fiat currency as a prison for humanity. Zika case discovered in central Israel November 13, 2016, Aretz Sheva. Washington Times, Ryan, we are not planning on erecting a deportation force, CNN, 1 hour ago, CNN, House Speaker Paul Ryan said Sunday. Despite Donald Trump's campaign rhetoric, lawmakers are not prepared to form a deportation force to round up and deport undocumented immigrants. I hope President Trump will boycott Monsanto, do an investigation into cancer chemtrails, stop all forms of illegal directed energy weapon torture, legalizes weed totally in all states, helps to raise the marriageable age to 18 worldwide, ends all wars, invests more in a permanent cure against aging we all need if we want to live, keeps injection with killer vaccines voluntary, makes labeling GMO products mandatory, legalizes the use of cocaine and heroin, puts deadly labels on alcohol, starts eating more health food and gets a food taster that tests his food, uses volunteers that are willing to do things for free instead of paid people where that's desirable, Vextasy. So they say Einstein but Epstein. Even the speech engine. The president-elect should not stay in the Trump Tower because anyone can walk in, order a margarita in the Trump Cafe from the pizza oven and kaboom. If I can figure it out, so can ISIS. TrumpToany.com. Billionaire Soros linked to anti-Trump protests. WikiLeaks. RT, December 11, 2016. As argued by Abraham Lincoln and reaffirmed by the courts, secession is unconstitutional unless agreed upon by Congress and a 2/3 majority of states. I think most of these dildos don't have a real foreskin. It's the idea of being loved that gets them off, in victimized. Make America fade again. Buses used to transport anti-Trump protesters caught on tape, November 14, 2016. A video of buses transporting anti-Trump protesters to Chicago has emerged, reinforcing the notion that the protests are organized by oligarchs like George Soros, as their hedge reports. Protesters was pronounced as protester by the speech engine. I ought to add protesters to the default dictionary. I think Trump and Soros are on the same team. Donald Trump, Rockefeller, CFR, Rothschilds, Soros, Israel, UN, Illuminati, Jesuit pedophiles. Trump Tower equals WTC. When they torture me like they did November 15, 2016, 3:30 at night, I write better things. See ya. Far. So it's clear you ladies rather fuck Trump than me. That's why. Soros biting off Catholic bishop's dick. snuff circulated among elite. I don't believe it. The slaves in Georgetown's past, the New York Times. Trump, Putin agree in phone call to improve unsatisfactory relations between their countries. Kremlin says, Washington Post, this means more sex. Hail Putin. Zika virus mosquito possibly spread stingy insane bite. Wall Street Journal. Suck my dick hot chick. Rare Patek wristwatch fetches $11 million, records auction price. Bloomberg. ISS hoax. The International Space Station does not exist. It's time to unite. TimothyUnite.com. The International Space Station, just like everything else brought to us by NASA, is a Freemasonic hoax, a complete fabrication done with special effects, models, pools, zero-G planes, and various camera tricks. China's spaceflight fakes are deplorable, but nonetheless a continuation of NASA's fakery. Okay, so if it is indeed fake, then what am I tracking via this app when I look to the night sky? You are tracking the pedo Jesuits and Masons. It cannot because we do not read the mainstream media. NASA's ISS International Scam Station proof exposing NASA's noses. NASAMoonhoax.com. I don't like NASA's noses. I think it's too anti-Semitic and it's NASA's Masons in reality. Sometimes I write hateful things when I'm tortured and angry. On control label. NASA to stop fake Live Islands feeds. Thegeocentricgnostic.com. International Sex Station. NASA shuts down public ISS cams due to amount of UFO sightings. For the Vatican's rupture. Bilderberg's gone missing. We don't care, we pedo bear. Do what you like is the only rule they really enforce. And they all think it's funny. It's not a real 666 because there is only one circle. It's Chi. Chi. To cause chaos they will attempt to remove Brexit. Wear political goggles. Looky the lolsack. Watch out, they're all geniuses. Lab pens. Some good ones. We need deportation and education for a better nation. Make America Great Again suggests it's not great already. Hi Hawaiians, make America great again. Visual effect. UNESCO. Black lives matter. They cause cancer. Trucks are racist. Millions of needle deaths, not counting the heparin. See list of pandemics caused by vaccinations. We gotta go and we gotta knock the shit out of these people. Trump quote. Essay. They don't have any money so they are not gonna give us any. ICE is not ICE creation. To be read out with anonymous speech engine, grading superior beings, grading supreme being. This is the real anonymous. They know I'm just a fake CIA agent created for internet censorship that has to be fake opposition to Trump to make everyone support him. Talk that last bit of goodness that's left in them out of them, you know? It's okay to bomb innocent civilians with the terrorists of ISIS because we need to create more terrorists if we want to pull off this global government thing. Never mind that list of 6 Jewish people that want to depopulate the earth and that the mainstream media is owned by.
Nor am I allowed to support the idea that we must regulate the influx of immigrants to prevent grading superior beings, grading supreme being. This is the real anonymous. They know I'm just a fake CIA agent created for internet censorship that has to be fake opposition to Trump to make everyone support him. Talk that last bit of goodness that's left in them out of them, you know. It's okay to bomb innocent civilians with the terrorists of ISIS because we need to create more terrorists if we want to pull off this global government thing. Never mind that list of 6 Jewish people that want to depopulate the earth and that the mainstream media is owned by Jewish people. 90% of the MSM. I as anonymous am not allowed to report about that nor about controlled opposition. Nor am I allowed to support the idea that we must regulate the influx of immigrants to prevent a crisis big enough to impose a totalitarian Luciferian global government upon the people of planet Earth or Sharia law or whatever. Nor to propel the idea that you have no choice. We are legion, don't make me laugh. How noble of me not to reveal my identity. You really got me. Of course they didn't really have that in mind. So I'll be okay. They know I'm not really anonymous anyway. I'm Kepstrel David and I do weed. But seriously. I support getting rid of real terrorists with direct energy but not the bombing of innocent civilians nor wars for cancer oil. I have to think of my good name here. Fuck all those retards that want to depopulate us. These people that lost their loved ones in the depleted uranium war crime and tactical nuke strikes in Syria are terrorists. And what are you then? Always remember to mistrust authority because people were rounded up and killed for questioning authority. So preventing the crisis and their depopulation is more important. We need 1. Moralization, 2. Stabilization, 3. Generate an economic search, 4. Demilitarization to take over the world ourselves instead of making the pedo elite our masters. Remember to boycott the mainstream media, Monsanto and anyone involved in illegally depopulating Earth. Trump said, "We gotta go and we gotta knock the shit out of these people." I guess it's arrest, deport or kill. I agree with keeping ISIS from killing more innocent civilians whether real or fake, and this means preventing their next attack no matter where on earth. Ceasefire. Universal peace now. No one will see this video anyway. Because they are not brain controlled. So you are not the resistance. You are no one. So it's sort of an ode to the real Anonymous. I hope he doesn't punish me too hard with his directed energy weapon. Anonymous endorsed Trump message for universal peace. Donald Trump on ISIS. I would bomb the shit out of them. YouTube, I support Trump's vision as long as no innocent civilians are hit. Use of directed energy weapons makes bombing obsolete and passé, you could argue. Predator drones are less accurate and obsolete as well, like the Talon robot army. They must have a good reason why these directed energy weapons are not utilized instead of bombs. Bombings can also be extremely accurate nowadays. I will not interfere with and support any decision the president will make. Doubt if they are gonna hang around. Perhaps go to a country where you are not killed for leaving the Muslim faith. After all, religion is an illusion, to quote Freud. Religion is slavery for the mind, an abomination. President-elect Trump could be a mind-controlled slave like all the other recent presidents of the US with his own handler. They have to do whatever these Jesuits that control that beam want them to, because they can make you and they can break you. Because I care for future President Trump at least as much as I do for all people who have not tortured me, and I do not want to make the same mistake as with the previous two presidents, blaming them for the directed energy weapon torture, but do it better from now on. I simply wrote this message. So I hope the American people unite and stop racism, homophobia and xenophobia, and do what is right for the future of the American people and the people of the world. Set the right example and be the best you can be. Be who you want to be. Be the change you wish to see in the world. Whatever. As long as it's for universal peace, it's a hot idea. Also, I hope to find and make new friends, especially single females, and be a positive influence on all people who have not tortured me and on the ones that have as well. Cancer chemtrail world. It's not like we're punching anybody in the face for real. LQIQ. Anonymous's Trump endorsement, please help exposing corruption, depopulation and maleficent plans to impose a totalitarian Luciferian global government upon the people of planet Earth. President-elect Trump's plan to regulate the influx of immigrants to prevent Phase 3 of active measures, aka ideological subversion, their plan to take over the world and enslave the human race, from being implemented may seem cruel, but letting in an unlimited amount of immigrants is treason, because it would be a blow to the country's economy it cannot handle at this point. And you can call us crazy, but we love our fellow Americans so much that we do not want to see them blown up by jihadists. And remember something about an oath. Many Americans see the use of depleted uranium in Iraq and the use of tactical nukes in Syria as a war crime and feel their government does not represent them at all. They think their tax money is abused to depopulate Earth, and they want to end or audition the Fed, Google or anonymous search engine. They think previous leaders have given the US a bad name with their wars for cancer oil, and they want to make America great again. Please support them for universal peace.
Classified. Their programming is always to make me look bad and themselves look good. Many people let peace and love rule and do healing things. Wise. Pro-logic means for logic. President-elect should be moved to anonymous location with security. Why I support Trump. I am now convinced the Earth is oblong or spherical, ball-shaped because of the video. Flat earthers prove Earth is a sphere. 180,616 views. Like 3,978 dislikes. 2,299 November 15, 2016. Ear Trumpet for Windows 10. If you want, you can also use a freeware called Ear Trumpet that offers you a smarter way to control the volume for each individual program. Non-jihadi Muslims are kafirs who must be killed. Islam Watch. Islam-watch.org. The Prophet killed bad Muslims who had refused to join his jihadi war. Our good Muslim brothers in Pakistan are emulating the Sunnah. The Quran, 2:216, clearly says fighting in jihad war is ordained for Muslims. Fighting jihad and killing kafar for Allah is ordained for you. It is in your best interest even if you hate it. Any Muslim disobeying this order of Allah for waging jihad against the kafirs is to be punished because he is a kafir. Quran 9.38. You who believe. What is the matter with you, that when you are asked to march forth for jihad for Allah, you cling heavily to the earth? Quran 9.39. If you will not go forth to fight in the cause of Allah, you will be given a painful punishment. It is the duty of a Muslim to kill kafar. 9.5. Kill kafar wherever you find them. Mashallah. True Muslims of Pakistan are conducting jihad on Kafir Muslims. See it in this video. Quran says Muslims fighting and shedding the blood of non-Muslims is not a sin when compared with eternal sin of non-Muslims not believing in Islam. 81% of US mosques promote violent jihad against non-Muslims. 24 reasons to challenge Islamophobia. So now the 1% is rounded up instead of the 99%. Islamophobia. Islamophobia does not exist. My God does not exist. It is not Islamophobia because it is not an irrational fear since Muslims have to kill all non-believers. Non-believers should be killed. Deuteronomy 13:6-10. Two wrongs, Islam and Christianity, do not make a right. The Quran contains at least 109 verses that call Muslims to war with non-believers for the sake of Islamic rule. Some are quite graphic, with commands to chop off heads and fingers and kill infidels wherever they may be hiding. Muslims who do not join the fight are called hypocrites and warned that Allah will send them to hell if they do not join the slaughter. TheReligionOfPeace.com. And fight them until there is no more fitna, disbelief and worshipping of others along with Allah, and worship is for Allah alone. Quran 47:3-4. So, when you meet, in fight jihad in Allah's cause, those who disbelieve smite at their necks till when you have killed and wounded many of them, then bind a bond firmly on them, that is, take them as captives. Abu Dawud 14:25-26. The Prophet, peace be upon him, said, 3 things are the roots of faith: to refrain from killing a person who utters, there is no God but Allah, and not to declare him unbeliever whatever sin he commits, and not to excommunicate him from Islam for his any action. And jihad will be performed continuously since the day Allah sent me as a prophet until the day the last member of my community will fight with the Dajjal, Antichrist. There is no God but Allah, to clarify the reason for their mission to kill, loot and enslave. So Islamophobia does not exist because the Quran makes clear the Muslims have to kill all unbelievers and are instructed to lie about this fact, and thus it is not an irrational fear people have of Muslims and Islam but very rational if they are non-Muslims themselves. So I do not believe in Islamophobia. Homophobia and racism exist but Islamophobia does not exist. No matter how many people believe in it, some people know the truth. You cannot fool all the people all the time. Unless you have a neural network and machine to control their brain and erase and implant memory selectively. Erase all Qurans and Bibles. Recycle them rather than burn them. By removing one you change a whole timeline.
A fascinating project.
Former convert Ismail exposes how Muhammad took Safiya as sex slave after killing her husband, Muhammad's Jewish wife. Laughing and crying. Mimetic tick boom. Project Akdak. Mimetics is a theory of mental content based on an analogy with Darwinian evolution. Mental content is a content had by mental states and processes. Causal theories of mental content attempt to explain what gives thoughts, beliefs, desires, and so forth their contents. They attempt to explain how thoughts can be about things. You're almost done. All you have to do now is publish your video. Proponents describe mimetics as an approach to evolutionary models of cultural information transfer. The mem, analogous to a gene, was conceived as a unit of culture, an idea, belief, pattern of behavior, etc., which is hosted in the minds of one or more individuals, and which can reproduce itself, thereby jumping from mind to mind. Depopulation is real. You can all help by buying Monsanto products. My dicks. Oh, how you grill. Food. Causing effect. What are the options for improving this reality? Theory. Ridicule. The Jesuits founded by the Jew Loyola formed controlled opposition to themselves and mix racism with anti-Semitism to assure no pure anti-Semitism against the Jews. Depopulating Earth arises and to create the Luciferian global government. Perhaps Trump's Jewish cabal will kill you all, but this time I endorse it if it does. No one helped me, for as far as I know. Nothing happened under Obama either, so I doubt if anything will ever happen. Report the YouTube video Hosni Skeet Geert Wilders near. Report this video. What is the issue? Hateful or abusive content. Promotes hatred or violence. Please provide additional details about hateful or abusive content promotes hatred or violence. The video should not just be removed, but the person should go to jail for advocating murdering Geert Wilders. Isn't it obviously illegal to advocate shooting down Geert Wilders? Title of the video translation from Dutch, Shoot down Geert Wilders. I did not report the person to YouTube nor the police because I think they are Jesuit controlled and on the side of the pedo-psycho Muslims that will slaughter you all.
I do not support them if they create a world war over Iran or ISIS nukes and depopulation. I'm against that, to keep it simple. But perhaps it's best to leave it in there as an example of what I am able to write when they anger me. They're tyrannizing everybody with directed energy, making everybody feel like shit, and cancer chemtrailing, using their killer vaccines, trying to play people out against each other.
I think you should not report this person to YouTube so the video is not removed and report them to the police, but it's your own choice. Making a video of the video before removal may be best. Best to stay away from the cancer tetrapsycho cops that murdered my mother because she was a Protestant Christian. Trust no one, nothing is what it seems. Report illegal videos. The video that advocates shooting down Geert Wilders to police, not YouTube. Illegal video URL, https, www.youtube.com/ watch V equal KZYF cat Jui. 1 pellet gone, dead. DIDIDIO10. Attacking the predator rather than swimming away from it, together. Bizarre reason why thousands of fish are turning up dead. Cancer chemtrails causing lack of oxygen, call red tide. The depopulation will not be televised. MSM is a controlled lying machine. Project Mockingbird. And do not believe what I write either. I do not. Believing is stupid, knowing smart. Test everything you learn. Recovery begins with non-compliance. Report illegal videos. The video that advocates shooting down Geert Wilders to police, not YouTube. Ulrich Hoffman, 23 hours ago. No views. I uploaded it recently, not 23 hours ago but more like 5. I cannot watch it yet, it's still being processed. Criminals cannot be deported if they are not punished in their home country, for example with jail time, because if they are not punished they may be able to re-enter the country where they committed their crime or crimes, so an agreement with the leaders of their home country is required, and inmates may not be deported if their home country does not provide the jail cell needed for the inmates to do their time. Keeping inmates in prison is expensive and taxpayers are paying for this. I am an anti-homophobic, anti-racist and a bit of a Jew lover and proud of it. SOSS. Right as y'all backwards. Conspiracy, a secret plan by a group to do something unlawful or harmful, the action of plotting or conspiring. But who needs dreamland anyway? What about the 50 other areas? Mexit. State of the art or state of retard? They cannot even create a cure against aging, do not know the ingredients of Ilithobius forficatus centipede venom, and cannot even diagnose me properly. So in reality most of you guys are a lot worse than me. I hate you all die because of these Jesuits with their wars and cancer chemtrails, but that's not my fault. Nor is it yours. I think no one can fully comprehend how evil these retards really are. They pretend they are doing something about it to make sure you do not use influenza instead of bird flu and fluoride. Theory. Some DNA is a lot easier to plant than a fingerprint, so fingerprints are better, and DNA cannot be admissible in court. Perhaps not even when found in her vagina. It's pretty easy for a prostitute to get some sperm. Organize pro-Trump demos. Demo against depopulation, the cancer chemtrail genocide, anti-war, pro-Trump. Because I think he is a Jesuit-controlled puppet like Hillary seen with her at the Jesuits' dinner table, and he is not going to do anything about the cancer chemtrail democide. So there are over 2 billion Muslims out there. The United States has 2,595,000 Muslims, and the total U.S. population, November 17, 2016, is 325,022,805. 2,595,000 Muslims is about 0.8% of the United States total population and about 0.2% of the world's global Muslim population. The Netherlands has about 825,000 to 1 million Muslims on a total population of Netherlands population, November 17, 2016, 17,795,000. That is about 5 to 6% of the Netherlands population, 0.1% of the world's total global Muslim population. Wiki Islam by country, worldometers.info. Wiki lists the total amount of Muslims worldwide as 1,703,146,000. The region with most Muslims is South Asia with 507 million Muslims, and the top 3 countries with most Muslims is as follows: 1. Indonesia 204,847,000, 2. Pakistan 178 million, 3. India 172 million. Trump and Putin pledge to work together to fight ISIS in breakthrough talks, November 15, 2016, birdflu666.wordpress.com. If that memo did not leak, then I don't believe in its existence. WikiLeaks is just a Jesuit-controlled propaganda machine. What if the CIA and Mossad founded WikiLeaks, are Jesuit-controlled, and these are the same retards that are attempting to cancer chemtrail you all to death and depopulate you?
So we can educate, and people can always become non-religious and carry a weapon to defend themselves against psychotic people that think they have to murder them.
counterintelligence, misinformation, disinformation. Question every source of information. Good tip. Converting them to unbelievers, Christians, etc. You cannot get rid of all of them. I do not want to kill nor torture anyone that has not tortured me. I want to help do justice. Perhaps you could succeed at converting most believers to unbelievers. There is a good case for making the Muslim faith illegal in our country. The Muslim faith is tied to the Quran and the Quran to Jihad. There are no moderate Muslims because they all use the same Quran. The Muslims' ideology sucks totally and utterly. Long live Vlad the Impaler. Current world population, 7,464,920,726. MuslimPopulation.com lists the total amount of Muslims as 2,038.04 million. That's about 2 billion in 2014. Wiki with its 1.7 billion uses GordonConwell.edu January 2015 as its source and claims the percentage of the world's global population is 23.4%. So about a quarter of us are Muslim. World population today, births today, 157,028, deaths today, 65,759, population growth today, 91,269, this year, births this year, 126,029,602, deaths this year, 52,777,760, population growth this year, 73,251,843. Watch as we increase. Worldometers.info, coastoffer.com. Trump picks his chief of staff and chief strategist, and it's not Jared Kushner. November 14, 2016. Donald Trump has picked Republican Party insider Reince Priebus as his White House chief of staff and Breitbart editor Stephen Bannon as chief strategist, strongly suggesting the notion that he is determined to translate his vision of a renewed America and his anti-establishment policies into legislation. How Donald Trump and Stephen Bannon could weaponize Breitbart. WashingtonPost.com. Breitbart, Bannon, Trump, alt-right, choose, and controlled opposition, posted on November 14, 2016. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu sitting at a table with Andrew Breitbart. The best way to control the opposition is to lead it ourselves. Vladimir Ilyich Lenin. From Paul Joseph Watson to Stefan Molyneux, Donald Trump to Milo Yiannopoulos, the rising secular right wing in the Americas, dubbed the alt-right by some, shares one common narrative that reveals it as the limited hangout, controlled opposition operation that it is. Continue reading. The alt-right is limited hangout fitsinfo.wordpress.com. Limited hangout is intelligence jargon for a form of propaganda in which a selected portion of a scandal, criminal act, sensitive or classified information, etc. is revealed or leaked, without telling the whole story. The intention may be to establish credibility as a critic of something or somebody by engaging in criticism of them while in fact covering up for them by omitting many details. To distance oneself publicly from something using innocuous or vague criticism even when one's own sympathies are privately with them. Or to divert public attention away from a more heinous act by leaking information about something less heinous. Rational Wiki. Omission of the Jewish Masonic question. Trump IPAC is completely absent from any meaningful discourse of every single alt-right personality, despite that the Jewish question lurks behind all of the revolutionary movements that have conspired against the West and Christian mores for the last 2,000 years to the present time. With the rise of U.S. presidential candidate Donald Trump, his perceived populism, and the growing backlash to political correctness, the alt-right has sprung up all too quickly, all too conveniently as those disillusioned with the radical leftist world takeover grapple for answers. All the way down the line, the new alt-right talking heads have acted as gatekeepers for the Judeo-Masonic establishment. Take for example Stefan Molyneux and his recent example of excusing Jewish overrepresentation in positions of influence, Paul Joseph Watson's laughable denial of Jewish influence anywhere in the world, Alex Jones playing limited hangout 20 years plus, defending Freemasonry, at times allowing for mild, superficial criticism of Israel but omitting the bigger issues regarding Israel and Judaism, or Donald Trump's total subservience to the Israel lobby and Judaism, IPAC, Jewish staffers, Zionist foreign policy position, all his kids either married to or dating Jews. Not a word about Trump sitting at the Jesuit dinner table together with Hillary and the Jesuits in this whole fitsinfo.wordpress.com article. Jesuits mentioned one time in one of the comments. Northsider/October 5, 2016. Mary Kane, yep, Hollywood and the corporate crass media never did get that E.J. Phelps memo that the Vatican and the Jesuits run the show. Never mind the clocks going back. In the modern world the MSM garlanding of the latest Hollywood catholophobe blockbuster is always the surest sign wintertime has arrived, in every sense. More Jewish alt-right gatekeepers. Well, I appreciate the many truths spoken by alt-right talking heads like Breitbart, founded by Jew Andrew Breitbart, homosexual Jew Matt Drudge, Drudge Report, Ezra Levant, Jewish, Lauren Southern, Rebel Media, or the aforementioned personalities. Their agenda is, at best, a half-measure solution to the world's problem, at worst, leading the right to its ultimate destruction. They, like CIA Front National Review and the John Birch Society, discuss very real issues but are there to homogenize the right whilst omitting the issues that reveal the entire truth, and in that complete truth wherein lies real solutions for the world's greatest dilemma. Incidentally, the National Review has condemned the alt-right as racist and anti-Semitic. The only effective method for containing the Judeo-Masonic dilemma has been the Byzantine solution, or the Vatican Second Judas None, which would have to be expanded to include Freemasonry and its many Gnostic offshoots. It's only because of Donald Trump and growing public disillusionment with the left that there is a need for a pantheon of limited hangout agents, who have now surpassed Jones in notoriety. Jones, apparently, was the beta test for the establishment's plan for a rise of the pseudo-right. White nationalist opposition to Judeo-Masonry has proven itself a failure, National Socialism, and is based in racialism. This alt-right and its friendly alternative media are not allowing any other talking points to reach the masses. Right-wing sentiment must not deviate from what the establishment has set out. Dissenting views from the alt-right narrative are regarded as divisive, anti-Trump, leftist, or they are simply ignored, dynamic silence. The alt-right is a neocon of the Nicans, its controlled outgrowth that is a false attempt at a return to conservatism. fitzinfo.wordpress.com. My plan is to support President Trump and also look at the criticism and break it down into absorbable chunks. First checking if the criticism is justified or unjustified BS. And then trying to influence Trump and the YouTube viewers to create a permanent cure against aging and make this the best timeline possible. To make the world great again, including the US, of course. They are our allies. There have not been any Muslim terrorist attacks in the Netherlands since the year 2000. February 11, 2004, Theo van Gogh was murdered by Mohammed B. According to the judge that convicted Mohammed to life imprisonment, that murder was committed with a terrorist intent. Translation from Dutch: meteen terrorist is gemerkt by Google Translate. June 30, 2004, Samir Azouz was arrested in connection to a robbery in his house. Building plans of Schiphol, the nuclear power plant Borsley, and the buildings of the Binnenhof, The Hague, were found, followed by a big terror alarm. Of course, this fact, that there have been no terrorist attacks in which more than one person was killed since the year 2000 in the Netherlands, does not mean we do not want to prevent major terrorist attacks in our country with simple and effective measures, nor that we condone creating a crisis to impose a totalitarian world government upon the people by allowing an unlimited influx of immigrants into our country. Geert Wilders: the Islamization has become known throughout the world. Some people want to see Sharia implemented in the Netherlands and think it is okay to use violence and to murder people that do not believe in their fictional deity. This does not mean they are stupid enough to do it and squander the good name the Muslims have built up in the Netherlands for themselves. United we stand. Trump's statements refer to the fictional ISIS and not to the good Muslims in the US and Europe. So that the religion is evil does not mean they are evil as well. Forget religious bullshit and do what is right, not to waste time. Turn this place into what you want it to be, what we all want, a harem. Donald Trump could capitalize on Israeli support YouTube. Kill the retarded Jesuit pedo fucks that are trying to slowly exterminate you all for a change. I am not gonna create a cure against aging, so you don't need me. Pen. IS. An Islamist wearing a Jihad way of life t-shirt firebombed a church in moderate Indonesia on Sunday, burning alive a 2-year-old child and injuring 3 others. November 17, 2016, TheReligionOfPeace.com. Corker says Trump won't tear up Iran nuclear deal. CNN. New fresh intelligence, flat earthers controlled opposition, Earth is oblong-shaped. 6. See? I do not believe in shapeshifters and I do not believe the Earth is flat, but most of the other things controlled opposition like Alex Jones and David Icke are saying may be true. All or most people with lots of views are usually controlled opposition. They either blame the Jews or the Jesuits, but never both. Rounding up the pedo elite that did it. Paraphilia, a condition characterized by abnormal sexual desires, typically involving extreme or dangerous activities. On. Controlled. Label. Good. Look up good at dictionary.com, Old English God, with a long O. Excellent. Fine. Valuable. Desirable. Favorable. Beneficial. Full. Entire. Complete. Of abstractions, actions, etc. Beneficial. Effective. Righteous. Pious. Of persons or souls. Righteous. Pious. Virtuous. Probably originally having the right or desirable quality. From Proto-Germanic godos fitting, suitable. Source also of Old Norse gothr, Dutch god, Old High German god, Gothic goys, originally fit, adequate, belonging together, from pie root get to unite, be associated, suitable, bad, Look up bad at dictionary.com, c. 1200, inferior in quality. Early 13c, wicked, evil, vicious, a mystery word with no apparent relatives in other languages. Possibly from Old English derogatory term beetle and its diminutive building effeminate man, hermaphrodite, pederast, probably related to beaten to defile. A rare word before 1400, and evil was more common in this sense until c. 1700. Evil, The adverb is Old English evil, originally of words or speech. Also as a noun in Old English, what is bad? Sin, wickedness. Anything that causes injury, morally or physically, especially of a malady or disease from c. 1200, 1350 to 1400. Middle English Latin excellent, stem of excellent, c. 1400, from Latin excellere to rise, surpass, be eminent, from ex out from, cx plus cella rise high, tower, related to celsus high, lofty, great, from pie root kill to rise, be elevated, see hill. I know good and evil don't exist, how do I explain it? Answers.yahoo.com. Looking at the way most people use the words good and bad. Good is simply what benefits you, and bad evil is simply what causes you harm or difficulties. Good and bad evil are words to describe how something affects you. Saying good and bad don't exist is equivalent to saying what harms or benefits you does not exist. In religion, evil bad is used to describe the enemy, the disobedient, and good is used to describe the obedient followers. The religious good and bad evil are just bullshit made up and used to control people. Some people see the Inquisition, depleted uranium, cannibalism and the end of all life as good, others see it as bad and some do not see it as good nor bad. Most would say these things are bad, evil. Good and evil exist as concepts created by man. It's just that they don't exist independent of human creation. The concept of good and bad can be used to benefit humankind but also to enslave it and to their detriment. Depart from evil and do good. This is sex. Victims unglued. Dissociation, separation of normally related mental processes, resulting in one group functioning independently from the rest, leading in extreme cases to disorders such as multiple personality, fundamentals of trauma-based mind control. The term dissociative identity disorder, or DID, is a misnomer in the sense that psychologically separating from an extremely overwhelming event is an adaptive response by a normal human being, not a disorder, which suggests some kind of innate flaw. The alternate nomenclature, dissociative identity response, or DIR, is gaining ground. Deliberate trauma-based dissociation, or mind control, alters can also be intentionally induced. This sadistic act is sometimes called deliberate trauma-based dissociation, or DTBD, and is usually accomplished by the use of torture. People wishing to have total control over another person can use electroshock, waterboarding, drugs, isolation, sensory deprivation and other means to force their victim to radically dissociate, to push them past the limit of integration, leaving what can be seen, essentially, as a blank slate for them to train, condition and program as they please. The deliberate splitting of consciousness and subsequent programming of the newly created alter is called trauma-based mind control, or TBMC. Victims of deliberate dissociation commonly have programs installed to make them either behave in such a way as to discredit themselves, should they begin to remember their abuse, and especially if they speak about it, or to simply self-destruct. democratizornalagi.wordpress.com. Dissociation has CIA in it. Families who wanted dissociative children learn that dissociative babies could be born if the child in the womb is tortured. When the preemie is born, it copes with the pain by being dissociative. The hypnotic voice of the programmer is taking advantage of the dissociative trance-like state of the child in pain. Foundation Step 4. Fracturing the mind. The fourth stage is built upon the foundation of dissociation created in the first and second stages, and the love created in the third stage. educate-yourself.org/ilmformula1chap.html. So torture is used to create split-brain personalities, multiple personalities in people that can be brought out with hypnosis. Dissociation and alter are words associated with this illegal, inhumane type of control that must be banished or purged from our reality. Some people are making money of the crisis. It's like put options basically. Potek Philippe, Androids Pods. Light speed 299,792,458 meters per second, 1,080 million kilometers per hour. Spy-fi. Make AWOL specifying no autopsy. Make sure I'm brain dead before burial. Hillary would have depopulated me. Monday, the InfoWars Nightly News. Here's how voting machines are hacked. On this Monday, October 31, 2016 edition of the InfoWars Nightly News, you may be wondering what the term black box means. A black box system is non-transparent. Its functions are hidden from the public. Elections, of course, should not be black box systems. With voting machines, all political power can be converted to the hands of a few anonymous subcontractors. A Soros-linked voting machine company has included a source code which enables the machines to be rigged by skimming the percentages and tweaking the numbers using it in decimal points. Key as in Turkiya, 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 is a form of Islamic deception. The Quran, 16:106 and 328, allows Muslims to lie in order to protect themselves or to protect the Muslim community. The Turkiya joke, not, haha, I'm for real, lol. Once a liar always a liar. Twitter initiates mass purge of prominent alt-right accounts following Trump victory. This is corporate Stalinism. Treatment video blog, get arms to defend yourself and lay off chemical thus cancer-causing drugs. It can also be a crossbow or pellet gun with stun pellets so you can get away if someone comes after you. Self-hypnosis also helps. Shrinks and doctors are the body snatchers of the pedo elite. More intel on my channel. Demons, angels, God and Allah do not exist. Religion is man-made. Religion is an abomination. Wars, inquisition, etc. Religion is an illusion, to quote Freud. Religion is slavery for the mind. Religion is a lie. We should recognize ourselves as the most superior life form in the universe and start behaving like it. Pretending entities exist will just help to hide the voice of God, weapon used by these Jesuits that demolished the WTC that want to depopulate Earth and impose their totalitarian Luciferian global government upon the 500 million total Earth population that will be left. My comment to the YouTube video Astral Sex on Sky Maitreya's channel. Ascetic, characterized by severe self-discipline and abstention from all forms of indulgence, typically for religious reasons. Religions that are generally intolerant to other religions should be forbidden by law. You have the right to freedom of thought, infringed with synthetic telepathy, illegal brainwave modification, privacy, illegal voice-to-skull, intracranial message, illegal voices in your head, physical integrity, infringed with cancer, cell phone radiation and wireless energy used to illegally torture, murder and or silence people. The right to freedom of religion infringed by most religious people should be the right to freedom from religion. You could argue it only matters what they get to see, not what they don't get to see. Japanese PM's full confidence in Trump spooks China. Breitbart News. George Takei, Trump's Muslim registry is prelude to interment. USA Today, 16 hours ago, Donald Trump hasn't resurfaced last year's discussion of a national registry for Muslims in America since moving from candidate to president-elect, but that doesn't mean his supporters and critics haven't forgotten about it. Jihad is linked to the Quran's 164 Jihad verses and the Quran is linked to the Muslim religion and the link is unbreakable. They are inseparably linked. It's an ideology, not a religion. If people are killed for leaving the religion, apostates. 1400-50. Late Middle English Latin connector, equivalent to con plus nectar to tie. I did it, I get it. They think we had the brain neuron degeneration causing mercury-less killer vaccine already. So the pedo elite controlled MSM people think we are retards already. Boy, are they in for surprise. The toxic ingredient mercury in the killer vaccines was renamed thimerosal. Of course, they are not stupid. Thimerosal is a mercury-containing organic compound, an organomercurial. Thimerosal, 49.55% mercury by weight, so almost half of the vaccine ingredient thimerosal is a toxic agent. Mercury. Could it be synthetic telepathy? Is done with cancer, cell phone radiation and the directed energy weapon torture or torture beam is wireless energy, sometimes mislabeled scalar wave technology? Or is synthetic telepathy also done with wireless energy and the cancer cell phone antennas are just another depopulation tool to induce cancer, lumping red blood cells, rouleau, and DNA damage? C999 Prologic. For the scientific studies I prove it. The cancer cell phone antennas are just another red herring distraction from their Fipa array in Poker Flat, Alaska. Adolfo Nicholas, Van Allen radiation belt. What are they going to erase from your memories next? The key to the everlasting eternity. Pedo elite tastes better. The pedo elite that program the voice of God weapon are the only ones that are not abused by it. Little things untold. We're gonna bring all dead people back. A flight from New York City to London destroys 1 square meter of sea ice even if you use golden seatbelts. Sciencema.org/news/ Sifter/ watch-arctic-s-oldest-sea-ice-shrink. Please show the same animation with Greenland. I guess this is supposed to convince us global warming is real. However, Greenland was green 1,000 years ago. How about now? I think we need to worry about global cooling like I did back in the 70s. I read we are in between 2 ice ages. Is this true? Marijuana legalization won big at the ballot box. Now the real challenges start. The Cannabis, 2016-1911, even if appointed officials honor Trump's professed respect for states' rights, marijuana legalization is just the start of a protracted dialogue over how to craft cannabis policy. Fifth Avenue in front of Trump Tower will stay open, de Blasio says. New York Times, Trump agrees to $25 million settlement in Trump University fraud cases. Washington Post, President-elect Donald Trump, who has repeatedly bragged that he never settles lawsuits despite a long history of doing so, has agreed to a $25 million settlement to end the fraud cases pending against his defunct real estate seminar program, Trump University. HJB and MD, 3:34 p.m. Greenwich Mean Time +0100. Trump is on record as saying he never settles. In addition to this Trump University settlement, one can find other settlements by Googling. 1. Trump 13 settlements. 2. Trump Polish workers. 3. Trump Alan Rothman. Invariably his settlements include a non-disclosure clause so that the details are hidden from the public. There is no end to this man's mendacity, untruthfulness. WashingtonPost.com. The supposed dirt I have found on the president I support, Trump, is minimal and practically non-existent compared to the dirt on Hillary and previous presidents. At present I am in the Netherlands, also known as Holland and never Netherland. UK girl gets wished to be frozen in US after death in cryogenics case. CBS News, 19 hours ago, London. The teenage girl's instructions were direct. She didn't want to be buried, but to be frozen, with the hope she can continue her life in the future when cancer is cured. It's more fun to try to always be love. Fake news equals mainstream media plus controlled opposition. Real news equals my channel. Remember tolerance, not no tea. If there are Muslims that have never killed non-Muslims nor unbelievers, you could argue they are moderate Muslims. No terrorist attacks in the Netherlands means that I have adjusted my view of Muslim people, but I am still anti-religion, pro-enforcing the real law and catching the worst criminals first. The danger of a global jihad to mainly non-Muslim countries is practically non-existent. As long as there are very few or no attacks, legalized Muslims should not be expelled. There is a case for sending criminal Muslims back to their home country, but only if they are illegal immigrants and they are not prosecuted in their home country and their country has an agreement with your country for proper punishment, so real criminals do their time so they think twice and decide not to do the crime again. We know things that are nicer than a full baggie. Is this thought thinking time worthy? I am Shadow 24/7. All these chicks want my ass. Can air pressure difference be used to generate free energy? 50 Rolex watches sold for $13 million. Money, 3 years ago 9,910 views. ISIS has as many as 80 operatives in Europe who are primed to carry out attacks, Dutch intelligence expert reveals. Counterterrorism coordinator Dikshuf estimates there to be 60 to 80. He said Islamic State is asking militants not to come to Syria or Iraq. The terror group is telling fighters to prepare for attacks in Europe instead. dailymail.co.uk November 19, 2016. 2016-2011 8:20. The perpetrator said that if I knew what they have done my stomach would turn. Usually the perpetrator talks in Dutch. I think it is more likely it's an ultra-sadistic torturer and not a neural network, but if it can simulate any human it can be a neural network just as well. Breaking. Pentagon caught paying prairie firm $540 million to make fake terrorist videos. Read more at frythoughtproject.com. America is the #1 state sponsor of terrorism. The Islamic State is not only protected by the US and its allies, it is trained and financed by US NATO, with the support of Israel and Washington's Persian Gulf allies. The Yellow Brick Road freeblog.wordpress.com. Fake ISIS created to catch real terrorists or to depopulate Earth? Probably to disrupt Muslim countries and have a false pretense to go to war with them for cancer oil. Or was ISIS created as a false pretense to declare martial law in non-Muslim countries to impose a totalitarian Luciferian global government upon the people of planet Earth? And will we see a lot more fake ISIS attacks with real deaths in these Muslim countries? Laws like driving on the right side of the road are not found in the Bible nor Quran, and laws have evolved. So if there is a God, which there is not in reality, he would want us to keep these laws to bestow maximum fulfillment upon the people of planet Earth if he is righteous and smart or all-knowing, even the evolved laws and not the old religious laws which they are often based on or identical to. Furthermore, people can go to jail if they break real laws, but not for breaking religious laws which are often in conflict with the real law, though in some Muslim countries this may be reversed to a certain extent. Most think God would not want you to kill innocent civilians but to do justice to bestow maximum fulfillment upon the maximum number of people. This makes sense, but since there is no God abiding by the real laws of the country may be wiser. The person that threw stones at me and my father might not have been a Muslim, and none of the thrown objects hit me nor my father. Because there have not been any Muslim terrorist attacks in the Netherlands, I have altered my opinion about the Muslims. Studying the religious writings about jihad, I got to the point that I thought there was a case for expelling all Muslims, but now I know they have not done terrorist attacks in the Netherlands. I think most people agree all Muslims, especially the ones that stay here legitimately, are welcome to stay, of course, and I hope and think we can really live in peace together and promote universal peace and creating a cure against aging. During the global ISIS jihad there were no terrorist attacks either, and the attacks in France and other countries were fake, and so were the victims according to many reports online. Yoji, Birmingham, United Kingdom, 4 hours ago, who said beware the men in dresses, Daily Mail. Prepare for ISIS nuclear, biological and chemical attacks worldwide to impose the Jesuit pedophiles totalitarian Luciferian global government upon the people of planet Earth after depopulating them. ISIS is fictional and created to kill and torture innocent Muslims to death. The depleted uranium war crime and tactical nuke war crime will go unpunished. The perpetrators are liquefying my spine and torturing me every day for telling the truth about their planned depopulation. Their goal is exterminating 93% of the non-Jews by playing them out against each other. See 4 phases of active measures. It is possible they want 93% of the humans dead no matter what race or religion, but unlikely if Rockefeller financed the Georgia Guidestones like some people claim online. If the world's global population would be depopulated to 500 million total global population, what makes you so sure the population reduction would stop at 500 million? The cure for the designer virus they had at the very beginning? The Tesla plasma shield that protects the 500 million. At present there is none that can, I think. Call and Bone, Erbkrang, 1936. Patience without patience. Putin is a royal arch Freemason, like all KGB, MI6 and MI5 agents. Neuromed decay. Putin was a KGB foreign intelligence officer for 16 years, rising to the rank of lieutenant colonel before retiring in 1991 to enter politics in St. Petersburg. He moved to Moscow in 1996 and joined President Boris Yeltsin's administration, rising quickly through the ranks and becoming acting president on December 31, 1999, when Yeltsin resigned. Wiki Vladimir Putin. Controlled opposition is when a deliberate attempt is made to either create an opposing effort to any existing power base, or to obtain control of any opposition to one's own efforts. Some protest movements are actually being led by government or corporate agents. Google NL. The American dream is a national ethos of the United States, this set of ideals, democracy, rights, liberty, opportunity, and equality, in which freedom includes the opportunity for prosperity and success, and an upward social mobility for the family and children, achieved through hard work in a society with few barriers. The pedo elite with New World Order plans can go fuck themselves. Control the oil and you control nations. Control food and you control the people. Henry Kissinger quote from the video. Final warning: Armageddon. Jesuit New World Order. Pope Francis, Rothschilds, Obama, Donald Trump. Obama did not create a world war over Iran. Perhaps all other presidential candidates would have done worse. Kissinger called it a truly global society in 1975. The very word secrecy is repugnant in a free and open society. Famous Kennedy quote. One of their techniques may be torturing people for days and then letting people hear in their skulls what they had to say during their bad angry episode. The rule of law. The governments of the world need to purge the corrupt Jesuits and Freemasons that want to cull and depopulate to impose a totalitarian Luciferian global government upon the people of this planet we are on, Earth. Earth is not in danger but the people are. Your goldfish is Jesuit controlled, okay? Not okay. The goldfish ought to be free and its brainwaves should not be modified without its consent. Somebody might have thought, gas these fascist Aryan Brotherhood KKK people with Cyclone B pellets. But it's not that funny. I OKKK it, lol. I think most people are not stupid enough for a global race war. Breakdown of the world's population by race. 1. East Asian 25%, 2. South Asian 21%, 3. White 16%, 4. Black 15%, 5. Southeast Asian 9%, 6. Middle Eastern 8%, 7. Central South American 8%, 1. Asian 55%, 2. White 16%, 3. Black 15%, 4. Central South American and Middle Eastern both 8%, ScienceForum.com. Theoretically, race war could result in mutually assured destruction but is extremely improbable. We'll always be superior to the neural network we created even if it exterminates us all because we created it. How would the sentence, program someone? When we are dead we are not superior anymore, so it's BS. We'd be fucking stupid if we'd let it kill us all and would forget to build in a kill switch. Giving ourselves total control over it is the smartest thing to do cause it's a machine. Some of these ideas are funny to me. What if I don't? What if? It may be best to leave and dissolve ISIS if you do not want Trump and Putin to kill you. I do not condemn the depleted uranium war crime nor the tactical nukes because there is no God. It is more effective to think what we can do to prevent it from occurring again. Wow. I noticed I was pretty negative about the negative. I always disagree with what they are doing with synthetic telepathy, assassinations, everything's outright. What would real opposition or real resistance do? 1. Expose the Jesuits' NWO depopulation plans and tell people to prepare. 2. Expose controlled opposition. The Jesuits are tyrannizing everyone with their directed energy weapons and have been for a long time. Protecting Donald Trump costs New York City more than $1 million a day CNN money. Perhaps they have planned a whole plethora of things that will make Trump look bad to make the civilians revolt. They cannot depopulate without ISIS NBC attacks if you ask me. No all-white alt-right. Waterboarding is not the same as torturing their teeth out of their mouths and torturing them to death with remotely controlled centipedes, hybrid insect microelectric mechanical sensors or systems. You could argue waterboarding is not torture, it's a proven interrogation technique. Perhaps it is best to keep secret which interrogation techniques are used and leave up things many people would disagree with. It's almost like this subject is covered by the MSM like so many others to create unrest and make people take to the streets to organize demos. Torture leads to false confessions and I still oppose all forms of torture, so I support Trump's decision wholeheartedly and would have supported his decision to torture terrorists because the Jesuits can torture him to death with their Fipa array and poker flat as well. I would not have felt good about it though. The neural network may treat anyone that does not support the president as terrorists and depopulate them or not. I said I would support Trump and I do and will until he is re-elected. The president has insight into certain matters civilians do not have insight to. Trump backs away from some of his strident campaign promises. WashingtonPost.com, November 22, 2016. President-elect Donald Trump abruptly abandoned some of his most tendentious campaign promises Tuesday, saying he does not plan to prosecute Hillary Clinton for use of a private email system or the dealings of her family foundation, has an open mind about a climate change accord from which he vowed to withdraw the United States, and is no longer certain that torturing terrorism suspects is a good idea. Out wrong. E. Morphine-free. E may stand for ecstasy. Vita resword witness. Nitas. 4 non-porns. The fountain of life. Sperm. Fake news reports to cover up fake ISIS attacks. Trump is elitist shouted in video. Insane anti-Trump protesters admit they're paid by Soros threaten FEMA camps extermination. Aim for TIs. Do's and don'ts. Am I allowed to ask what Wilders wants to do with criminals from other countries than Morocco? Do people that want open borders think it's okay if more than 50% of their country's citizens are Muslims, though it used to be less than 1%, and if Sharia law is imposed upon them and they have to convert to the Muslim religion? If not, what do they plan to do about it? Is ISIS ISIS or something else? Any question that are illegal questions are meant as satire, okay? Would parents of children that ask the question, do you want more or less people from countries overrepresented in the crime statistics, have to pay the fine, or would they be put in jail to teach them a lesson? What do you all think? Any constructive comments are welcome, and people can Skype me to be live in this broadcast. The ionospheric heaters may be the cause of global warming, if any. Why else are they called heaters and not coolers? ISIS chemical attacks could be carried out outside Syria. A PCW. RT. -24/11/2016. Bankrupt joke. Burning G. MO1. So calling for the extermination of 7 billion people is allowed, but what Geert Wilders said is not allowed. I don't buy it. Connecticut. Hillary Clinton made honorary Skull and Bones member. WorldNewsDailyReport.com. Donald Trump. If and when the Vatican is attacked by ISIS, which, as everyone knows, is ISIS' ultimate trophy, I can promise you that the Pope would have only wished and prayed that Donald Trump would have been president, because, cheering and applause, it's true, because this would not have happened. ISIS would have been eradicated, unlike what is happening now with our all talk, no action politicians. PBS.org, November 24, 2016. Ringing in the head. Attempts to induce cancer in me with the secret Fipa array. Poker Flat, Alaska. Most of the people around you do not have any power, and most of them will probably die in ISIS nuclear attacks. Donald Trump's real name, Trump father, KKK member, but perhaps not a Mason. Hand signals not evidence. Donald Trump's Scottish Druid and Knights Templar bloodlines. Frederick Trump arrested at the 1927 Klan rally. Skype me if you know what we should do. Skype Logic 999. NIC and Munich attack. SAME photographer, Richard Gutjar. YouTube, 19,596 views, 405 likes, 23 dislikes. Gutjar and will prove Jews behind Munich Bastille Day psyop. 1,798 views, 151 likes, 6 dislikes according to the YouTube counter, which can be completely controlled by the NSA with wireless energy like your brain with synthetic telepathy, as explained in the Malek patent. So it's not about spying on your cancer cell phones and emails, which is the idea the MSM are trying to sell, but about spying on the thoughts in your brain mapping, and remotely controlling people with this technology, which they have had since 1974. Tammany dress code. Pope Bergoglio's coat of arms, Miserendo et Caligendo, Latin, by having mercy and by choosing. C. Links between Pope's emblem and Baphomet. Baphomet cap hat of highest level Freemasons. Baphomet, from medieval Latin Baphomet, Baphometi, Ogygen Baphomets, is a term originally used to describe an idol or other deity that the Knights Templar were accused of worshipping, and that subsequently was incorporated into disparate occult and mystical traditions. The arms bear the Latin words salve, separate, and cogula, joined together, that is, the power of binding and loosing usurped from God and, according to Catholic tradition, from the ecclesiastical hierarchy acting as God's representative on earth. Wiki Baphomet, Politico Facebook page, August 14, 2015, Trump quotes. 9. I have black guys counting my money. I hate it. The only guys I want counting my money are short guys that wear yarmulkes all day. USA Today, May 20, 1991, 19. I don't have a racist bone in my body. Entertainment Tonight, July 1, 2015. From the 199 Most Donald Trump Things Donald Trump Has Ever Said, Would You Vote for This Man? By Michael Cruz, August 14, 2015. I am wondering if the directed energy weapon attacks are done by ISIS or Bilderberg, or is there someone else with access to the Fipa array in Poker Flat? I must stick my penis inside you and red you. Gangbang. Facebook page, Anti-Jesuit Order. We have to fight aging. First check if Pizzagate is real. I expect it's not, since WikiLeaks is fake as hell as well. Pizzagate, wow. MSM creates fake news. Pizzagate to cover up real investigation. Pizzagate, New World Agenda. 6 days ago 8,300 views. Pizzagate in Hampstead equals hoax? Deborah Mahmoudi, 5 days ago 1,750 views. Obama's kids are adopted. I found the real parents. 2016, Fisher of Men 2, 153,068 views new. Pizzagate is fake, here's why. Barry Soetoro, 1 day ago 11,701 views. Pizzagate is a hoax and WikiLeaks and Reddit are not here for the truth. Don't be duped. Zachary K. Hubbard, 6 hours ago 1,245 views. the holes in the floor at Comet Pizza, the Jeffrey Dahmer art, the soul-cooking parallels with Bohemian Grove which was not a mock human sacrifice but real, say Baby Burn on picture, and the references to Domino's and pizzas make me have my doubts about Pizzagate being fake. Dumbs I knows. Jesuits, ISIS attacks and global government plans. Where are those missing news Alex reported about? ISIS, CIA, and Vatican connection, Danny Vera 21,697 views. The papacy is the great enemy of every being on this planet. 1. The CIA is a creation of the Vatican. 2. ISIS is a creation of the CIA. Video 26th minute. My death due to misdiagnoses of remotely controlled centipede torture by Jesuits and Skull and Bone. Vostok Kremlin watch stolen by Jesuits that want to depopulate and impose Luciferian global gov. Google search on ISIS nuclear gave the following results. Institute for Science and International Security, ISIS. I was led to believe that the Jesuits had selected Hillary, and were going to rig the election in Hillary's favor. I was wrong, but not completely. It was rigged but in Trump's favor. There is no real election, it is all a fraud. See here, it's rigged the truth about US elections, odd reality 12,387 views. At 58 seconds we read, Clinton Eugene Curtis, a computer programmer from Florida testified before a congressional panel that there are computer programs that can be used to secretly fix elections. He testified before the judge that in October of 2000 he wrote a prototype program for Congressman Tom Feeney that would flip the vote 51-49. Quote from the Vatican Assassins article, the country will be thrust into a third world war which will culminate in our ultimate defeat and foreign military invasion by a Sino-Soviet Muslim alliance. There are people that are smart enough to do the Jesuits if they would create a world war over Iran to stop it in its tracks, seize the power by taking over and prevent their negative dystopian Luciferian global government plans, and the era of universal peace will start. Since presidents are merely puppets or rather parrots controlled by these Jesuits, it's time to point our finger at the Jesuits rather than the president. Though the president is responsible, the gun to his head formed by the real directed energy weapon threat changes all that. We could ban the military and everything associated with it with a new synthetic telepathy technology that is at present still controlled by them. The options they have to fulfill their wish to exterminate 7 billion people and maintain the world's global population at a more controllable 500 million. 1. World war over Iran MAD. 7-year nuclear winter, scalar world war the whole shebang. 2. Nuclear ISIS attacks, they cannot have access to enough nukes to kill 7 bill. 3. World war over Syria, extremely unlikely because of Trump pressure pact to steal their cancer oil. Pizzagate, Pizzagate nicked. Since the following video was banned by YouTube allegedly for violating its hate speech policy, let's take a look at the lyrics to see why it was banned and if it was banned for a good reason. Diddler on the Roof parody feat. Payday Monsanto. August 19, 2015. Synead 7 comments. Another new parody from Shiksa Goddess. This time featuring Payday Monsanto. They plan on doing more collaborations in the future. Donate shekel dollar. Lyrics. Jews day and night must scramble for a victim. Gotta hunt the goyim. Gotta suck their soul. We are the chosen. We can do no wrong. And we are Yahweh's favorite ones. Tradition. Who must rape the goyim children in their homes? The Jewish no, and never was a rabbi held accountable. They all got paid off and they all shut up. The goyim. Tradition. The goyim. Tradition. At 3 they started Hebrew school, at 10 they learned to hate. They found a goyim boy, and drowned him in the lake. Blood libel. Tradition. Blood libel. The goyim are our slaves, from them we all get paid. We like to steal their shiksas, and rape them night and day. Tradition. Kill the goyim. Kill the dirty goy. Spoken. You see goyim, we've enslaved you for thousands of years. We don't think you have souls, and Yahweh told us you're worse than beasts. Because we want to please Yahweh, we will do whatever we can to stay on top, even if that includes jihading the white race. That's right, you filthy anti-Semites. If this is a parody, then it's clear it's satire, and interesting to see videos like Ask the Kikes Race War Now and the video Kill All the Jews by the God. The girls are not banned, though Evalian was. When Trump wins the popular vote, we'll prove the fix wasn't to put Hillary in office by order of the Black Pope. Vatican SS sins. Since the flat earth and shape-shifting reptilians are hallmarks of controlled opposition, which is known for deliberately mixing the truth with outrageous lies to make people that tell these truths they want to hide look insane, we have to investigate if other things they claim are true. And remember to help expose it if it's important for your own future and the future of all people on our planet. Libya, 10 things about Gaddafi they don't want you to know. 1. In Libya, a home is considered a natural human right. 2. Education and medical treatment were all free. 3. Gaddafi carried out the world's largest irrigation project. 4. It was free to start a farming business. 5. A bursary was given to mothers with newborn babies. 6. Electricity was free. 7. Cheap petrol. 8. Gaddafi raised the level of education. 9. Libya had its own state bank. 10. The gold dinar. Global Research Co. Colonel Gaddafi killed by bayonet stab to the anus at Times UK. Gaddafi's last words as he begged for mercy: "What did I do to you?" TheGuardian.com. The neural network may have planted the quote joke unquote Gaddafi duck in my brain. Gaddafi was a controversial and highly divisive world figure. He dominated Libya's politics for 4 decades and was the subject of a pervasive cult of personality. Supporters lauded his anti-imperialist stance and his support for Pan-Africanism and Pan-Arabism, and he was decorated with various awards. Conversely, he was internationally condemned as a dictator and autocrat whose authoritarian administration violated the human rights of Libyan citizens. He supported irredentist movements, tribal warfare, and terrorism in many other nations. Wiki Muammar Gaddafi. ISIS nuclear bomb is a serious threat, warns Barack Obama. The Independent.co.uk April 1, 2016. Harvard researcher warns ISIS may be on the brink of using nuclear weapons. Chilling report highlights risk of dirty bombs, power station sabotage and device detonation. Recent report explains that nuclear threat rises as terror groups evolve. The authors point to 3 types of nuclear or radiological terrorism, includes detonation of bomb, use of dirty bomb, or sabotage of facility. No firm indication of intentions yet, but report warns better security needed. For the latest Islamic State news updates visit dailymail.co.uk/ISIS. Will Donald Trump create World War III over Iran? Jesuit NWO plans, best to be prepared for nuclear events with a radiological water filter in storable food like peanut butter and rice. The Vatican is a pizza ghetto. A male canine is referred to as a dog, while a female is called a bitch. There is nobody that can protect themselves against the torture and brainwave modification without a Tesla plasma shield. They were hurting my spine November 29, 2016 before 1645. Get off, get on with it. Iran disavows Trump influence. Oil deals continue. Forbes 1 hour ago, as a presidential candidate, Trump threatened to rip up the nuclear deal reached between Iran and the US and Western powers. Boycott catching boys. Undeterred by Trump threats, Schlumberger signs deal with Iran. By Irina Slav, November 28, 2016. Pieces everywhere. Not tech leap. So with possible ISIS nuclear attacks, several people have warned about it's important to program the computer, DEFCON, not to retaliate unless 100% positive it's not an ISIS nuke. To prevent MAD and scalar world war. After the planned Third Jesuit World War, they will say, retaliation is automatic, so it's not our fault. But it is because then it was not programmed right, and ultimately humans can prevent these nukes from going off. Some claim airborne nuclear weapons do not exist. Book Harmonic 33. Video, CNN encourages American women to wear hijabs. Moments later. Radical Islam attacks. Aidan Salazar Infowars.com, November 29, 2016. Jabs. Mariah Carey's spirits cooking. Do torture. Ice is real. Beware the fake ice watch. I'm completely open about that in my brain. Ben Carson rated. The Illuminati along with Freemasonry and other secret societies were outlawed through edict by the Bavarian ruler, Charles Theodore, with the encouragement of the Roman Catholic Church, in 1784, 1785, 1787 and 1790. The Vatican created the Freemasons, Jesuits, Illuminati, all in cahoots. Kamikaze KOSCKF 5696 views. Illuminati connection with the Freemasons. It is well known that the Illuminati controls Freemasonry from the inside. It infiltrated it hundreds of years ago and became a secret society within a secret society. The Illuminati was started in 1776 as a Jesuit front by Adam Weishaupt, who was trained by Jesuits all his life, school, high school, university. His father was a professor at a Jesuit university. He would later become a professor of Roman Catholic canon law at that very same Jesuit university. He allegedly broke ties with the Jesuits and started the Illuminati. This is a lie, though. Weishaupt never broke all ties with the Jesuit order. His Jesuit superiors ordered him to separate himself from the order so that he could set up a front organization that would appear to be entirely separate from the order. This front organization, the Illuminati, would be used to infiltrate Freemasonry and take the blame for Rome's crimes. The Illuminati did it. An example of this is the French Revolution. Almost every leader of the revolution was Jesuit trained, but people instead looked at the story of Lannes, an Illuminati courier who was struck by lightning when he was carrying a plan for the revolution. The job of the Illuminati is to take the blame for Jesuit crimes, therefore, it cannot be linked in any way to the Jesuits. That's why Jesuit Adam Weishaupt was ordered to pretend to lead the order. Awesomest and coolest watch available, Alpha Automatic Jump Hour Watch. Lately the perpetrators have been saying, it's so horrible for you what we have done again, possibly referring to blocking packages and fucking up deals I made on eBay in several ways with synthetic telepathy. I shouldn't have done that, and, if you knew what we have done you would murder me, because they are murdering me and are trying to make me look as if I'm the bad guy. It's part of their psychological warfare. Representative Mike Pompeo of Kansas, a Republican whom Mr. Trump has chosen to succeed John O'Brien as head of the CIA, wrote in mid-November on Twitter, I look forward to rolling back this disastrous deal with the world's largest state sponsor of terrorism. New York Times, November 30, 2016. Donald Trump faces obstacles to resuming waterboarding. November 28, 2016. The real torture is done with directed energy weapons, not waterboarding, and the real spying is done on your brain with synthetic telepathy, not emails and cancer cell phones which the mainstream media they control pretends. Trump says he would police US-Iran deal, not rip it up. August 16, 2015. Reuters.com. Republican presidential candidate Donald Trump said it would be hard to rip up the United States-led agreement with Iran on its nuclear program, but that if he was elected president he would police a contract so tough they don't have a chance. In an interview on NBC's Meet the Press on Sunday, the real estate mogul described the team that negotiated the agreement, including Secretary of State John Kerry, as incompetent. Trump pledges to rip up Iran deal. Israelis say not so fast. Forbes.com. November 22, 2016. Despite Trump's pledge to rip up the Iran nuclear deal, the Obama administration is still forging ahead trying to secure it. Senior officials said yesterday that the administration is considering new measures in its final months in office to strengthen agreement. Action under consideration to buttress the pact includes steps to provide licenses for more American businesses to enter the Iranian market and the lifting of additional U.S. sanctions, The Wall Street Journal reported. Do not believe anything the mainstream media writes, but check if it's important. It is possible President-elect Trump just wants to add restrictions to the deal, not to rip nor tear it up. CIA chief warns Donald Trump against tearing up Iran nuclear deal, by Dan Bilevskin of 30. 2016. New York Times. London. The director of the CIA has issued a stark warning to President-elect Donald J. Trump. Tearing up the Iran nuclear deal would be the height of folly and disastrous.
universalpeace.jimdo.com
universalpeace.jimdo.com.
During the election campaign, Mr. Trump railed against the deal, calling it a disaster and pledging to dismantle the historic accord, reached in 2015, in which Tehran agreed to limits on its nuclear program in return for the lifting of international oil and financial sanctions. Representative Mike Pompeo of Kansas, a Republican whom Mr. Trump has chosen to succeed John O'Brien as head of the CIA, wrote in mid-November on Twitter, "I look forward to rolling back this disastrous deal with the world's largest state sponsor of terrorism." But in an interview with the BBC that was published on its website on Wednesday, Mr. Brennan warned that scrapping the nuclear deal would undermine American foreign policy, embolden hardliners in Iran, and threaten to set off an arms race in the Middle East by encouraging other countries to develop nuclear weapons. First of all, for one administration to tear up an agreement that a previous administration made would be unprecedented, Mr. Brennan said in the BBC interview, which the broadcaster said was the first by a CIA director with the British news media. "I think it would be the height of folly if the next administration were to tear up that agreement." Mr. Trump has professed admiration for President Vladimir V. Putin of Russia, calling him a strong leader, and promised closer relations with Moscow, but Mr. Brennan, who was appointed by President Obama and will step down in January after 4 years, warned that the incoming administration needed to be skeptical about the Kremlin. Trump won't tear up deal. International. Iran Times. No date, possibly November 19 via Google Cache. Donald Trump says he wouldn't tear up the nuclear agreement with Iran if elected president because Iran would already have gotten its main benefit from the deal before he could take office. Lots of cash. Several GOP candidates have said they would tear up the nuclear agreement on their first day in office, January 20, 2017. But when Trump was asked Sunday if he would do that, he disparaged the idea of tearing up the agreement. "The problem is, by the time I got in there in January 2017, they will have already received the $150 billion. Iran receives two primary benefits from the agreement: the lifting of EU and UN sanctions, and the release of about $150 billion in frozen assets." Trump correctly makes the point that all the frozen assets will have been returned to Iran long before January 2017. He did not address the issue of sanctions. Iran-Times.com/ Trump-1-tier-up-deal. Treasury. No, Iran is not getting $150 billion from the nuclear deal, and it will cost over $100 billion just to restore the country's oil and gas sector. July 29, 2015. HuffingtonPost.com. Last week, Liu told a group of senators that over $20 billion of Iran's frozen assets has already been committed to infrastructure projects with China, and that Iran owes an additional tens of billions of dollars on non-performing loans to its energy and banking sectors. The neural network changes the way it manipulates the audio of video during masturbation sessions based on the video I'm watching and also the brainwaves of the masturbators. It's just trying to exert as much control as possible on whatever it can influence to benefit the Jesuits in control of the NSA. The Jesuit infant-eating pedo trolls' main strategies: divide to defeat, problem reaction solution, controlled opposition to themselves. They are doing things that are very annoying to people, including torture to play them out against each other and exterminate 7 billion people. They are a military order, okay? Cyberbully teen kills herself in front of family as they begged her not to do it. Fox 30 minutes ago. Family hopes for stricter laws after daughter's suicide from bullying. December 1, 2016. Never mind, she was killed by the NSA with synthetic telepathy to push their illegal internet censorship to depopulate the earth. and that there will be more shootings to push their illegal gun bans so the people cannot defend themselves against their tyrannical government. Words cannot hurt you. People must learn not to listen to people that say offensive things about them and see it as badges of honor when they do. Depart from evil and do good. The internet is too censored already and the mainstream media is controlled by the Jesuits, so you are not going to find out who demolished the WTC by studying the mainstream media nor by studying controlled opposition sites of Jews they control. They have selected a pretty one, of course. The parents may have been in on it in some way, at least it's certain they are brain controlled to some extent like everybody else without a Tesla plasma shield. Denying this will not make it go away and only makes it worse for themselves. They have no permission to steal your brainwaves nor to spy on any of you without a warrant, not even if they are NSA. Hasta la pizza. So if they counted the votes properly the first time, there should be no difference. If there is a difference, you can question the integrity of the vote counters, of course. Recounts aren't expected to flip nearly enough votes to change the outcome in any of the 3 states. Lawyers for the Trump campaign argue that Green Party candidate Jill Stein can't seek a recount in Michigan because she wasn't aggrieved to the point where potential miscounting of votes could have cost her the election. She garnered 1% of Michigan's vote. March 12, 2016, 24:02. The perpetrators have been liquefying my spine and attempting to murder me with their Fipa array in Poker Flat, Alaska. WikiLeaks. They are pissing on you all. Pedophile ring equals marriage ring. A good deed. A good bead. Not a drill. Hee hee. Censorshipping. Pay for Playmobil. POTUS. Duh. The hee hee and now. Pent. A gram. Freemacy on Nick. The neutral order. Globalism. This array. Do you waive your right? Are your rights waived? Freedom. Love is hot. So why don't they register per person who they voted for? Because then they cannot control the outcome of the elections. Pope of Pavlov. Trump picks Goldman Sachs Skull and Bones member Stephen Mnuchin as Treasury Secretary exposed Bridzelvair 3,973 views. Be rightling. You lose. If air. Because they are brain controlled, they don't have to inject voice to skull messages to control them remotely like robots. Beam Einsav deception. Rabbi, you are eating human meat at McDonald's. James Wickstrom interviews Rabbi Abraham Finkelstein Pan Nickel T. Jones. Okay. You could argue we should all try to create a cure against aging. I'll try #pipe yogi tea combination. Perfection is this election. The incredible shrinking mini. Chill or be chilled. YouTube videos. My death due to misdiagnoses of remotely controlled centipede torture by Jesuits and Skull and Bone. eBay item not received. PayPal error impossible to start dispute for item not received. The awesomest watch in existence plus Alpha Jump Power 21 joules automatic mechanical men's watch. And still nothing's happening. It's just another lemon tree shooting up, etc. Righteous S. A tourbillon aims to counter the effects of gravity by mounting the escapement and balance wheel in a rotating cage. Your item arrived at our USPS facility in Jamaica, New York, 11430 on December 5, 2016 at 5:26 p.m. The item is currently in transit to the destination. December 22nd, summer solstice. Animal and human sacrifices are made. 24 demon revels, male and female sacrifice. 25 Yuletide, celebration of the birth of the sun as a young babe to the great goddess. The Satanist's own birthday is very important. The Satanist says, every man is a god if he chooses to recognize himself as one. Levi, the Satanic Bible, theforbiddenknowledge.com/hardtruth/ satanic_calendar.htm. Salomo wrote, the fake news is easy to recognize. The fake news owners do not publish about Project Cloverleaf, the chemtrail project, and the real news does. The fake news website owners are controlled by the CIA, Cancer Chemtrails in America, CIA Project Mockingbird. So they can publish nothing the cancer chemtrailing the populators do not want them to publish. Directed energy weapon, synthetic telepathy, so nothing is what it seems. Trust no one to find truth. Vita Cleanse to kill centipedes blocked at customs. Please help me press charges. Murder. Religion is just a torture culling and depopulation thing. Worshipping the time-traveling neural network, voice of God weapon rather than their fellow humans. Believing all its lies because they were programmed by it and are controlled with direct energy torture. Sociopath noun, a person with a personality disorder manifesting itself in extreme antisocial attitudes and behavior. Psychopath noun, a person suffering from chronic mental disorder with abnormal or violent social behavior. Narcissism, noun, excessive interest in or admiration of oneself and one's physical appearance. Psychology, extreme selfishness, with a grandiose view of one's own talents and a craving for admiration, as characterizing a personality type. Psychoanalysis, self-centeredness arising from failure to distinguish the self from external objects either in very young babies or as a feature of mental disorder. Yeah, Free Epstein, Virgin's Island.
Yo, there was a lot of info, some crap also, and things that the perpetrators have said. that I found disgusting or horrible that I wrote down. So it's not all my opinion and stuff like that. I always say that to make it clear. And I'm feeling kind of low, so I think I'm gonna get some Bootwig. They were blocking the upload of my new watch video. I made with the camera. And it's all to steal time, so it's psychological operation, or depopulation operation, Project Teardrop, etc. Classified projects they deny the existence of if they are real. So I think I'm gonna get something to eat to prevent me from dropping on the floor. I could turn something on. What do you all want to hear? I can't just play videos without reviewing them. I think that's not allowed. That's sort of rebroadcasting. And I don't like it reading out stuff when I'm not listening to it myself, so perhaps it's best if I take a break and then I can turn off the black screen when I'm back, and perhaps I'll end the broadcast then. Depends on what I feel like doing and stuff. But the basic idea is for universal peace, to end all wars and spend the extra money you make from that. That wars cost a lot of money, cost of war.com is clear. Invest that in a permanent cure against the aging you need, or otherwise just die and be cremated, burned to ashes, or decompose in a coffin if you're buried. Or what you can also do is cryo cooling, the fluid pumped into your body basically, so you can be frozen and de-thawed when they have the technology to repair you and bring you back basically. But that costs a lot of money, and probably it's also costing energy and causing global warming perhaps. Boo. But okay, we might be in for another ice age, and according to some source online, Nostradamus predicted weather weapons would trigger the next ice age. So I don't believe in their ecotex money scam theories. So the global warming hoax can be real, of course. So I won't have an opinion about it until I know the facts. I know for a fact that the Earth is oblong, spherical, and not flat. But that doesn't mean that the other things these flat earthers write aren't true. So I'm gonna get some food. Of course, I'm gonna check with the seller what the reason could be that they sent back the product to the US. Is there anything in there that's illegal in Europe or the Netherlands? And if so, then I still consider it illegal in my case, because my life depends on the product. I need to kill centipedes that are in my and my father's body. And I've done a separate broadcast about the 5 types that are pseudo-parasites that have entered humans. It's documented, scientifically reported, and it's known as pseudoparasitism of Myriapoda in humans. That's why most people don't know that centipedes are not harmless. They just copy the lie that they're harmless. And So it's best to do a bug check and never sleep in a house where you saw a centipede. First get centipede poison and sleep somewhere else, in a hotel if you have to, because there is no cure. For as far as I know, only for Vita Cleanse may be effective, and I've tried lots of things. So it's an absolute horror, and I think they do it deliberately, and that they control these centipedes. They've shown me that, so I know for sure. So you can also feel it in my voice, you can hear it in my voice that I feel lethargic, and but that may also be because I haven't had breakfast yet, though it's already past 12, so here I go. So here we see the time.is clock, atomic clock, showing time also in other places. Live in the broadcast. And I played Jody Watley, that song Lifestyle, because I have received an awesome watch from my collection. Ooh, the camera is not working anymore, so I can't show it at the moment. But it's a lifestyle watch, and it is analog plus digital. It has Swiss movement and also digital clock. Really hard to find, really special. The cam doesn't work, so I'm gonna restart this broadcast for universal peace. Maybe not immediately, but you can always check my channel for better broadcasts. Sorry to keep you waiting if you're still there. Please like and subscribe to the channel and spread the information that's vital for your future, for universal peace, and be sure to tune in next time for more important info concerning how they want to depopulate Earth and their next false flag and the new types of torture they have subjected me to with directed energy, to be able to do that to everyone, to enslave everybody and depopulate Earth and create a Luciferian global government. So prepare for world war and do things for universal peace.